Hello, ladies and gentlemen on Twitch, YouTube, and also on Facebook. Welcome, faces, back to a brand new day of PUBG Mobile competitive action. I'm your host, Maxman, as always, joined by the one and only, the truly amazing Imperium to bring you the action you all know and love as we kick off, finally, the European Regional Finals for that one extra slot to the Global Finals.
That's it. We are bringing the 16 qualified teams from their respective regions, EU, Turkey, CIS, and Germany together. Of course, try and find who is going to claim that #1 spot. Of course, we do have the #1 teams who've already claimed a world spot from their respective regions. We will add a fifth, and they will be going on to the World League.
Of course, you had already one team slot taken by every region. UDRKILLERS for Europe, CIS team is going to be Team Unique. For Turkey, it is FUTBOLIST. And for Germany, it is #1. Unlike, for the MENA region, where we had 2 slots remaining available and open for these regional finals. Actually, we only have one because you already have 4 regions that played in their respective PMCO slots. So now we only have one to have at the very end of this path, 5 teams representing the European region in the World League stage.
Yeah, and they'll be going up against the likes of the teams from the MENA region, the Americas region, essentially on the West in the World League, up and coming, where of course they'll be fighting out for, the upcoming World Championship. It's crazy, to think that the teams have already put in so much work to get to this point. They put in all of the effort that, we're barely halfway there. I would even say that we are only a quarter of the way through the esports PUBG Mobile year, Max.
I mean, it's insane to think about it. Just in this spring split, right? We started off PMCO for every single region, thousands of teams signing up, trying to make it over to the group stage. At the end of the day, at least for the European regions respectively, we had a total of 128 teams for CIS, Turkey, Germany, and EU. Now, we're only down to 16. The top 16 teams in Europe facing up against each other for the glory to try and get themselves into the World League West spot. And of course, if you're not too familiar with how the European scene actually does work out for this PMCO. Of course, as I said, 32 teams for every single region, got pound down to 4 teams of EU, 3 teams of Germany, 5 teams of CIS, and 4 of Turkey. One of each of those teams, the #1 team remaining, made it already over to the World League, with only now 1 spot that will be taken over for grabs after the EU regional finals.
It's pretty crazy. Of course, the fact that CIS has 5 teams that qualify for the regional finals, at least, it does make you think, are they the strongest region coming into this tournament? Do they have, in theory, more of an advantage over the other teams from a regional point of view, having more teams? But I don't know if that's the case, right? I don't know. I feel like that all these teams are entering into regional finals, give or take, on a level playing field. Not only because at the end of the day, they're all starting from 0, Max, but this is the first time that we're really in a truly competitive setting, seeing these teams come up against each other.
Definitely, and we know they will come in together here to fight for the grand total prize pool of 2020 of $5 million for this season. It will be $1 million at the very end of the board. So making it through to have a potential of taking up for grabs that $1 million of this spring split is definitely going to be a huge achievement for some of these squads. Yeah. And of course, this is the regional finals, which will be leading to the World League stage. But he said it, we're only just a portion done with this year in PUBG Mobile Esports. And then you've got the World League Championship, the World Championship, which is going to be the huge event at the end of the year that I just can't wait. And Tencent, if you need casters, we're open. We're available. Hello.
and it's just, it is truly incredible. The fact that they're going to be going into the World League. And if you don't get through to the World League, this split, you have the full split. You have the second chance to make it through. You have time to learn, adapt, follow, and of course, hopefully get to the end of the year World Championship. And when you think of how 2019 ended, where we're going into 2020, it's truly an exciting period.
Extremely exciting, and of course this event is even more exciting because of the prize pool that is up for grabs. $15,000 for the #1 position. Now it slowly trickles down, slowly still, $7 grand, $4 grand, $3 grand. That's pretty damn impressive. So trickle down very slowly indeed, but of course when you get to 10th position, everything below is going to be around 1.1/1K for grabs for these squads. But of course you got 2 fights happening here. We talked about this multiple times, even for the MENA region Imperium. You've got the fight for that 1 World League spot. And also got the fight for the cash prize. This is going to be forcing basically these teams to fight, consistently throughout every single game, because one good game and one bad game might be the difference between you making 1K and you making 5K.
Yeah, 100%. So true. And, we're going to see constant shifts and changes throughout the leaderboard. Yeah, you've got the fact that you've got 4 teams in these regional finals already qualified for the World League. So in theory, this result doesn't really matter to them in terms of the next step, but they'll want to get as much money as they can, and that's going to be important for them. And to get that money, they're going to have to claim the points. And if you don't know already, the point system goes pretty much as follows: 20 points for a chicken dinner, 14 points for second place, 10 points for third, trickling all the way down. And then from 11th to 16th place, you only get 1 point, but you do, however, get 1 point per kill.
Oh man, like during the Pro U scrims, oh boy, those kill points are going to be so impactful. The kill points alone might be the reason why a team gets in, number one position, qualifying over for the World League stage, or maybe making it like in the lower 12. So definitely kills are going to be really, really impactful. Rotations, positioning points, of course, they are necessary, endeavor in your games. But of course, if you can get those extra, 10 kills a game, you're definitely going to be so much higher in the overall standings. Let's take a quick snippet of all the teams. Of course, 5 teams in CIS, 3 for Germany, 4 for Europe, and also 4 for Turkey.
Yeah, so DreamEaters, Konina Power, Nomad Gaming, Team Unique, and Team 1218 for CIS. NGG number 1 and Unicorns of Love for Germany. You have Red Reserve, Goskilla, The Real Deal, and UDRKILLERS for EU. Last but not least, FUTBOLIST, Team 5, Heroes X, and WSK for Turkey.
Already, we did have a few changes too. For example, if you guys remember OVN did switch it up a little bit. So OVN is now become Red Reserve. MK has become Nomad Gaming. GQ Team became Team Unique. And also Pain Team became Team 1218. So those are the few of the changes. I'm going to take a quick snippet of all these squad rosters in case, you're looking for your favorite pro player or your favorite, content creator, or even to see if your team has been, acquired by some of your favorite organizations. So there you have it. Already you can see a big few names around here. And it's nice to see the few teams like Nomad Gaming, remember casting them a while back in Pyramid. Nicola, Eclipse and Lunatic still playing at this point. So
yeah, the history of some of these players, considering PUBG Mobile Esports is relatively new. That's something we've got to consider. The history of some of these players is incredible. Like, you look at Gonzo. We met Gonzo back in the Spring Split prelim finals in Berlin when he's part of the Formula Military, and now he's playing in the regional finals of the PMCO 2020 for Konina Power. You look at Team Unique, who were formerly GQ. They have some absolutely incredible players on their team. Frozen Lightning, 2 players who really, in my opinion, have stood out.
I mean, Memphis definitely did stand out, especially on those Sanhok games. I got to say that player is damn impressive. Can't wait to see what they can pull off. Number 1, also the team qualified for Germany, and then we'll be panning over to the teams of EU. The team that got qualified already, UDRKILLERS, despite struggling a little bit during the scrims recently, I'm sure they definitely have a little bit of a trick up their sleeve to try and show up to you beautiful people at home for these next 2 remaining days. And Red Reserve, Goskilla, and The Real Deal are going to be the 3 other teams representing the European PMCO in this one. And Whitey, of course, I'm expecting a lot from that player because he's shown so much potential as an IGL, and I hope he will be able to lead Goskilla to victory. Yeah,
definitely. And then as you look at the Turkish teams, FUTBOLIST, you have a rich history in PUBG and PUBG Mobile Esports as it is. You have Team 5, Heroes X, and WSK. Now, I've never attempted to say the full name, so I'm going to attempt it now, and I apologize if I do mess it. WirSindKral? That's my only attempt. From now on, it's going to be WSK for me.
I was thinking the same. I was like, how am I going to, do I try or am I going to be lazy on that one? I was like, I tried it. I was like, okay, I might be lazy on that one. Just WSK, that seems completely fine. And I think it sounds pretty nice. So there you go. Those are all your top 16 teams playing to represent as best as they possibly can the European region in this regional finals. And at the end, we'll only have 1 extra team moving forward to the global stage, to the World League West. And of course, we're going to take a quick look at the schedule for this first day, which will be different from day 2, so do keep an eye out for that. But of course, 3 games of Erangel, 1 on Miramar, 1 on Vikendi, and Sanhok still will be following the same path of having 50% of your games actually happening on Erangel.
Yeah, and that is going to favor teams who take a little bit of time to, let's say, heat up. Erangel, it's going to be 6 games in total. When I'm looking at that, I'm looking at Red Reserve. They're a team that like to really gain a lot of knowledge on the teams around them. So, and I was talking to Rain, one of the managers and sub players for Red Reserve, and I kind of said to him, look, from talking to him, I said, focus on Erangel because you'll be able to gain the most amount of knowledge as you get through those 6 games, and you'll be able to really adjust and play to your best, let's say, by day 2. Whereas if they kind of put too much energy into, let's say, adapting to the teams on Sanhok, Miramar and Vikendi, you're only going to have 2 chances, which means there's a chance you might not be able to adapt in time. And yeah, so I would say for most of these teams, focus on Erangel.
Yeah, definitely. Erangel is going to be really important, but you also need variety. Like, we had the chance of casting like 1 week ago the Middle East and African regional finals. It's only 12 games. You've got to keep that in mind. 6 on day 1, 6 on day 2. Having one bad game could completely mess up your chances of going to the next stage or getting higher cash prize. But one good game could be your 1 ticket chance to go over to the World League West. So of course, you know, every single game is important. Being good on Erangel is mostly going to be very important. If you kind of get most of your points there, that'll be great. But also, you must also just not care about, you know, Vikendi, Miramar, also Sanhok. Those are maps that if you do poorly on them twice in a row, out of 12 games, that is definitely going to have a really big influence on your overall standings.
That's definitely true. And I was talking to the guys from Unicorns of Love, and they said that that their most comfortable map is Sanhok. So it's not that it's their favorite map or their best map, but it's their most comfortable map. And in this situation where mentality and mental strength is so important for a team where they feel more comfortable on Sanhok, we could see them extract the most amount of points because they might feel a lot calmer on Sanhok. They might be able to go, hey, look, we can play our own game better than anybody else on Sanhok and get that strong result. Not saying a chicken dinner, but those strong points needed to fight for that #1 World League spot.
I like it as like they say that their best map of the Unicorns of Love is actually going to be Sanhok, because every single time we had a scrim and we saw like Unicorns of Love, it was always Talon remaining as a 1-man army just running around the map. It was really funny to see, but of course they're going to try their very best. And as long as you're consistent on every single map, and you get 1 good performance, 2 good performances, that is what's going to be making you go higher. But overall, we keep saying Imperium. I think this is the thing we said the most, like after casting for like a year, PUBG Mobile Esport, is that consistency is key. Consistency is the name of the game. The more consistent you are, the higher the chance, of course, are going to be of climbing overall in the standings and getting over to the World League West.
True, but I'm going to throw not a spanner in the works, but be a devil's advocate at that, taking the example of the MENA regional finals. We saw a team like Yala Esports who, at the end of day 1, they were in 8th place. It's not that they were out, don't get me wrong, but they were in 8th place. And you got to think, you know, they've really got to do a lot. They ended up day 2 in 1st place spot and securing the 15 grand and the World League spot. So yeah, consistency is key, 100%, but you got to still be able to get the job done when it counts, when it matters. And that's where IGLing, mental strength, and of course, a little bit of luck on your side does help.
Of course, there we're going to be slowly diving straight into our very first game of these regional finals. Of course, it will be on Erangel. Which team will be able to secure themselves that very first chicken dinner and get themselves first in the overall standings after game 1? We'll have to wait and see. But Imperium, going to be talking a little bit about speculations. Do you have some teams, maybe, you know, after all the scrims time, like one team like, you know what, for this first game, they might have a really good shot for this one?
Honestly, DreamEaters. I'm putting DreamEaters up there. When I take their individual regional performances, Max, Heroes X and DreamEaters were the 2 teams that stand out, but that's always going to be different. However, when I looked at the scrims, DreamEaters were also a team that really stood out as being able to frag out, get strong performances, not just in one map, but in a lot of maps.
Yeah, DreamEaters has been definitely one of the most consistent teams we had, definitely at the start of the week even, but we're going to have our playing path, our very first playing path of this regional finals around the area of Starbo/Kameshki, all over to the area of Gatka on the western coastal line. Most teams going to be dropping. Of course, Red Reserve going over to shooting range/Shaverny to split drop to get all that loot up their sleeve. We're going to be seeing Team 5 going over to Lipovka. Very, very passive drop, and they are mainly a very passive team, as we did have the chance to see during the scrim. So they're going to have a very, very relaxing, at least phase 1, if it's not a hard shift on the first phase, which could happen. We saw a bunch.
Oh my God, Max! Like I'm nervous. I'm excited, and I'm not even playing. I'm just casting, but I'm doing my best to try and feel how these players are feeling. And in talking to some of the teams, it was always the same thing. We are going to do the best that we can. We are going to play to the best of our ability. All the teams are strong, and it's just going to be a matter of who comes out on top. But that phase 1 circle, it is pretty nice and heavily to the east, while still being centrally high on the mainland. I like it.
What I do like to see is that, like, compared to the scrims we already had in Nova, it was always Team Unique and FUTBOLIST, like, kind of hot drop in there and like fighting early. Now they both went towards the area of George Bowl. So you know what? They're going to go a lot more passive. These are games they're going to take extremely, extremely seriously. So I'm happy to see that. And I'm just hoping to see as little hot drops as possible during these games, except for Sanhok, because Sanhok, no it's the answer's in the name. So we'll have to see. But of course, UDRKILLERS, they're going to be taking over Pochinki, uncontested. They've been taking it multiple times during the scrims, and the loot stage is going to be really good. And they're on the edge of the circle. Their rotation should be pretty straightforward at this stage.
They should. UDRKILLERS, the team that directly qualified from the EU region. You can say that they pulled out really some surprise results when it came to the EU region, but they did what they had to do to get that direct World League qualification. So coming into these games, I was talking to Marco and Mark, and I said, look, you know, how are you feeling? I know you directly have a qualified position. He's like, look, we're chill. We're kind of fighting for the prize money. That's where it's going to be a main focus for us, and we're just going to do our best, and that does make sense.
I'm Pierre, I got a question for you. Aren't you a little bit salty that he's called Mark and not Marco? Can't do your joke anymore, can you?
I was trying to think of another pun base, but you know what?
Marks and Spencers? No, not good. Ah, damn it.
No. It actually wasn't bad. It was just, it felt a bit too forced. Sometimes these things have to come naturally, you know? But
we'll find some puns. We've got 2 days in Pyramid. We got to rush a little bit to find puns.
Exactly.
But it's fine. We're going to be slowly shifting away from phase one. The circle going to be closing on these players in 1 small minute. So at least these rotations should be done. I know I was talking about it earlier, right? Unicorns of Love, always Talon just running around the map on his own, just doing his own YOLO plays. And hoping doesn't get sniped, even though he's in the open area towards no apartment. So shouldn't have too much teams really having an angle on them. But like, why? Why he would do that?
Running simulator. Clearly.
Running simulator, you know what?
Fair. Yeah. Training for a marathon. You know, you always got to have your exercise up there, whether it's doing a bit of swimming, whether it's doing a bit of running. It's always so important. It's always so important. Now, when you're looking at this phase one circle, because it's so heavily on the east, it is definitely going to be quite hard for the teams that are on the west side, the likes of 1218 and Unique, who are up in George Paul area. But the team that definitely probably has the easiest rotation is Red Reserve. You're up in the north. They landed Severny. They have a really nice clean sweep to maybe head towards Svalbard, and they shift down south to central location in the east area of the circle. If they don't execute that quickly, they will lose a prime opportunity.
I mean, they've got to execute it quickly on like this first phase. You know, they can even tank up the blue if they want a little bit, but they had easily enough time, like being uncontested in Severny/shooting range. They got most of the loot they got, I do expect. So of course, rotating around the area of Stolber would be the safest way to do it for them. As you know, NGG, they went actually very down south. They dropped on the western bridge. They went down to the military island, to the military base, to be completely exact. And no, uncontested, because seeing this phase one circle, who in hell would ever go there? And also, like, even during the Pro U scrims, right, no teams ever went there and then understood the value of this area for early game loot. So they're just like, why the hell not?
Yeah, that's fair. But then again, when we looked at the scrims that these teams had a chance and an opportunity to participate in, we consistently saw FUTBOLIST and Team Unique land and Novo together. So it's interesting. Like, we are going to see a huge difference in teams dropping and play styling between the scrims and the actual regional finals. Like a team like the Real Deal, who didn't really compete in too many of the scrims this week, but they've got a nice, real high central location in the center of the circle, up around Shelter.
I really like how DreamEaters did this rotation. Like, you talked about it many, many times. You don't like it when a team overstays their welcome in a big compound, in a city compound, such as Yesnai Polyana. And DreamEaters, they exactly understood that. Like, we're going to go a little bit more central in an area which is nice and surrounded by, like, you know, fields, just flat terrain. So you can easily get intel and even go for early shots with DMR/snipers if you really want to. And I say DMR. I said DMR, so I'm thinking DMR. DreamEaters, they went off for like one of the most aggressive early rotations, despite not going into fights. I got to say, DreamEaters, right off the bat, I love that rotation. It's great.
Yeah, I really do. On the side note, I didn't realize the Real Deal were actually in prison. I would definitely recommend for them to get out of there. Now, we are seeing teams start to rotate around the same time. 1218 and Team Unique doing something similar. Members of Unique looking to try and catch out 1218, but the opportunity does go away for now as Bandita 77 does actually spin off. Might be a chance for him to get taken out.
Yeah, they're going to try and chase. If they can pop one wheel, that will be a dead Bandita. So he's got to try and be a little bit careful, try and just dance between those bullets if he can. But he's going to be jumping out. Will Team Unique go for the full-on wall? There it is, the spray from Bandita coming on through. He is getting sprayed back a little bit. It's pretty hard to connect, but they're going to actually go out and shut down Bandita. Knocked out, it will be, of course, resulting in a flush. That will be the first member of 1218, unfortunately, out of this game.
Yeah, and to be honest, I kind of like the fact that Bandita did that. It wasn't the wisest choice, but I would rather die valiantly trying to take out somebody from a vehicle than die from my buggy being blown up. I think that's always kind of the most disrespectful way to die, is your vehicle blowing up, and especially in the early parts of the game. So I do gotta give credit to Bandita for at least trying to do something there. But Nomad Gaming also in a really nice position towards the center of the circle. Easy way to disengage, open fields around them so they can potentially spot people out. Looking pretty good.
I know Nomad Gaming during the scrims have been a team that's been consistently good on their rotations. They struggle a little bit like very late game to actually hold on to these areas, but like the rotations just head on are great. And wow, is this Unicorns of Love like still with 4 members? Like
oh, wow.
right until phase 2 about to come. I'm phase 1 shaming,
wow.
yes, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Nah, but of course they're going to play a lot more seriously on these games. So they had to, they couldn't like, of course, remain on Talon to be alive every single time. So it's good. They're going for a rotation, pretty nice in circle too. So Unicorns of Love have some really good, like later on rotation that could come on through. But it is NGG going to go straight through the Western Bridge, taking a few shots on rip of WSK.
Yeah, that was a really wise choice initially by NGG to go for the West Bridge rather than the East Bridge, knowing that team. Yeah, it was a much safer rotation, and it is going to work out for them. In fairness, pretty fairly. WSK tried to catch him out, but it didn't work out. One player I definitely want to put a spotlight on, which I'm going to say look out for, is Rip of WSK. I'm honestly expecting him to be one of the top players in the regional finals.
No, he's been huge. Like even HMSC, sorry. He's like those two players together have been definitely absolutely insane. But I gotta say, NGG, WSK might want to try and rotate right now because you even have Heroes Exodus right next to the edge of the circle on their eastern side. So they might get some more gatekeep. They've got to be a little bit careful. And WSK, of course, will be rotating towards the direction of Pachinki. Find a nice entry point. And I think that they're like, this is not a fight that is working out for any of these two teams of WSK and NGG. It's not worth it. Just leave it.
Max phase 2 shifted up north. Red reserve. If there was ever a chance to get a really nice position in a circle, it was now. Phase 1, you didn't go for it. You're a little bit kind of nervous, not too sure of what the other teams are doing. But you know what? The thing I fear about Red Reserve is that they're getting no information where they are right now. You know, they're getting no idea of how the teams are rotating in this game 1 in Erangel being where they are now. So I want them to shift down south. I want them to get in the circle and just try and find some form of location. If it doesn't work out, cool, but at least you would have gotten information for the future games.
They could have even gone for like a 2-2 split, like send 2 members out early, even though I think they should have gone as a full squad because like you're not going to tell me it took them that long to loot up. So I think it is definitely a little bit on the slow side of things, but as long as they make it through, that is definitely going to be the most important thing. Even Team Unique rotated pretty much late, and they are going to go for like the similar rotation as Red Reserve, going up north next to Saberni. So a little bit of a later rotation from Red Reserve, but the fight could have potentially broken out in the northern side. So luckily enough, that will not happen for any of those two teams. But so far, we only lost 1 player, which is, you know, way better than what we saw in the scrims. We saw sometimes some teams die really early.
I don't know if Lightning from Team Unique had maybe some kind of connection issues, but he got knocked down in north.
No.
George Paul on his own, and yeah, he will lose his life. That was just something that I was like, wait, what's going on there? But looking on the feed that we have ourselves, that is something that's spotted as Team 5 getting close to the real deal. Real deal did disengage away from Prison. Nicely done, but they are going to face pressure from Team 5. Get the buggy out of the way. Keep that under protection. Good stuff from the real deal.
I don't know how many cars they have, but every single car at this stage is going to be very important. They got 2 buggies. Okay, that's fine. Not the best way to move your way around. Of course, the buggy is pretty easy to shoot down. But this one is going to be like a very prime example of like a battle of knocks. Just get knocked down, trying to use up the utility, trying to use up also the resources of the enemy squad. I mean, the team that could potentially go for breach is Team 5 if they get like 2 knockdowns, but that is the minimum you need. You need 2 knockdowns. If you get those, potentially further on down the line, you can try and overtake it, but I would not even take the risk.
Here's the thing, this isn't the MENA region. We don't really see compound breaches so much in the EU region, so I'm expecting some generally passive play from these teams. We did see UDRKILLERS lose Sandra at the hands of Konina Power early on in around the prison area location where the real deal did hold on to, but disengage away from that. The Blue Zone is closing in on phase 2, and Mark is just trying to disengage with the rest of his team.
Yeah, Tixie not quite able to connect it still. It was going to be a really hard shot to connect at the end, so I do respect the attempt. So far, so good. But now Heroes X and NGG, we knew it was going to happen potentially on the western side of this phase 2 circle Imperium because they were rotating a little bit late. NGG, they took the risk of going for the western bridge, so of course the fight will be a little bit ongoing. Definitely. We'll have to see if it will be closing up, but back over to Team 5 versus The Real Deal. And this fight really shouldn't result in too much, unless, like, once again, like, big knockouts come on through. But as you said, it's not the MENA region, so the chances of that happening, pretty slim.
Yeah, definitely do totally agree. We're seeing a little bit of a calm right now because the blue zone is still closing in on phase 2. Max, so the teams will be basically looking at the map feed. The IGLs will be going, okay, if it shifts this way, we'll go here. If it shifts that way, we will go here. How is phase 3 going to show up? It's going to shift up north into Yasnai. The fields around it and Red Reserve. Come on, my friends. Get into that prime spot.
Oh my god, man. Team Unique, FUTBOLIST, 1218, and Red Reserve, despite being up north, they had such a nice circle, but now they can somewhat control the area. You know what? DreamEaters, as we know them, just like Nomad, I talked about their rotations too, they are extremely reactive to circle shift. They see they went some north, they're like, oh my god, we need to try and hold a circle. And they're going to go for it. But at least what is good is that we have Yasnaya in play. Yasnaya can have so many teams in there without actually fights breaking out. So it's like the best compound to have a city finish in. If it does shift, of course, in the city, which has a very slim chance of happening, it would be interesting.
Don't go into Yasnaya. Please, guys, just don't go into Yasnaya. If you're going to, at max, stay on the real outskirts. I worry about Nomad's position, but at least it was reactive at the end of the day. And they could punish a couple of teams around them because there is open fields, but do not go into Yasnaya. And because I said do not go into Yasnaya, the majority of the teams are actually rotating in from the east side of the circle, from the east side of Erangel.
I'm actually okay with Yasnaya. Like, I wouldn't be okay with any other compound unless it was Yasnaya, Polyana, or Podvost if it was on Vikendi, of course. But like, this is my main area that I do like where it could actually happen. So the fact that DreamEaters, Nomad Gaming, they went for it. Even WSK went for a similar rotation. Of course, number 1, they're going to get scattered out by Tolika of 1218. Not going to result in any damage being taken as of yet. But number 1, during the scrims, the main thing I've been like calling them out for was their rotations. They rotate very late and not the most efficiently. So I hope that they're going to be able to work on that a little bit during these games and try and really get better standing because they're the number 1 team of Germany. Come on.
Yeah, to be honest, it's actually more the coordination as Whitey gets knocked down by Tulika. 1218 have held onto this position for actually quite a while since I believe phase 1, Max, and now they're going to use it to their advantage, knocking down my member on the rotation. Novas is looking to do a little bit of scouting towards a team of 1218.
These teams are also pretty much all on the edge. I mean, number 1 and The Real Deal are going to be on the edge. So, of course, their rotation, they will have to rotate during phase 4. It's pretty damn sure unless we have like one of the biggest hard shift on this early stage, which I do not think is going to be happening. Hole's a little bit split away from his team in that shack. Maybe they can send a member to try and pick him up with a buggy or some nice way of locomotion. But Itachi of MGG is going to try and make his way through. Does get sprayed down by PLC, but that range was the easiest. It's not going to work out.
No. We are into the 15-minute mark of this game, Max, and I kind of expect this. Still 16 teams, still 59 players. We've only lost 5 players in this whole game in 15-minute mark. This is unbelievable, but I tell you what, we could see the end of NGG. Now we're down to 58. 1 player confirmed, 1 player knocked down. Make that a second. I do think that leaves Forever on his own from NGG.
Yeah, Forever just stopping in the open there. I think he just kind of shot himself in the foot by doing that. Also, his car is going to be potentially losing his wheels or even exploding. And this is not going to be looking great for NGG, just getting pressured from left, right, and center. Going to try and do a run for it. But at least Itachi is still alive. Forever put so damn low. 1 more bullet, and that will be indeed the end, as Dusk will be the one to get that knockdown. Can you get the kill, though? He's got to try and convert it.
Yeah, Forever is going to be last man standing for NGG, and the circle shifting up northwards in the favor of Team Unique, Footballers, and Unicorns of Love, who shifted up north. This is incredible, meaning the teams down south once again have to make harsh rotations up the north.
But, even though the teams that did go into Yasnaya, you said you didn't like it, but at least they've been reactive. If you rotate too late from Yasnaya and you're pressured by the boost, then you might struggle a little bit. Oh, the car explosion! Pixie doing some work there. And Heroes X, they're going to have a little bit of a hard time, but Solace is there to back them up. Unfortunately, that's going to be Heroes X really struggling and getting eliminated in last and 16th position.
Yeah, Savage X is looking to try and take a couple of kills. That's 1 confirmed. 2 confirmed at the hand of Axer of Konina Power. They do try to hold on. Goskilla on the east side of this circle. Not quite inside, but if they can look to knock down and take down a couple of players along the way, they do have a couple of vehicles. Can make a nice entryway as they look spot the members of the real deal.
Oh, the real deal. That's too many members in one car. You got to be careful, but luckily enough, Goskilla didn't have too many members focused on that engagement, so they will make it through pretty much unscathed, but they are still scattered out. That car assuming is not a valid option. You better jump out right now. And Team Unique, they got the high ground. They're not going to let the real deal survive this normally, but they still are able to run on over to the side of that kind of terrain.
That's the best play for Goskilla. Look to try and take teams out that are looking to head into the circle, because there's a really high chance they were going to be taken out as DreamEaters, a team who I'm marking to put in some strong performances. Looking for the team of WSK. MSC by the side of the tree gets knocked down by Meku to nearly 20% health, and then Argo gets knocked down by Black White with the grenade.
Here it is, you get the nades, you get the knockdowns. Now you got to try and convert in the team squad wipeout, baby. As of course we do also see number one get eliminated. They are going to be taken out of commission, but now WSK, HMSC, but so damn Lobby will get converted at the end into a knockdown. Can they get all the frags there? DreamEaters, they need it. They've been absolutely popping the hell off during the scrims. Can they get the team squad wipeout, the very first team squad wipeout of this regional finals for themselves?
Who knows? Who knows? Argo and Sprone, the last two players left for WSK. The high ground in the favor of the DreamEaters. The rocks by their side. They can flank around, and only the smokes are protecting WSK at this stage of the game.
And this is the issue of fighting on a slope, right? And there you go, they're going to get shut down. Meku will be able to do some work, and also Frost was able to get a nice little re-engage on that. That's actually somewhat assisted DreamEaters. Not all the frags they wanted, but at least they get two. You know, it's like a Kinder Bueno. You just share it, and it's fine.
Oh, I never share my Kinder Bueno. Thank you
very
much.
Oh my
God,
God,
not a Kinder Bueno. It's too nice of a bar, my friend. God damn it, Max. You know, I'll share a Kit Kat, I'll share a Malteser, but I'll never share a Kinder Bueno.
Well, you know what is not bueno is the position of red reserve down south. If it goes up, it did go up north, Imperium there. This is not bueno for them. They're going to have a little bit of a hard time. With a 2-2 split could actually help them out to kind of just, split themselves a little bit more thinly and not get caught out too heavily by some of these squads on the higher ground section. Oh my God.
And you said Nomad Gaming react. I tell you what, they don't have to react right now. They're right on the north side of the circle, well positioned to try and get the chicken dinner, but it's not over yet. We still got 13 teams. We still got 37 players left standing as the teams on the southwest look to try and engage on each other, find that space. Unicorns of Love rotating away. DreamEaters looking to try and catch them out.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love trying to find a nice entry point, but because they can't, there's two teams around them currently. It's just way too much for them to deal with. 1-2-1-8 and DreamEaters at the same time. Here it is. Lord is going to come in, try and get the nice look, and he does get Advocate down and flushes it out. But DreamEaters now, they're going to suffer one casualty, but they still find out so good. Hidan and Talon are going to be remaining. Another knockdown for Talon coming on through, and he instantly converts into a second frag. And DreamEaters now, they've got to go back up. They can't take this fight head on. They lost the man advantage. Then he was two mans up now.
Yeah, 2D teams with 2 men left up, and that could actually get prime position for 1-2-1-8 to come in and get the clutch, clean things up with the third party, knocking down and confirming a kill on to the member of DreamEaters, leaving Black White left standing, pinching between two teams, throws a grenade. Still, all the while, none of these teams are inside the circle.
As unfortunately Goskilla get taken out, but indeed no teams are really going to be too much in the circle. Only Red Reserve, they're actually really reactive. I thought it was not going to be too bueno. It's actually pretty damn bueno for them currently. DreamEaters get taken out to one of the top teams, we said, going into these games today. As Itachi, the last member of NGG, just going to try and storm his way through to victory. Can he force it out? But he's able to push a little bit closer. You know what? It's been somewhat successful. No teams have scattered him out just yet. But Unicorns of Love, they're going to suffer a few casualties there.
I'll tell you what though, not DreamEaters, 1-2-1, they have actually really nice position on the edge of the circle. If they can get rid of Unicorns of Love, that could be really putting them hard in this game as Rogue, should I say, finds out and looks to try and catch a hit, and last man standing for Unicorns of Love on the rotation. He has to get out of the boogie, but he gets knocked down.
Oh boy, there you go. They're doing such good amount of work. 1-2-1-8, they're not here to pick up some Easter eggs. They're here to pick up frags, and they are doing that so well so far. Up to 3 frags so far, just waiting on the top of that mountain. But now the circle's going to be shifting, and the chances of shifting in their favor are pretty damn slim.
Yeah, but if it does go in their favor, it's still going to give them a really nice point because they have the edge of the cliff that they can hold on to as we hit phase 6. It does shift over to the west, Max. Nomad Gaming and 1218 looking pretty good as teams on the east trying to engage with each other. Team Unique, the top team in the CIS region, already secured a worse spot, but still looking to dominate.
Yeah, 1218 going to have a pretty easy rotation. Team Unique, they're the one that are going to struggle a little bit more with the likes of Team 5. But Team 5, we already saw them during the scrim recover from some of these situations, similar situations like these ones. But now Nomad, they're trying to just slowly make their way through with that utility, with those smokes, able to get there with some pretty good amount of success. But look at that, there's still one member, Rom, of FUTBOLIST that could be just remaining and try and steal the game away if it keeps shifting in this global vicinity.
Even though Red Reserve are in the circle down south, it's still incredibly difficult for them to kind of hold on. The only thing they have to their advantage is that they have a small little kind of hillside dip that they can look to kind of shift down and protect themselves against the likes of Nomad Gaming and Team Unique. But they've got to get rid of 1218 on the west side and look to bridge camp them, as well as Team 5 who are looking to rotate in from the south. We do lose footballers. We're down to 5 teams, 17 players.
No! Why would it do? Why would... What? Ah! Why? Okay, you know what, Victor? He just gets the entire team squad wiped out. That's looking so good. He gets 7 kills, but why would he take a kill at this stage of the game? I don't get it, but it's fine. We're going to be shifting over to top 4 teams now. Nomad Gaming still on the hillside, but Memphis is going to deny that position away. But again, nice knockdown. But the fight back from Nomad Gaming is looking pretty damn strong, and some utility is finally getting chucked over by 1218. They're trying to shut down Red Reserve, but they are holding strong as they avoid to get naded through the ground.
Novas from the back end needs to do work, needs to pull into play. Frost on the low ground, flanking this side. Nice fight, Frost on there. Member of 1218.
Frost, I've got to say, this flank was not expected from any of these team, and has been working out, has been paying dividends, but unfortunately, as Roge got the information, he shuts it down instantaneously. Another chop from Victor, absolutely shredding the competition. And now they got the mountainside looking pretty good on the south. Only one member of 1218 is an issue for them. You might want to try and capitalize and shut him down, but that means you would show your position away to Team Unique and also to Nomad Gaming up north.
It's really tough for Red Reserve. They do want to close out 1218, but indeed, they don't want to get too far forward. And Unique has really climbed in. He is facing blue zone damage. He's biting right at crate. He's going to look to try and heal himself up and push in. 1218 are eliminated. Red Reserve, they're in the top team. They're on double-digit kills. This is incredible start for them in the regional finals, Max.
Of course, he knew it was not going to work out for Team Unique. If I were him, I would actually let myself die to the blue zone. You only had a crate to defend yourself with. There was no utility. It was going to be a pretty hard move. But still, you've got to respect the hassle to make it up in 3rd position, Team Unique. And for first game, that is pretty damn impressive. But now over to Nomad Gaming and Red Reserve. Satsuri trying to get the shutdown. But Victor doing some work. Oh my god. What a beast on this first day. And a circle shift.
In, baby, come on. Red Reserve, 3 players up. They're in the top 2. The circle's in their favor. Nomad Gaming, they have to go downhill. And Max, late game, when you have to go downhill, you're out in the open.
My god.
You're sitting duck. They've got to have the smokes on their side. And look at the wall. The good thing for Nomad, Max, is because they've been in the position for so long in this game, they haven't had to use the utility. So that is giving them that slight advantage.
Yeah, but here it is. They're going to go for a little bit of a 2-2 split. I do actually really like this. This is the best way to pull it off. These seasons, they've got going to get him shut down. Oh my god, Dusk! That instant headshot denied. And now he's going to, of course, maybe try and convert it into a kill. But at this point, converting kills in the open are not too worth it. You want to focalize on the other remaining members of Nomad Gaming. It is turned into a 3v3. They get the information. Lunatic, if he peeks out, it might be the end. Victor's been absolutely shredding the enemy teams today. But now they're just holding a nice little bit of a split, a little bit of a line behind that dip. And I got to say, the positioning of Red Reserve on how they're taking this fight is absolutely spot on.
They're going for kind of a bit of a 3-1 split. And then Novas comes in. Knocks down Lunatic, leaving Nomad Gaming down to 2 players. Satsur trying to creep behind the rock. Does get in there. Aldig is off above, but it's not looking good for Nomad Gaming, Max.
This is why you want to spread yourself a little bit at the late game, because even trees can't be a valid way to protect yourself, Imperium. And now it's only left in the hands of Aldig, the last member remaining of Nomad Gaming. How will he put it off? Can he pull off the 1v3 clutch? I don't think that's going to be paying off. Unfortunately, he's going to be down to the blue zone. He's going to be forced above that lip of the kill, and that should normally be the end of Nomad Gaming. Maybe you want to try and deny the kill, but he's going to be indeed blind out to the blue zone, and that means that the first chicken dinner of this European regional finals will be taken by none other than the favorite team of Red Reserve.
13 kills, chicken dinner.
Oh my God.
33 points. When I was talking to Rain before this, not gonna lie, he was kind of nervous, and not nervous for their own team's performance, but he was nervous because they were not sure of, you know, other teams' rotations, other teams' drop spots, and they really, you know, the information wasn't there for them. And I said to them, look, believe in yourself, believe in your own game, believe what you guys can do. And I think this game one of the regional final, proved that they have every single goddamn belief in their system. What a game, what a result.
I mean, we know this team for quite some time, right? Like switching over from OVN, and even during PMCO, this team has been created for the past 3 weeks before actually playing into the group stage. Huh?
It's
like
been
now,
about
like from now on, yeah, but like before actually entering like the actual competitive scene. Yeah. And they're one of the best teams such a small amount of time. It is so surprising. You almost never see that at this stage of like a competitive scene on any game.
Especially considering they're French, Max, I had to throw that
French
in
boys,
there.
They're baguettes.
As we look at the highlights for this game, they reacted really well past phase 2. Look, you can't deny at the end of the day that the circle shifts favor the teams up north. You know, Nomad Gaming, 1218, Team Unique, Red Reserve. But at the end of the day, they still reacted really well. DreamEaters were a little bit unlucky. They kind of got third party by 1218 with Unicorns of Love engagement. It just didn't go in their favor.
Of course, as you go over the highlights of this game, you know what? Team 5 actually got himself like so many frags. How many was that? Like 13 on this game? And they were like a very passive team playing Edge of Circle. But man, I'm genuinely very surprised by this very first game.
It's because they were one of the first teams to shift up on the east side of the circle. When they shifted up north, they were one of the first teams to go up north. And look, you know, they deserve a lot of credit. They didn't get featured as much, but at the end of the day, the frags, the damage spoke for itself. And even though they only finished in 5th place in the standing, that's still going to be a chunky, nice big boy amount of points for them.
You know what? Team 5 is like the definition of like silent but deadly. You know, can also be used in like another scenario, but of course I'm going to be talking about this one specifically. And of course at the very end, like Red Reserve, I got to say the split that they had at the end was exactly what they needed. It's what allowed them to get 2 extra kills, like Dust and Victor. Absolutely just insane players. And the good thing is actually, despite them losing Frost, which is always going to be sad, but Frost is the IGL right in these games, so he can just like dictate his team and tell them what to do, and they can just focus on the gameplay. And Red Reserve just got to see me. That was such a good game.
It's also the fact that at the end of the day, as a team, they showed their ability to be cohesive as a unit and be cohesive as a team. When compared to other teams, I would honestly expect other teams that don't look as synergized to be less effective.
Oh my god, they got 2k damage in one game.
Yeah.
Got 2k. You know, like teams normally struggle to get 1k damage in one game. Here they got double the amount. And also that is going to be, of course, 12 knockouts. So high conversion rate, they stole some kills too, which, you know, everything is fair game in the world of PUBG Mobile. So why not just steal a few kills away and get 13? And also, like, that's a really good, like, percentage of headshots, I do have to say. I think most of them were actually taken up by Victor. Like, he's been just, like, that DMR, like, Mini 14. Oh, that was so nice.
Mimi, big boy. Mimi, big
Mimi
boy.
Spicy boy.
Honestly, it was just a really clean game for them. And really a much better game one than I kind of expected. Of course, the passive play was always going to be a huge element, not only for EU region in general, but also for what, you know, for how these teams were going into it. But there was definitely some high octane action when it needed to be done. And you look at the top players, Elijah, Victor, NHP, and Keys, 2 players from Team 5 in the top player standings. You know, you said silent assassins. Team 5 showing what it needs to be done.
I mean, Sun HB showed many times during the scrims like how good he is, and this is actually their first game. Like, they usually play extremely passive. You know, they're dropped on Lipovka, very passive on the eastern coastal line, but they were forced so many times into fight they didn't really want to take. But it shows that even though they're a team that plays very passive, they also are able to pull off a very aggressive play style, and it worked out perfectly. Once again, like 13 kills by playing passive. Like, that is extremely hard to pull off. And I've got to say, Team 5, I'm very, very happy with their first performance. Can they pull off consistency now? Because that's where they struggled a little bit during the scrims. And on this first game, it's great to start off with such a great performance, but you need to be able to show up every single game from now on.
Definitely, of course. You know, consistency is going to be 100% key in being able to get. But it's just, when you start off game 1 out of 12, on a strong note, on a strong footing, whether it's Team 5, whether it's Red Reserve, whether it's Team Unique, and okay, look, you know, the asterisk for Team Unique is that they've already secured a World League spot, of course. But especially for Team 5, Nomad Gaming and Red Reserve, man, that's going to really like put their confidence really high up for the remaining games in the day.
I'll just take a quick look of this new graphics there, guys. Tell us in the chat what you think about this new graphic. I personally think is absolutely amazing how like ESL were able to put that together in just a few days. So I absolutely love this. And you actually see that Team 5 did actually more damage than Red Reserve. After, you know, Red Reserve were mostly like controlling the map at the end, whereas Team 5 were forced into fights a little bit more, and they were actually trying to force teams out of their position on the eastern area. So I'm not really too surprised by that factor. But man, like once again, 2 teams hitting 2k damage on game 1. That is huge. I'm a huge fan of that worked out.
But you even see the difference in how the positional play affected how much damage they could do. Like Nomad Gaming, they were really nicely in the circle from phase 4, as in like really central. It meant that they kind of didn't really have to do that much damage, 774. But then the teams that really struggled, like N1, WSK, and Heroes X, like 58 damage, 205, 268, definitely shows the harshness that they had in this game 1, and the fact that they spent the majority of the time rotating.
Yeah, 58 damage on one game like that, it does hurt a little bit, but that is completely fine. I'm sure they showed their potential already once before in the scrims, and I'm sure they can do it once more. But there you go. That's our very first game played on Erangel. It was a lot of fun. Red Reserve taking the very first chicken dinner. That was such an intense finish. That was like one of the most intense finishes that I've seen like during all the scrims the past week. Like, you know, there were good games, but like this one, damn, it was aggressive.
Also great as a circle finish. It's so rare that we see a circle finish on the northeast side of the map. It wasn't quite, you know, stall bar area, but it was
slope, yeah,
pretty close by. Like it makes such a refreshing difference. And also I think it kind of caught a couple of teams outright, because I think a lot of teams expected to shift down south on phase 5, but when it shifted still up north, that was when it did catch a lot of teams out. And look, that's the RNG element of PUBG Mobile, right? You can predict, you can speculate, you can prepare, but sometimes, you know, when that circle shift really just snaps and slaps you in the face, it can be so hard to deal with.
And also the fact that it kept shifting north every single time, it just means that like north was completely unoccupied. Well, that was good English right there. So that means, of course, that Nomad Gaming and also Team Unique, they understood the value of going up north, this high ground, and if it keeps shifting in your direction, it's going to be great. And it did pay off at the end. They got 2nd and 3rd position respectively. Of course, at the very end, it did like do a little bit of a hard shift down south. It went back over to Red Reserve. So they struggled a little bit on that one. But with that said, there you go. That's game number 1 taken over by none other than Red Reserve. Congratulations to the players. We'll be slowing for a very, very short break. Game number 2 will be played on Miramar. So stick around if you want to see some sweaty, competitive PUBG Mobile action. And welcome back. One game in the books, one more to come. Of course, it's going to be on Miramar. Myself and Imperium will take you through the action of the second game after the great first chicken dinner taken over by none other than Red Reserve in a pretty dominant fashion, if I may say so.
Oh man, I'm so hyped. That was such a good start to these regional finals, Max. I'm hyped. I'm ready. I'm pumped. And I'm only casting games. I can only imagine how these players are feeling. But then again, now that the dust has kind of settled on day one, maybe the nerves have calmed down a bit for some of these teams. Maybe they've just kind of, used game one to get into the right headspace, to get into the right kind of mentality and go, look, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, game 6 today, now we're going to start performing.
The dust has settled after one game. Interesting. No, I get you. Just like the overall atmosphere of these teams and players. Yeah. Exactly. But the standings are still going to move quite a lot after this very first game, but we did see a little bit. Red Reserve absolutely once again stomping it. It got 13 kills, plus also the 20 points. It got 33, currently in first position. This is the Red Reserve of the first 2 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and the scrims that we were expecting to see. And there you go, so can't wait. Also, I want to do a little quick shout out also to the staff of Pro U Scrims. They were an organization that allowed all these teams to train for the past week, not even during these the regional final scrims, but also during the PMCO phase of this spring split. Yeah. So thank you very much, Aura, the GOAT, just everyone involved. It's been a great pleasure to bring the action of those scrims, and it's also allowing these teams to get better and offer better action for you guys at home.
Definitely, and giving them the opportunity to compete in scrims and kind of prepare each other. It's not necessarily that they're taking those scrims super seriously, but they're using those scrims to learn a little bit more, train a bit in terms of the rotations, communication, little bits, where hopefully that will transfer into these competitive settings, into these competitive scenarios. And it's going to be important that they do use that experience, use those training moments to pick everything that they can and put it into their performance. Of course, you can't train everything in scrims, right? You can't train mentality. You can't really train circle shifts, to be honest. But you can gain that kind of bottle up as much knowledge as you can, especially for the IGL. Incredibly important for the IGL to bottle up as much knowledge as they can, so that when it comes to the situations in game, that he can kind of go, wait, okay, I'm going to pick this out. Okay, you go here, and the response and the result is more positive.
The more games you get in your backpack, and the more you're going to get prepared for every single scenario. And of course, the more you're prepared, the more reactive you are. And that's why teams like Team Unique, DreamEaters, Nomad Gaming are so good on those rotations, because they played so many times in the scrims, even out of scrim, just playing just regular games and tournaments. They're able to be respond in circuitry because they understand it. They played against them so many times in the past, and just on a dime, boom, already we know what we're going to do. We've got a game plan for this second phase. Just going to go straight to the main position, and there we go. But Imperium, there's going to be a Miramar game coming up. I talked about this on the first game. Which team do you think will be doing good? DreamEaters did have a really bunch of good rotations. On Miramar, do you maybe have another team do you think might be pretty good on this one?
Team Unique. I would even say DreamEaters as well, but Team Unique, it's really hard because, I can go by the scrims. I can kind of go from what I've seen, but it can't, speculation is only going to take me so far. I'll still hold my hand up to DreamEaters and Unique for Miramar.
Yeah, definitely. They can make it work out pretty good. And also, one team's been improving. And we've been talking about them quite a lot because, they got the first chicken dinner, was so dominant. Red Reserve, they've been slowly getting better, I believe I would even say, on this map on Miramar. Their rotation's a lot cleaner. We'll have to wait and see. But one team that I am going to once again, call out, number one, the rotations. Miramar is all about rotations. Number one, they're already qualified, but that does not mean that you can just cruise your way through. You still want to show what you can do on a global stage, and also you can't redo these games, right? You can't, even in scrims, you can't redo this. It's not the same atmosphere, it's not the same experience. So number one, I want to see better rotations and faster rotations.
To be honest, the thing about number one that I've seen from a weakness point of view is not so much the rotations. It's more their coordination as a team when it comes to engagements and positioning. They really have at times looked discoordinated. I'm all for, let's say, sending one person forward. We saw from Red Reserve in the previous game, they had one guy, Novas, who were a little bit further away, but it looked like that was a calculated move. Whereas when I look at number one, and from what I've seen in some of these games, they just don't seem to look like they know what they want to do as a team, and I hope that improves in these regional final games. Maybe it was just the scrims that they weren't really kind of thinking about. Who knows? Time will tell. Time will tell.
Time will tell, but Imperium, we have no more time before diving straight onto Miramar, our second game of this regional finals on the very first day. Miramar, it will be some desert action coming straight up, guys. In the chat, spam your favorite team, spam your favorite region you want to try and support, and we'll be seeing as we go for a playing path. No, pretty good for teams that like to drop center / on the west, but teams that like to drop on the east, like Impala, Puerto Paraíso, El Azahar. No, El Azahar is actually in the drop-in range, but really, it's a good plane for most of these squads. And also, if you want to really rotate far on the east, just go in Picado, get the car, and just go over to the east.
I do want to give a huge level of highlight because I feel like we didn't give them enough. At the end of last game was Team 5. Like 13 kills game 1. Absolute domination. They didn't really like show up too much on the camera, but in the background you called them the silent killers. They were really popping off on the east side, and if they can follow up, that can really help them because they still got, you know, a huge amount of points in that game just because of the kills. They were able to get 20 total, even though they only finished 5th place from a placement point of view. And we talked about it before at the start of the broadcast. Kills will matter, and that's definitely going to help them.
Yeah, but kills are what we're hoping to not see, hopefully, at the start of this game. We're going to be seeing, of course, you know, Unicorns of Love going for Picado as they usually do, but they're going to get contested by one team. That seems to be Konina Power. Going to be dropping right underneath that area too. And that plane path, with the plane pass and this phase on circle, a little bit divergent, but teams that could actually go over to Impala / Junkyard or even La Bandita right off the bat, I think that would be good for information gathering early on.
Plus, with the plane trajectory being kind of quite, not super to the east, but enough to the east with the phase on circle being quite heavily to the east, that is leaving a lot of teams on the west side of the circle. Harsh rotations are going to be required, and we are seeing teams instantly responding. In this case, it is Team 1218.
I'm hoping to not lose another member like early on of 1218.
Yeah.
Last game, it was Bandita versus Team Unique. This time, it could be happening versus FUTBOLIST. You know, hopefully that will not be the case, but no, this is a compound where really you can take fights early. But it's a little bit like also you would say Yasnai Polyan, and since you got so many cross sections, you don't have to take fights. It really depends on the play style. And I say that FUTBOLIST right now, there's no intention to go for it. There's no reason to go for the fight. And even the case also for the other side of 1218. So I would say if they can pull back, that would be great. But because now they're a little bit like merging together, a little bit like mixed up as players, the fight is potentially bound to break out, or at least we might lose a few members here.
Oh, man. So, like, these two teams, you know, they're Hacienda, it's on the northwest edge of the circle. I don't think it's going to be healthy for any of these teams to engage, to be perfectly honest. But I've also got to recognize the fact that there are quite a lot of teams around them, so they won't want to rotate away from Hacienda so early. They're going to want to wait for a lot of the teams to go more towards the central part of the circle. Otherwise, it might get caught out on rotating. So it's a tough situation for these two teams to be in.
No, back over to Picado, Konina Power, Unicorns of Love, they're going to be pretty close. Is there one member missing of Konina Power? I mean, there was one that dropped pretty far on the plane path. I'm not too sure if he was able to get back over, but I don't think so. No, they actually need 3 members here. So hopefully there will be a...
No, they do have a full squad in the lobby.
Yeah, they do, but there's one member that dropped like the other way on the plane that is not actually in Picado. I don't know where he is then. It's a little bit surprising to me. Where did he drop?
He's down to far south.
Oh yeah, he is.
He's down to far south. It's definitely risky because that minivan does make quite a good bit of noise. But I like the fact that they're kind of disengaging. They will want to be aware, but that shouldn't be too much trouble for them just yet. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't pick up Gonzo in that disengagement. They've left Gonzo on his own, but I think that they might be trying to dupe Unicorns Love into thinking the full squad of disengage, and that potentially gives more space for Gonzo to disengage when Unicorns of Love leave Picado.
I think they just didn't want to like slow down the van next to Gonzo, pick him up, and then continue because that would make them an easy target. So I understand. And also Gonzo is seeming pretty safe in that location currently. So not too much of an issue then. You're also going to have the other member of like Konina Power, so you're going to get back to the rest of the team. But Imperium, I've got a little question for you. I just got tweeted out literally right now by Andrew on Twitter saying, and he was like showing us two on the desk and saying, I'm sure that these two casters are not just wearing like, they might be wearing shorts or just pants underneath. And that's like been a very big stigma of like casters that like, they're very well dressed on the top, but like the bottom part, they might just be naked. So I want to ask you, what are you wearing down there?
Jesus Christ, man. You know, God, I'm wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, I'm wearing shorts. But in fairness, in my defense, I am wearing like a Hawaiian shirt. Yeah. So I'm not as smartly dressed as you. I never normally am because you bring the big boy French dress code. You know, whereas I'm just all casual potato like. Hawaiian shirt, shorts. It's a lovely, sunny, beautiful day in Ireland, just like it is in Miramar. And you know, it means that I'm relaxed, I'm hype, I'm ready to see what these teams can do. What about you? What are you wearing underneath your
I'm like wearing like a beige trousers, but with flip-flops. Like I got like suit and everything, but I actually got flip-flops on.
Okay, no.
Would be to wear Crocs.
No. Are you wearing socks?
No, dude, what do you think I am? Like
hey, I don't know, man. You know, like, you know, you could be a 50-year-old man inside a 20-something-year-old French boy's body. You know, I know, man. I have to ask the questions.
Oh, flip-flops and no. Oh, I'm going to have to go on a break. I'll be right back in Pyramid. I just need to go to the toilet real quick.
Okay, like, you're known as Iceman after all, so, you know, gotta be, you know. Hey, you just got to let it go, Max. You just got to let it go. It's a bit of a private joke as footballists want to engaging on each other in Hacienda del Petron. 2D team didn't get rough results, but didn't get the better results as Bandita with the AKM and the grenade nearly connects.
Oh, that bounce there. That was so unfortunate. Going to try and fight back. But Soke hitting a headshot with that new M4 skin. Looking sexy along the way, of course. But that's going to be coming out. We didn't know it was going to happen in San Martin. The main reason why is because they were all just merging slowly together and there were no way for them to get back as a full squad and be able to rotate out of that area. Bandita should be normally dying out, or bleeding out, or getting flushed away. So FUTBOLIST, they are now back almost as a full squad, so they can just completely push out 1-2-1-8 of the compound of San Martin. And I would not recommend to take this fight head on, but of course they're going to try and push down one member of FUTBOLIST in that building. Can they shut him down?
I like the aggressiveness coming out from 1-2-1-8. It's calculated as we do see looks. I did wish him the best of luck for his side coming into this game. The Turkish team look to try and, of course, hold on in this tournament. They have secured a World League spot, so on one hand, they have less pressure, but they will want to put in a strong showing against the other teams to put a little bit more fear in the eyes coming into the World League.
It might be that also they just want $15,000. You know, maybe that also. I think that's the part of it. Nah, he wants 15,000. Hey guys, if you don't want 15,000, I'll take them. I'm sure Imperium will take it too. You know, we can send our PayPal if you want later. It's fine. Just DM us on Twitter.
No, I only accept potatoes.
$15,000 off potato. How many potatoes that would do? You get one Imperium for free after that.
God damn it. Well, depending on so calculating the rate of one potato per euro, that's about 34 million potatoes.
Okay. Quick math, you know, we're going very deep in the scientific methods of potatoes in this one. This is what is great about, you know, PUBG Mobile esports. You never know what's going to happen in game or even out of game. So I'm completely okay with that. A few teams are finally going to be rotating. You know, we're just rambling about, doing a few jokes along the way because, you know, phase one of Miramar, not always the most interesting thing happening. But now we're slowly going to get into the action as our second phase circle will be slowly closing up. Where might it take us?
What I do like is the fact that a lot of teams have kind of rotated. You see that line going from kind of northeast down to southwest of teams that are looking to kind of stay relatively in center circle. Red Reserve's rotation from around the power grid split up north to down by water treatment is really effective. But phase two centers up quite nicely. No hard shift just yet. And a lot of teams are already inside the circle. This is good, Max. I love the response from a lot of these teams, but Bandita, which is not heavily central, but quite central, is going to be, in my opinion, quite a hot spot. Not inside it, but on the outskirts around La Bandita.
I think, like I talked about it a little bit earlier, right, is that towards Junkyard / Bandita is like great for high ground and just getting like information gathering early on. I'm really happy with like the fact that Unicorns of Love and Nomad Gaming went for that position, especially like mainly Nomad Gaming. They went up north of that area, so I'm a pretty big fan of that. Number one, you know what? They got a pretty good position. They got a 2-2 split across the road. This is their best rotation so far on these 2 games. Like, the first game was a little bit of a mess and a very delayed rotation. But here, this 2-2 split, I'm a pretty big fan of it. I'm not going to lie.
Same with Heroes X as well. Heroes X looking really good in a 2-2 split. Yeah, two of these teams really kind of looking good. The only thing I fear about number one is that, yeah, okay, they kind of have high ground, but they are exposed from a couple more angles compared to Heroes X. So that's something I've got to be careful of. Morteza as well, another player who has really, for me, shined in the scrims, at least as an individual player, looks very dangerous with the gun in his hand.
I definitely want to keep an eye out for them. Now, number one, a high ground a little bit on 2 members of Heroes X. Could get a little bit of Battle of Nox, but we don't have the intel on how many players are there, so I would definitely not recommend to commit too heavily. But now the blue zone is going to be closing on these players. Of course, it's only phase 2, so you can tank the blue for a little while longer. While DreamEaters are a little bit slow on the responding side of that rotation, you know, not going dead center as they usually do. But I think they understand that, like, on the first few phases, you don't really have to aim center. Yeah. You want to get more information than anything else before committing for those positions and potentially taking fights.
And honestly, they have a really nice position. I mentioned La Bandita. They're on the outskirts of it, down the south edge. Really nice. It is above Los Leones, so they could catch a team maybe rotating around that. Another team that rotated very nicely is Goskilla, down on the southeast location. They're going through kind of Impala right now, Max, and they can actually look to maybe go into the high ground hills to the west of Impala, overlooking a lot of these teams.
Konina Power, Gonzo. Got himself out of the compound earlier. He was fighting versus Unicorns of Love. But now you don't want to take that fight. You don't have the compound and you would have to cross the road. This is a fight that you will almost 100% time lose. So just get out. But why Team Unique? Taking a little bit of a fight versus UDRKILLERS, one side of the map. We'll be interested to see how that is going to go. But of course, Konina Power, they know that this is not a fight worth taking and they're going to rotate. This is like exactly what I was expecting from them.
Yeah, and they're also going more towards the center of the circle. I'm not a huge fan of Graveyard personally as a location, but for where they're sitting right now, it's a nice place to be in. It is securing them a spot in the circle. Next phase, maybe 2. It's just a matter of how quickly they're going to react.
I'm not a fan of how Frozen was pushing on that just like so aggressively. It was like no cards or anything, but now at least he got to a position where he can actually hold on to. So the position he has currently is great. The way of getting there was a little bit wonky on my part, but we'll have to see.
Frozen, your brother.
Because Glaçon. Yeah, good job.
Glaçon, yeah.
It's an inside joke. I'm not going to go through, okay? But like, well, maybe if you guys are nice in the chat, maybe I'll explain why my surname is Ice Cube.
I'm sure the mod Gath will explain everything in the chat. Just let all the people know why that's his name is Frost gets taken out to IGL. He was a kind of a bit of a sacrificial lamb on the rotation going down south in towards the circle, but it didn't go in his favor. Hopefully the rest of the team will survive.
You know what, to be completely honest, Red Reserve has been rotating pretty late on these circle shifts up north, so they are playing on the edge, and now as we're getting closer and closer, it's going to be very hard for them. We've seen Frozen just getting a nice spray on that M4 from such a nice distance, got to say, really happy with that, and Frost just going to be cruising his way through, and that was actually Frozen once more, so got himself an extra little bit of damage, so Frozen definitely done really good with that position.
Honestly, like I said, Frozen, I said this is Frozen and Lightning, 2 incredible players. I really class them as probably the best duo in the PMCO EU regional finals right now. But Ulysses shuts down Frozen. I've just been cursed. I will shut up for the next bit. Oh, feels bad.
That's on you, Imperium. Oh, no, be careful. The real deal getting very close to 2 members of Nomad Gaming. But Daddy's like, I'm not going to overstay my welcome. Not worth it. Hackshot just going to run through the cars right behind him. Can he jump into it? Potentially, as you know, trying to do a little bit of wall climbing. But oh, this is a great position for Lunatic to try and get the shutdowns on the real deal, but not able to hit the shots as one car of the real deal is actually fuming up. So it might not be a valid option.
This is the location that I recommended for Goskilla to go to from the southeast side, but they haven't rotated quickly enough. So that means it's been overtaken by Nomad, and especially Nomad, but also the real deal. I think that was a really badly missed opportunity for Goskilla. It's going to make it harder for them to decide where to go and how to rotate the DreamEaters onto WSK.
I mean, I understand why you want to play in the dip, but Argo there was like nowhere close. So if you're playing in the dip, you got to commit to the dip. But now WSK, especially HMSC, could be a really big issue for them. Has a direct line of sight on Meku, on Argo, also as the rest of the squad. So we'll see if WSK will get the intel and if they will actually commit to this fight. They're on the very edge too, so if they rotate and if they give the information away, could get pretty tricky. Trying to hit the shot on HMSC, but will not be able to hit it as it's way too far out of reach.
Tell you what, considering Miramar is normally a slow-paced game, this game has gone pretty damn fast in my eyes. It's suddenly slipped by. The blue zone for phase 3 is closing in. I think we spent a little bit too long making dad jokes. The phase 3 did kind of go a little bit down towards the southeast, which you do see a lot of teams conglomerating there, and there's also a huge bunch of teams up in the north.
Rip trying to get a few shots. Ooh, he gets it. He talked about him in game 1 in PM. He's great on that SLR. And now he's going to shift his focus straight on over to another squad. That's going to be DreamEaters. But the smokes are buying him just a little bit more time, allowed him to give more rotations in that dip. The circle did shift, you know, over mainly the southeast. Now they're going to have to rotate. It's definitely one of the easier circles. Could have been a lot worse for them. But WSK, are they going to allow that rotation to happen?
Yeah, but the harsh thing is that because it's shifted down the south east direction, all the teams up north, they're going to be looking to rotate, so it's still not going to be too easy for WSK. It's also not going to be easy for the real deal, as they're getting punished by DreamEaters.
Red Reserve up north, I said it, they're rotating way too late on this game, and that is going to be making them lose actually 3 members currently. Like, you're going to have Novaz dying out to the blue zone too, so Red Reserve, they might die out in like last position if they keep on going like this. Will be a little bit, they'll fall from grace by doing that, yeah.
It would be, it wouldn't be a good follow-up, to be perfectly honest. You know, you got to show consistency. Normally, Red Reserve have been consistent in the past, but just not going for them in game 2, should I say, is Nicola from Nomad Gaming tries to find the members of DreamEaters, looks to camp them on towards the edge of the circle. Out in the open, DreamEaters are. Yes, they have 3 vehicles, but they are not
even there.
Fast vehicles. Plus, never mind the fact that rotating in vehicles late game on Miramar is incredibly difficult because that rough terrain slows that vehicle down incredibly.
Yeah, and also they're not even in the circle, so they've got to push once more. But Heroes X, they're going to do a similar rotation. I've got 2 cars under their control. They're going to try and force towards the position of Nomad Gaming. But Nomad Gaming, I've got to say, that position is great. Can pull off Reses super easily. I'm a big fan of how they're pulling this late game stage off.
Yeah.
And Res Reserve out.
They still got to be very careful. But yeah, it's still an incredible position. Unfortunately, Res Reserve. Grand now, Heroes X and Konina Power engaging on each other with the grenades being flown out.
Nade's connecting a little bit. Oh, that might be a great nade from Kudor. Will it connect? I'm not too sure. It will put them pretty damn low. But can they now commit? If they get another knockdown, I wouldn't be surprised if Heroes X actually go all out. But that was another nade that just got chucked. I saw it right around them, and it will get a little bit more damage dealt out. But how can they make it work out? The real deal, you know, on checking out the top left of your screen, down to only Bujo, unfortunately, the IGL. So feels a bad man on this second game.
Yeah, it's just, honestly, it's just one of those engagements for these 2 teams. They got to try and hold on. Whichever comes out on top will have a little bit more space. But from the third-party perspective, N1 ready to take the punishing blow onto both of those teams.
Of course, now Konina Power still in 4 members, despite having a hard spot, having like 3-4 teams around them that have an angle on them. That is going to be pretty harsh for them. They've got to try and rotate now before the circle shifts away from them and they get pressured by the blue zone. So they've got to be very reactive to phase 5 as it does show up. Unicorns of Love, UDRKILLERS going to be taking a fight. We can see it in the kill feed currently happening, but number 1 still in play, and they're playing a lot more reactive on these circle shifts. I got to say, like, they're going to start rotating pretty soon, I do believe.
And they're sticking together as a full team. They're really looking a lot better on the rotations as a full team. They're really being cohesive as a unit. It's still not over though yet, right? We still have 15 teams and 45 players, Max. We're in towards phase 5. It's definitely not going to be the toughest or easiest game for these teams as they try and fight off against each other. Nice shots coming out from Tixie.
Yeah, Tixie doing a great amount of work for his squad. Able to connect so many knockdowns, double knockdowns to be honest on number 1. But they are so close together, nade could be an issue, but because they're so far away from most of these squads, a nade really shouldn't be a main issue for them right now. They've got to pull off the reses. Well, I would say even for Konina Power, to make sure this team is not going to be an issue, pop the wheels, pop the cars out. Like, they've already got 1 car fuming, destroy the other 2. And like that, number 1 should be out of commission.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. It's still tough to deal with, right? It's going to be incredibly difficult. He's just doing his best to spot a pixel out of place and take a body down. But as phase 5 has centralized up, these teams are outside the circle. Heroes X, the real deal, do get eliminated as Heroes X try and find the members of N1.
No, snakes are not too much of a valid option, and Bujo knew it. He knew it was going to happen eventually. They take 15th position. But now, team's going to have to rotate in the next upcoming 5 seconds, Imperium. And now, Heroes X could be a really, really big thorn in the side of the team that's a little bit lower. That's going to be, of course, Konina Power. Konina Power, I don't think they even have, like, too much of an intel of, like, where teams are located, mainly in the circle. Nice. And DreamEaters are behind them, too. But it is so many more sprays coming out, and DreamEaters, they do not want to allow Konina Power to make that rotation just through the smokes, Advocates. And he gets the Gonzo down.
Oh, nice by Advocate. And that's exactly what you need to do, right? When you're at phase 5, when you're outside the circle, honestly, the best way to play this game is, yeah, if you can send 1 to 2 members into the circle, great. But you've got to try and get as many kills as you can. Pick up those kill points, because there's a high chance when there's still 14 teams that you're not going to get a high amount of placement points.
I see number 1 way to rotate because they still got those cards. I still think they should have shut them down, but now FUTBOLIST is slowly getting pushed upon by Sun HP. They're going to buy some time with that utility, while Tulikav 1218 is just snaking his way through. Being a rattlesnake of Miramar, as Konina Power unfortunately do die out. We could kind of expect that to happen eventually. They do die, and of course that will be also followed suit with Team Unique, struggling on that side of the rotation over on the northeast.
And all the while, the teams down south, DreamEaters and Nomad Gaming have a nice clear position because they are on the side of that nice mountain that I'd recommended for Goskilla. They're on their own. They've got DreamEaters a little bit to the west of them, but it's nothing too crazy right now. NGG Itachi looking to pop out the bodies of Heroes X.
Heroes X only down to Morteza now, so that might be the end of their tail in this game. We'll have to keep an eye out for that in the kill feed. Of course, they're going to scout out the last member of 1218, and that will be the end of their second game on Miramar. 1218 out, of course, 11th position. Top 10 teams remaining. They get the information on FUTBOLIST. They try to pull off the rest, but they do not know that Sun HP is there, and he will get the nice shutdown on the entire squad of FUTBOLIST.
Now suddenly we're down to 7 teams, Max. 22 players. FUTBOLIST Heroes X snapped out of play as WSK are finally eliminated. The circle shifts up north right into the hands of N1 and NGG. N1, they already have their world spot secured, whereas NGG, they're looking for that World League spot. In the last game, they only finished in 10th place with 3 kills.
Goskilla and DreamEaters are rotating at the exact same time, and you know what? That is not going to end up well for these teams. And Nomad Gaming, they're just getting a huge backstab. They're rotating really late, but they're going to try and capitalize on overstaying their welcome by getting as many frags as possible by clearing the slate that is this phase 6 circle. Nomad Gaming going to go for the rotation in a bucket, but they can't get the shutdown. And Meku going to be backstabbed by none other than NGG and Goskilla, just taking shots at them. And now, of course, they make it work out, and DreamEaters buying some time with the smokes, but boy, oh boy, how did Nomad make it there?
Oh man, the Mad Max plays for Nomad Gaming in amongst the smoke. Satsora trying to find the team of DreamEaters. That's going to be one knockdown, but from behind, Thanos snaps Satsora into place, pushing back Nomad Gaming. Satsora will most likely lose his life as Lunatic and Nicola try to make an entry point into the circle. Lunatic with the mini 14 popping towards Goskilla. Anybody on the north side of the circle.
Oh, there you go. Unfortunately, Thanos, you know what? The gauntlet was too powerful for himself. He's going to be snapped out of this game. And DreamEaters will take 7th position. Still got to say that is still a pretty consistent performance so far. And Nomad, of course, they're going to be losing every single member. Nicolas, Satsuri, Aldic out of commission. And you're going to have to remain now on Lunatic. And you know that rotating late like that in the open areas of Miramar on phase 6 and later is going to be a really hard feat to achieve.
And Max, Goskilla. Man, they found a spot. They rotated pretty harshly, but they were one of the first teams to go right past Nomad Gaming to get onto the south side of the circle, and it's paid off for now. There's 3 members up. You do have the 3 members of NGG on the north side, as well as N1 and Unicorns of Love. There is still a couple of players of Team 5 left standing, but they are not going to be looking good on the edge of the circle.
Now, Goskilla want to play this, right? They are the only team with now 4 members. You want to hold to that man advantage for as long as member. And you want to try and just keep it as long as possible. And less and lesser players are going to be remaining on the opposing side, the more you want to try and spread evenly. This is like the similar scenario to what Red Reserve had on that first game, right? And you want to try and spread out evenly because you have no teams in the south. They're are alone there. So they can try and just control the area.
But you can't let teams get too close to you,
Yes.
right? Otherwise, you have a chance to be third party. So, yeah, you can afford to be a little bit passive, but you now got to be aggressive because the circle shifts up towards the northwest. N1, NGG, inside the circle. You do have Unicorns of Love. They're hurt, they're damaged, but they're in to the top 4. We did lose Team 5 just a few seconds ago.
I'm seeing some cars getting prepared for Goskilla. I'm a little bit scared about that, but unfortunately, no, there's not too much of a way to make it otherwise. If they had some smoke, some utility, I don't know how much they have, but that would be the best and safest way to get yourself over there. But, you know, the Unicorns of Love, they're going to have to do pretty similar rotation. Now Goskilla going to get scattered out by NGG. They got the high ground. Can they see Whitey? Not quite. The Sprung Aegon comes on through, but unfortunately not able to convert any of those shots into actual knockdowns.
And he actually gets hurt in the process, so he's got to try and heal himself up. Got to lick your wounds and look to try and move forward. But NGG, they're ready to stop them in their tracks. The team of N1, they stay fairly quiet on the west side. They're going to allow the other teams around them to take each other out and maybe look to pay the price. Bahaz gets knocked down, clapped by Whitey, the IGL of Goskilla.
I said it, this is the way safest way. Don't want to go for the cards, want to go for the smokes. Oh my god, there was such a nice attempt from Savage X, but unfortunately not going to result in anything significant happening. He sees PRZ, go for the spray. Can he get the knockdown? Oh, that spray should connect Aegon, and that might be your downfall. And now they're going to fight back straight into the faces of this team, and Goskilla will finally be able to get it, actually, because they got the man advantage, but they need to try and get back Savage X and also Whitey if they can. The smokes are buying him enough time, but they're wearing off. And NGG, this is fishing time, picking up 2 frags along the way.
Oh, but we haven't forgotten about Unicorns of Love. They can stab NGG in the back. We do lose Goskilla, finishing up in 3rd place as the members of the Unicorns of Love try and fight up, hit and win forward, got clapped by Cupid. Talon trying to heal up against the Blue Zone, but I feel he might be trying to just heal up. It's going to be too much. Unicorns of Love, I don't think they're going to survive this. I think this game is going to be going over to NGG, Max.
Yeah, of course, he still has one more first aid kit, and then it will be the end of that. He's going to try and run, I would say, deny the kill. Just die to the Blue Zone is the best way to do it. But NGG, they'll be, of course, taking this second chicken dinner of the day on Miramar. How many kills is that total? Let me see. Only 4 kills. You know what? I thought they would actually get more despite seeing that very aggressive position on the high ground. But you know what? There's still 4 kills and a chicken dinner, ramping up to a grand total of 24 points on the second game. They take the second chicken dinner of day 1.
But look at Goskilla, 10 points for 3rd. 10 kill points, giving them a nice, juicy 20-point game, followed by Unicorns of Love getting 4 kills, 18 points in total. Nomad Gaming, 6 kill points. Not as aggressive or not as, let's say, kill hungry as I thought they might have been, but at the end of the day, they still got that consistent result, which we know Nomad Gaming formats all the way back to 2019 Spring Split. They were one of the teams that were always up there in the top standings, whether it was on kill points or placement points alone, and I'm not surprised that they have gotten another good result in this game.
No, a team that has got like another decent result here, even though they didn't get like top 5 in the overall standings, but because they got 7 kills, they made it in top 5. And that's actually 2 top 5s in terms of point in a row. They got themselves actually 2nd position last game because they got so many frags and they make it once more. I got to say, they have been extremely consistent, way more consistent than during the scrim. So I say maybe the underdog team of this entire regional finals. I can't wait to see how the next games are going to be following suit for them.
Oh, man, but it's still kind of early days, right? Yeah, we've had 2 games so far. We've shown 2 teams to kind of get those chicken dinners. We've seen teams be aggressive, but we've yet to really see a pattern, right? We've yet to really see, a team climb high and get the kind of 2 chicken dinners in a row, right? So, I want to see that moment. I want to see that one team to really show everybody around them that they can pull out that performance 2-3 games in a row.
I mean, in terms of rotation specifically, I got to say Nomad Gaming, one of the best teams in terms of their rotations, reading the map very well. Unfortunately, on this second game on Miramar, the circle didn't shift closely towards them. They had to go for a 2-2 split, which was the best way to do it. But it was going to be really hard on them, as we did know. You still get himself in a pretty decent position. Top 5 on this game. And of course, you're going to see Sanhok just getting the backstab on top of foot. But so many backstabs happening in this game.
And once again, like Team 5, they are the silent killers. They aren't really showing too much on the kill feed. Not on the kill feed, but on the on the camera feed, you know, they're not really going in the heat of the action, right? They're not putting themselves in a point of being put under too much pressure, but they're getting the kills and they're putting in the results. Really impressed with how they're playing.
And of course, at the end, you got Goskilla trying to go for the rotation. If the smokes lasted a little bit longer, I wouldn't be surprised if they would actually be able to pull off those double reses and actually make it further. It was like YT and Savage X, if I'm not mistaken, that they had to res. And of course, they got the nice few knockdowns on Unicorns of Love, leaving Talon alone. He had to try and pull off the heal to try and survive as long as possible, but it was not going to work out. They still secure second position. I got to say, that is way better than what we had the chance of seeing during the scrims.
I would have thought that maybe Talon would have joined them for the push towards the end, to be perfectly honest. But he didn't, and that was what it was. Still a great result all around. You do see the team stats from NGG, the winners of the game 2 in Miramar. 1,200 damage, 637 heal. Not as high as, let's say, Red Reserve the previous game, but at the end of the day, doing what they needed to do to secure the chicken dinner.
You know what? Not too shabby at the end. You know, you get yourself over K damage, you get yourself 4 kills too, and mainly the chicken dinner. Of course, that's still going to be really helping you out in your overall standings. But really happy with how they pulled it off. It was kind of like also a little bit of RNG that did kind of help out a little bit, did shift up north a bunch of times, but they control the area extremely well. Like so many teams like Unicorns of Love, #1. It was also Nomad Gaming, Goskilla trying to push on their position, but they just like push back every single engagement. And that asked for a lot of team communication and synergy. I gotta say, I'm happy with how they held it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And actually, the one thing that I think we're seeing pattern-wise is the circle shifts on these two maps. Going up north, north, as Goskilla, the top players, having 2, Albi and Whitey coming out on top with Lunatic for Nomad Gaming and Sun HP for D5. Once again, being one of the top players in this game, getting 4 kills, 0 assists, but at the end of the day, getting the kills.
You know what? 2 games. And 2 games in a row, you're one of the top players. I gotta say, hey, you're pretty damn consistent. So let's hope that Sanhok HP can keep on putting out some great performances. But these are only 2 games in Pyram. And like, we have seen so many great action on 2 games alone. We got a total of 12, 10 more games coming your way. And it's early days still. We still have no idea of which teams can make it through. But every single team has showed some potential, has showed that little spark of genius and showed their potential of potentially going over to the World League spot.
Of course, and you know, for this game 3, you know, before we see the overall standings, you know, we're going to be going back over to Erangel. It's a more familiar territory for these teams. It's where I expect the teams to kind of give or take focus on more effectively, because they can learn more about each other. They can shift up their rotations based on what they've learned from the teams around them. And now, as we look at the overall standings, even though they got a rough game 2, they still hold on to that top spot, 34 points.
I did not expect to see them still in #1. Team 5, you know, they're still only, 8 points behind. So they're still not safe. But like, they lost, unfortunately, by having such a bad game there, I'm going to say like just a bad game, that is actually like cancelled out their like first chicken dinner, kind of. So now they've got to try and get another one. Definitely.
But it still is a great sign, because they have an 8-point lead from second place, whereas between 2nd and 6th, there's an 8-point difference. So that shows that Red Reserve, hey, look, they still have a cushion coming into game 3. They still have that nice little, you know, help that they can kind of fall back on for now, but they don't want that to go down even lower.
Yeah, just rotation a lot sooner, a lot more efficient will be their redeeming factor on these next few games. Of course, that is the overall ranking so far. The dust has yet to settle. We're not done quite yet. You'll see the dust kind of settling at the very end. But oh, Goskilla almost hitting 2k damage there. I mean, I'm not really surprised like how they picked that last time engagement, and like when they actually got to the top of that little hill, they were so dominant, like getting so many fights on 3 and teams trying to rotate from the back, especially Nomad Gaming. I'm really happy with how they pulled off this Miramar performance.
And what I'm not actually surprised about with Miramar, because it is a map where you tend to kind of shoot at people from a distance, get that damage without actually getting the kills. Every single team bar 2 really getting a nice decent amount of damage. Yeah, okay, WSK only 431, but when you compare that to the first game, that's still a huge difference. A lot of teams being high up in the damage, like I said, that comes down to the fact that they are shooting each other more from a distance, trying to hurt each other, and if they can get a kill along the way, happy days.
I want to see also like the real deal, a team that like had a little bit of a hard rotation in the open area there. if they want to go for a rotation, I'm okay with that, but like they gotta be so much more direct and not like, no, stop, start, stop, start. They need to go straight up for their compound they're aiming for. If they can do that, they can get way better position. And I just think that the fact that they stop in an open area just shut them down so quickly.
Just, you know, finally on one final note, because they were one of the teams that didn't really scrim a lot with the rest of the teams in the Pro EU scrims, I wonder, is that going against them in the regional finals?
No, a lot of training can definitely help you out a lot more than the real deal. We'll have to see if they can make up for that. But there you go. That is our second game of the day. The only Miramar game coming your way. Stick around if you want to see second game of Erangel for the day. Be there, be square. Game 3 is coming straight up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be diving straight into Erangel for the second time of the day. My name is Max, and I'm once again for Imperium for this game. And we'll be seeing which one will be remaining, potentially the crown king of Erangel, which might be Red Reserve. We'll have to wait and see. But Imperium, Erangel once more, the action's going to be heating up.
It is going to be heating up indeed. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to adapt from the first game of Erangel on how they might have rotated. Of course, circles will always be a little bit different, right? And you can't say there's exactly deja vu from that point of view. But we are going to see now an overall standings because there was a mistake made. We do apologize. Sometimes we don't get all the things right here in the back end. So here is an updated list of the standings. It's definitely a hell of a lot closer than we first thought.
We thought it was
Red Reserve only have a 1-point differential from Team 5.
Yeah, luckily enough, like the only difference there is the fact that they got so many kills on that first game. That is the only reason why they are still in #1 position. But now they lost that cushion. Like you talked about, it's still got a little bit of a cushion. Maybe not mattress, but just a nice little thin cushion of like maybe 5 centimeters. So now Red Reserve are 1 point ahead. They have no more room for failure. They just need to be #1 consistent and #2 get another chicken dinner to make up for that big F they got in that second game. But I'm sure they can make it. We'll have to wait and see. But also Goskilla, they're a team that moved a little bit more in the standings. Currently in 6th position, looking pretty good.
Team 5, 20 kills in 2 games. That's a pretty damn good average. I know we're only 2 games in, but 10 kills a game. You cannot complain about that. Followed by Nomad Gaming being consistent, as we all know and love about them. NGG Team in 4th place. Only 5 kills, so I do kind of worry about that. And yeah, okay, they have 22 placing points, but Max, let's not forget, 20 of those 22 placing points came from a chicken dinner alone. So just something to think about coming into these later games.
Like also like Team 5, they got 20 kills, but like compared to 13 position point, that's like they're one of the only few teams. There's another one that's got it is like Goskilla's got 12 kills, 11 positioning points, and also which one is it lower side is also DreamEaters with 8 kills and 6 positioning point. But DreamEaters, you know what? They got really good rotations, but they just can't hold on to it. I have the impression we saw down to 2 games so far. But maybe just a little bit more communication and synergy on being able to hold like different angles. But the rotations are still like so good to see.
Sometimes,
yeah.
Sometimes I think DreamEaters rotate, but then they, not that they stop rotating, but it seems like they expect the circle to stay in their favor, and then they're kind of caught out by the circle shifting away from them. And it's like there's always going to be an element of being caught out, but you don't want to be caught out. You gotta have that game plan of hey, if the circle shifts away, let's react like that. It's something that we've seen from the likes of Nomad Gaming in these first 2 games.
And even Goskilla, like they would have done the exact same rotation of Goskilla. I am not kidding when I tell you that they could have potentially taken over a chicken dinner. But unfortunately, they were a little bit slow on that end, so hopefully they'll be able to make up for that. But these are then the new updated overall standings. So take a screenshot if you want to know and keep in mind how they'll be going throughout this game. And of course, now we're going to go straight up over to Erangel once more for this 3rd game of the day. And game #1, if you missed it, that was an insane finish. Red Reserve able to take that first dub of this regional finals. But now going back into another game, I want to see how this one is going to be working out. Because now that we had already that first game on Erangel, teams maybe understand a little bit the vibe, know exactly what's going to be potentially happening. We might see a few changes, but after that, we shouldn't have too many big shifts on what's happening on Erangel after this one.
Definitely. And look, let's all remind people that the teams have already qualified for the World League from their respective regions. You do have UDRKILLERS from the EU region. You have FUTBOLIST from the Turkey region. You have Team Unique from the CIS region, and you have N1 from the German region. All those 4 teams have already secured a World League spot. So in these regional finals, they're mainly playing for prize pool. It's the other 12 teams, Red Reserve, Nomad Gaming, Konina Power, Team 5, they're all fighting for that #1 spot available in these regional finals.
Fighting for that #1 spot and also the cash prize. But at the very end of this regional finals, what we're going to keep in mind is we're going to have already 5 teams qualified who will be representing the European region in the World League West, fighting against teams from MENA, fighting against teams from, North America. So it's going to be a really big also clash of metas, which I can't wait to see how the World League is going to be actually shaping up, because just casting like the MENA region, also casting the EU region, like the difference in gameplay style are like outstanding. Like it's so different. I was not expecting it to be that different for like the MENA region specifically.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, and even when you compare it to the NA region, I do think NA and EU have somewhat similar play styles within reason, of course. I do think NA are a little bit more aggressive than EU, and I would even say a tiny bit smarter in rotations for a lot of teams. But then again, it's going to be hard to tell, right? It's going to come down to the mentality, the moment, the situation. That's going to determine when it comes to the World League. But look, that's in the future. We need to kind of scale it back, right? We still got 10 games in these EU regional finals. We've still got 10 opportunities for these 16 teams, and especially the 12 teams fighting for the World League spot, to extract as many points as they can. You've got to look at the teams down at the bottom of the standings, right? They've really got to look to pick themselves up. They've really got to look to take what they can from the experiences that they've learned to get to this point and lift themselves up.
That is what we're going to be hoping to see. But Imperium, I'm going to ask you a question. I like asking little questions just to have a little bit of your perspective on things. I do like asking questions.
I feel like I'm being interviewed here, but
yeah, the police station. Okay. Welcome, Imperium.
All right.
But we already had one game on Erangel. Yeah. And like, seeing how things shaped up on that very first game, is there like a team like, you know what, seeing how they played on that first game in an actual like regional final setting, you know what, I think they might be able to take it. You know, we saw Red Reserve already take it. From my personal perspective, I would say Nomad Gaming. I would say they showed such a good performance. It's just unlucky that later on the circle did shift away from them. Nomad Gaming would be my team I would bet on going into this third game. Yeah,
of course. Look, the obvious choices are there. Unique, Nomad Gaming, and Red Reserve. But at the end of the day, Max, I do think in the game one of Erangel today, we saw not an unusual circle, but a different circle and something we don't often see. Whereas I think in this next Erangel game, we are going to see a much more similar circle down towards the southwest. And that's where we will see maybe an idea.
Okay. Just so you guys know, also, we'll be having a little bit of a longer break. We do have some technical issues in the background, so we'll have to check that one out. Apparently, like 45 minutes on that one. So a little bit unfortunate that things like that do happen, but we do have to try and play in the better settings as possible for all these teams and players. So that is going to be fine. No, and also it's going to be a little bit of a longer stream, and I don't think that, you know, it's a weekend, it's a Saturday, and maybe don't have too much to do. So you can stick around with us a little bit more and also listen to some music during those break times. So yeah, we'll have to go for a little bit of a longer break right there. And we are back. Boy, it's been forever. How you guys doing? Thanks so much for waiting all that time. We did end up having some technical issues on the back end of things, but luckily enough, it all got fixed out. So we'll be able to dive into these games, you know, lag-free, hopefully, and finally be able to see the top-notch PUBG Mobile competitive action we've been waiting to see. If you didn't join at the very start, my name is Maxman. As always, going to be joined with Imperium to bring you the action you all know and love, as we're going to be diving into the third game of the day.
Yeah, of course. It's definitely tough on these players having this extended break due to technical issues. It sucks, but it is part and parcel of technology, life, and it is life from that point of view. What's important is that they've been able to refresh themselves, stay focused, stay hydrated even, and be prepared for the third game of the day. Take a nap even. As we look once again at the overall rankings, Red Reserve Team 5 standing in the top 2 right now, 1 point apart, but followed very closely by Nomad Gaming.
Yeah, of course, like now we're going to be going over the standings once more in case you guys did not follow at the very, very start of the broadcast. Red Reserve, you know, still having a first chicken dinner, then a last position. That's like a big 180 that we weren't really expecting going into this. So, of course, getting that first chicken dinner with so many frags did help them out quite a bunch. But like Team 5, once again, the silent assassin, silent but deadly. They got 20 kills in 2 games. Their kill average is up to 10 per game on Miramar and Erangel. I gotta say, I'm very, very surprised by this team because they, even during the scrims, right, they didn't like show up too heavily. That, you know, they were there lurking in the shadows, but boy, when they have to take fights, they take fights dominantly.
Definitely, indeed, Max. And you know, but at the end of the day, it's got to be all about the teams that are down at the bottom, like WSK, Konina, The Real Deal, UDR. It's up to those teams to really bounce back up and come into the third game fighting, showing that they are far from out of this regional finals. They need to get as many points as they can coming into this third game.
And also, I just want to do a quick recap what we are fighting for you guys. If you did not join the broadcast at the start, like you started the broadcast like, what, maybe an hour and a half ago, 2 hours. So just to put things back into perspective, if you do not know what this is, these are the regional finals for the European region. And what these teams are currently fighting for the total cash prize of $15,000 for first position, and also for a slot for the World League stage, which is the stage after the regional finals or / PMPL, depending on what region you are in. It will be called different things. Like, for example, in India, it is the PMPL. But these are what these teams are currently fighting for. So we have at the end of the day, you know, at the end of these broadcasts on today and also tomorrow, our 5 teams that will be moving to the next stage to represent to the best of their capacity the European region.
Yeah, of course. The 4 teams that have already directly qualified for the World League in the EU region is UDRKILLERS. In the CIS region, it is Team Unique. In the Turkish region, it's FUTBOLIST. And in the German region, it is number 1. So all those 4 teams, they're mainly fighting for a bit of pride and of course the juicy prize pool, with first place in these regional finals getting 15 grand, with second place getting 7 grand, and then it goes down all the way from there. Whereas the other teams, the other 12 teams, they are 110% fighting for that one golden spot available. And right now, it's Red Reserve, but hey, look, still another 10 games to go.
10 more games in 2 days. Very intense on these teams and players. So, of course, they need to try and stay consistent and potentially stay in the right mindset, because you know that one bad game could mess you up pretty heavily. Hoping the Red Reserve, their mindset wasn't too hurted by that big loss they had on the second game. We'll have to see. But also, we are slowly going to be entering the game, so I think it's a good time to say, guys, to stay safe out there. Do wash your hands, and I hope you guys are all enjoying this show at home. And, you know, no reason to move. If you've got PUBG Mobile Esports, like, why would you do? Like, go outside and do jogging or anything when you could watch esports? Like, what are you doing? I mean, just me and Imperium 2 casting. Yeah. Like, what the hell? Like, there's nothing better.
Like, I know it's nice weather outside, or however it is where you are, but look, you know, stay indoors, stay inside, join us, and watch the all-encompassing, the amazing, the aggressive, the beautiful, the impressive EU regional finals. As you know what, I'm excited to see what Game 3. It's been a break. It's been a long break, but I am ready to see what these teams can do in Game 3.
And the playing path, ooh, that's not too nice of a playing path, actually. Going to be mainly localized in the southwestern section, over from Sosnovska over to Georgepol. You know that, of course, NGG, they're going to be very, very happy about this. They usually drop in military base if they have the chance to do so. They're going to straight away just hot drop that instantly. Konina Power going to go in a pretty similar direction, going mainly towards the section of farm. I do believe they're not going to aim for that.
Okay, so Konina Power also heading there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
They're going towards like farm / like mill, so that's where they like to go most of the time. And I would be surprised if they drop elsewhere.
Yeah, fair. I'm curious as to where Red Reserve might go because they aren't going to get Severny, or they might still look to land and maybe drop around shooting range, get vehicles, and then head towards Severny there. But there's still that risk that if they land close to a team, they could get caught out.
I would say shooting range in terms of like also car spawns is not a great and efficient area. I would say go to Zaki.
At least one vehicle by shooting range.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of it. Like, just to make sure, I would say go to Zaki, get your main loot, and then you can just pan on over. And we're going to be seeing this first phase circle. Actually, this circle with this like kind of bad, playing path is actually great. So this is going to help other teams a lot more to just hold on to good positions and make their looting stage a lot better. But Red Reserve will be indeed going to the direction of like shooting range, as you just mentioned.
Yeah. This is the kind of circle that we're used to seeing, Max. This is the kind of circle that I expected to have in Game 2 as Team 5 Hackshot exposing a member of Team 5 Sidat straight off the bat as Daphne and the rest of Team 5 have to try and rotate away.
Like, it was just like swimming around there, but of course now we're going to be having these teams slowly getting down. I've even seen some members of DreamEaters just dropping in the open. A little bit unfortunate. We know these teams, these players are like, okay, we had like an hour break there. We want to dive straight into it. We want some action. Let's go. UDRKILLERS just running over people. A lot of stuff happening apparently already early on. Not too sure. We're going to try and follow up on that.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of action happening around. But I think these teams have within reason been rattled by the delay, and maybe there's. It's kind of like we're back into Game 1, if that makes sense. Where this is
day 1.5.
Yeah, it's kind of day 1.5 from that point of view, and these teams need to kind of find their feet for this third game of the day. As Team 5, they'll find their feet when they get thrown off the bike.
Yeah, definitely. A few teams having a few issues early on. We really lost like 2 players, mostly because of like car rotations or like early hot drops. So. I hope to see where this will be coming on through. We know Team 5, a team that's extremely aggressive later on, like when they're forced into fights at least. Losing that one member later on down the line, that will be something that could hurt you heavily. So hoping they're going to be like trying to aim for like a more passive position, which they do usually do, but they definitely need it this time.
Obviously, with the circle being a little bit more common to what we've seen in the past, Heroes X have a nice, strong position right now in the center circle. They are spread out a bit, and that's okay for now. But as we get through this blue zone closing in on phase 1, teams will start to rotate towards the center circle. I'd like for them to either be in a 2-2 split or all together in one compound. That's something they will have to monitor and be aware of coming into the next couple of minutes.
Especially if it does shift towards Gatka, like, there's not too many compounds to hold on to. Like, the compounds are going to get cut down like by half, like really quickly. So being able to hold over compounds, like with 2-2 splits, being able to like have a good choice and like multiple ways to rotate later on down the line is great, as long as you got cars to pull off those kind of rotations. So one team that's kind of setting that up right now is Heroes X, even though they're like going for like a 1-1-1-1 split, holding 4 compounds so far. I think the idea is good, but a 2-2 split would be a lot more safer.
It definitely would be a lot safer. And when you look at the compounds that would be prominent and what we call hot property, it would be definitely the compounds just down the south of Everest. There's like 2 or 3 there that are really good to hold on to in the early parts of the game and even late parts of the game, considering the circle is in that direction. You also have a compound that's just to the west of the fields outside school and Roshawk area. That's a really nice place to hold on to as well.
And as we see, we talked about Red Reserve going over to Severny. Of course, they're going to be having that location now under control. Hoping they're not going to rotate as late as they did on the first game. It did work out for them because the circle, like we said it, like for the 2 first games, right? Imperium, like north, like multiple times in a row on the late game stages. They got lucky because of that, but it would have been a completely different ball game for them if it went central, if it went west, if it went down south. So I'm hoping they're going to be a lot more reactive. Also because they got to cross the river, and there might be teams setting up there.
Here's the thing, in my opinion, I would love to see some teams, and this team specifically, have more than one drop spot. Like, I'm all for having that one core area, but you got to make it easier for yourself in a rotation. Right now, that's not easy for them to rotate into the circle. It's a little bit similar to how it was for Miramar, and it didn't work out on that map. Whereas here, you know, they've decided to rotate up to Severny, so they're automatically making it hard for themselves. Whereas if they had a second drop spot that was more towards the south direction of the map, it would be a lot easier for them to rotate towards the central part of the circle.
We've seen a few players of Heroes X and number 1 actually getting pretty close to each other in the center of Gatka, but like if they do hold compounds like and spread them out evenly, like it will be normally turning out into just a battle of knocks. Like you rarely see breaches at this stage of the game in Gatka. You might send out a scout if you take a few shots in your direction, just get the hell away. That's what we saw happen with like Team Unique a few times during the scrims. But of course, number 1, they got central. Like this is actually like, I gotta say, compared to the first game where I did not enjoy their rotation, the Miramar game of last game and actually this one, their positioning is a lot faster and a lot more reactive, and they understand the value of like later on down the line of how this position could be valuable for them.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, like kind of expected that difference, that improvement from the scrims. You know, scrims are always going to be, let's say, not so try-harding. You're always going to be trying different strategies, and depending on who you are as a team. And let's not forget, you know, number 1, they've already secured a World League spot, so they don't really have to worry so much.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to replicate these kind of like, you know, games in a scrim setting. So better get as much experience as you can while you can. And also cash prize, I mean, 15,000. I think that's a reason why you should try hard. Personally, I would try hard. Even I still would be a noob if I did try hard. But that's not my point. But you got to try your very best at the very least. Of course, you're going to be seeing Unicorns of Love, you know, holding up onto the hill of Pachinki over on the western side. Information given is great from there.
Hill south of Pachinki is a really nice place to hold on to. It is risky in itself, but it is still a great spot to hold on to. You can catch people out rotating from Pachinki, from around Potato Hill, and it gives you great scope for getting that level of information for the next couple of phases at least. Now, of course, we are seeing teams rotating more towards the center circle. So, like the Red Reserve, who are up in Severny in the blue zone, it does give them that higher level of space, but I would fear that them leaving it too late to rotate if the circle shifts up north, or hell, if the circle hard shifts, it'll make it a little bit harder. Well, okay. It would make them a lot harder for them to rotate into a really strong position inside phase 2.
They already scare me a little bit, Red Reserve, because they're rotating kind of late. They're tanking a blue, which, you know, does happen. But the fact you got to cross a river, you want to make up for that by rotating a little bit earlier. So hopefully they won't crash with Team Unique. They're always going to be rotating always for all, like also from the northern side of George Pole. And now we're going to be seeing a few teams slowly getting closer to each other. Actually, mainly on the eastern line is going to be mainly DreamEaters and The Real Deal. Hopefully that fight won't result in too much, because it would really suck to lose teams on phase 1/phase 2.
Definitely. As you see, Haksha, Azzy, and Bujo are going to be taking a little bit damage, but Thanos has to throw the smoke. Gets back in that US. I was going to say, as you see the circle shifting down the southwest with about 20% of water in play. That is a hard shift down south. NGG have a really nice position. So does WSK. And I'll tell you what's going to be hot property. North and south of Quarry is going to be incredibly important to hold on to. Look at that. Like a wave of players just shifting down the southwest.
Just like a swarm of birds migrating when the season changes. Of course, now everyone's going to be trying to get closer to the coastline down in the south. WSK might get contested, but like they're going to get into a car WSK. They might go straight back to Primorse just to like avoid, because they see all these teams potentially come into them. This is going to be a little bit of a struggle, but NGG now also going to have Unicorns of Love straight on top of their position. A lot of fights are going to happen because of that shift, and there's so much water involved there, about like 20 to 30%.
Definitely. That analogy on a side note, Max, would have been so much better if you had done it in like a David Attenborough kind of voice, you know. So now we see they're migrating, flocking like birds in the winter time towards greater grounds, warmer weather, warmer seasons. Yeah, that would have been a little bit better. But you know what? These are great words to show off as M1 on the high ground, looking to try and find a bit of a tough position. But it's hard because with all these teams rotating, you don't necessarily know where teams are going to stop, and that can affect your place where you're going to stop.
Like, most teams are getting pretty damn close to each other, especially on, like, the forest plateau, like, mainly forest, that's how we call it over here, where NGG are currently located. It's pretty nice to defend, and you have really good scope on the area around you, but if you get breached, it is pretty hard to hold on to if a team actually gets to the area. There's now Konina Power holding the crossroad section compound on the gas station.
I don't like that. I don't like the gas station area at this place because it's low ground. You can actually get kind of hit from multiple angles. I would definitely recommend them to disengage away from there. They do have a 2-2 split or a 3-1 split, which isn't bad, but I would recommend don't hold on to gas station. It's not a good location in my opinion.
The only area you really want to hold on to this is if you've got teams rotating over from Sosnovka Island, which is not the case here because it has shifted away pretty heavily. Yeah, they actually, oh man, they actually went for, what? They wrapped around on the eastern bridge. Oh, that's actually a very, very long rotation. You know what? I'm not going to hate on that. It's original, but they'll get there pretty close, pretty safely. But Konina Power could be an issue. As NGG, they're going to take a few shots, of course, in a direction, but it's not going to get too much. Or an Orm would be good, but if they want to use this Orm to its full potential, they mustn't stay in the gas station.
No, 100% no. You got to get up on top of the high ground, out in the open, see if you can spot a couple of heads, and of course, blow them up with the AWM power. I like the fact that NGG just pushing teams back, create that space, create that room where you can just do what you need to do as a team. And then, of course, if the circle shifts away, you can rotate in peace.
Seen a little bit of a flock of players, mainly in the northern side, going to be getting very close, especially Unicorns of Love, The Real Deal, and Red Reserve, hoping that's not going to result in any early team squad wipeouts. That'd be very unfortunate, and the next circle is going to be shown up in a matter of seconds. Where might it take us? Will it be another hard shift, or will it go pretty central? And I see on my map right now, it is going to be a pretty central position of this one. A little bit mainly over to the eastern line, but now the amount of compounds got cut easily by half, even by like a third. Plus,
you still got about 25% water on that. I'd say even a little bit more, 30%. Now, the teams up north, like direct north, M1, Red Reserve, Unicorns Love, it's not too bad for them. It's really not. It's the hardest for the teams on the west. The teams that located around Quarry, north and south of Quarry, to the west, like Goskilla, Heroes X, it's definitely going to be a lot harder for them to hold on to their positions and actually keep away that pressure.
Victor, can you do it again? Oh, I thought you might be able to get a few nice knockdowns like you did on game 1. But unfortunately, The Real Deal will find the compound, so he will not be able to get any initial knocks on that one. But of course, like you said, in north, there's a lot of room. But what I would say is just Red Reserve, if they can just aim for the forest section and just like cross the entire field, that'll be great for them, because the longer they delay this, and if the circle keeps on shifting down south, they might struggle a little bit more. As you see, nice shots on Azzy in a distance.
Nice.
They can't turn into a flush just yet, and that means it's going to get stolen out by, who was that just got it? I'm not even sure.
Nice one by N1. Yeah, they are looking to kind of third party up on the high ground between The Real Deal and N1. These two teams that are inside the circle on the north side. N1 hold on, The Real Deal are there. Yes, Red Reserve are not in the circle, but they don't have to worry. It's still only phase 3. The blue zone's only starting to close in, so you can look to pick off a couple of shots, do the damage, and maybe we might see a compound breach from them in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, but they don't want to do it to get pressured by the next circle. We want to try and do it while teams are not expecting you the least. But now The Real Deal also in a pretty precarious situation. Like, I would even say is like, if they can, number one is like poke out that car. The car is indeed fuming. They're going to try and explode it. That means the next rotation potential of The Real Deal, or they need to use utility, or they're going to have to do it by running. And that's going to be easy frags normally over to number one. But Red Reserve rotating finally. Going early, as I did mention.
Yeah, definitely. But they are going down the southwest, and I don't agree with that. Considering the fact that phase 2 was more towards the west, there's a higher chance there's going to be teams in that direction. That means they're essentially just clustering into a lot of teams. As Bruju finds Victor, knocks him down, and he's going to most likely lose his life. And that's it. Red Reserve down to 3 players.
I'm sorry, Victor. You've got to stop swiping right on Tinder there. You've got to focus on your driving. Just right into the rock. Easy shutdown for Bujo. And that will be their next. Well, actually, the very first few frags they got in this game. So The Real Deal, off to a good start. Hoping to have a good circle in their favor as we pan on over to another engagement. And that's going to be actually Nomad. Down to only Aldic and Lunatic. And they're going to have to just roll on down. And you mentioned all these teams over on the west, they're going to struggle, which is going to be the case of Nomad.
Now we are going to see where phase 4 is going to head towards us. Are we going to see another shift down to the west? No. Well, it is the west, but it's
Now
the
teams on the east are messed up.
west. So, oh my God. Heroes X, Goskilla footballs. Hell, I've cast or cursed myself once again. Red Reserve rotating in the right direction in the circle on the northwest. God damn it. I've been proven wrong.
Just so much caster curse Imperium. Like at the end, the players are going to be like, no, we don't want Imperium to cast anymore, please. We're done. We're done. Take him out.
Like, just everything I say, think of the opposite and it'll happen, you know?
Oh my God.
My lord.
Circle, shift up north, it goes down south. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much. But of course, now we're going to be checking out. Like, okay, still have so many squads up. Team Unique, Nomad Gaming and Unicorns of Love still up to 2 players. Might be a little bit harder for them to make their room into these next games. But phase 4, 7, 16 players, this is what we really expected. Sees Thanos. Of course, so we said it like, this is not a great position. It was actually held over by another team earlier. That was actually, who was it?
It was a team of Konina Power, but Konina Power rotated down on the coastline towards Ferry Pier. Now that's outside the circle, so they're going to have to look to shift down the coastline towards WSK, who are in the circle.
Now, NGG, they're going to go for the very rotation. No need to hold on to that position in Forest anymore, so you want to make your way a little bit more central if you can. They're going to get very close to Unicorns of Love, though. Yeah. And Unicorns of Love, they might be a little bit of an issue, and I like that NGG, they're not going overly aggressive on that push. They want to get intel first. They see Unicorns of Love. If they can shut them down, it's going to be making a great entry point over on the east. But unfortunately, they have that rock. Unicorns of Love will be able to hold that position a little while longer.
I don't think they were even looking in the direction of NGG. It was just looking that they happened to be just in the area of protection as Konina Power are going up against 1-2-1-8. Konina Power rotated right down towards the west coastal line, but they're going to be put under a lot of pressure, losing 1 or 2 members right off the bat. But Gonzo comes in along with Tixie. Tixie trying to do everything he can, but Tixie goes down along with the whole of Konina Power.
Disgusting. 1-2-1-8, those nades and everything. The deep push was absolutely flawless, and they're going to remain as a full squad, taking down 4 points along the way. Gotta say, really happy on that one. As now we pan on over back over to the north, the real deal, Red Reserve and even Goskilla going to kind of share this area. So hopefully it won't go too bad. But Team Unique, we knew that they had only 2 members, and they are out in 15th position. Really struggle here.
They really are, although they have secured a spot, but still they are kind of struggling in the first 3 games as Goskilla well inside the circle on the west-hand side, looking for the members of Nomad Gaming. Nomad Gaming, they're down to 2. They're currently 3rd overall in the standing, so they want another good result in their back pockets.
Of course, NGG, they were trying to make their way through Unicorns of Love. Why take them down if you can just go around them? So there you go, avoiding that engagement as much as they possibly can. They've still got 4 members, which is going to be very, very useful for them. And now they're on the edge. They can buy some time and potentially even deny the rotation of DreamEaters, making it still a rotation and a shift on the east.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from NGG, as you said, rotating around, but it is still going to be incredibly hard.
Things are going to be happening. Also, just to keep you guys updated after this game, we'll be having a very short break as we had already a nice delay. So we'll be diving straight into the action. We're going to keep things popping off really quickly and keep some really good pacing. But of course, DreamEaters, we knew they were going to struggle. They really lost Meku. They might be losing another one now, and that will be the case of Advocate dying out to the blue zone. Now White and Thanos, they're going to be the 2 remaining members of their team, fighting up against an entire squad of NGG. And the circle shift again for Goskilla.
The circle has actually centered up quite nicely in the hands of Goskilla and Heroes X. Although saying that 1-2-1-8, who took down Konina Power, they only have to go across the road and slightly up the hill, and they are inside the circle. It's not the easiest, but it's still not the worst, especially considering they took out Konina Power.
The one thing I do like is Nomad Gaming. They're down to 2 members, and you said that earlier that they were going to struggle because they were on the west and there was not a lot of room, but now they delayed that rotation as much as possible, and you know what? The circle is actually pretty lucky enough good for them. Now they're just buying time, avoiding detection, and trying to aim for extra positioning points. There's going to be seeing Thanos doing some work despite being a little bit outnumbered for DreamEaters. But NGG, no reason to overstay your welcome. Going to aim a little bit more centrally and trying to hold it up. They've got to try and put these cards in a good formation because you got no way to defend yourself almost there.
Oh, go harder, go home, and still gets knocked down to the play zone. And we're going to see Heroes X and NGG come into play. As Thanos gets snapped by UDRKILLERS, and that is going to be the end of DreamEaters.
And there you go. Unfortunately, also Team 5 really having a hard time on this one with 2 first aid kits. Can he make it out alive? I mean, he's running away from in the blue zone and also he's about to shift over to phase 6. So I think that might be the end. But PR's there trying to early on breach the engagement and the compound of Heroes X and NGG. He's going to get absolutely battered.
Plus, there's 2 teams already there, Max. NGG made a really strong rotation onto the north side. They have kept themselves going. Really good stuff for them all the while. On the northwest side, you have Goskilla and FUTBOLIST coming into play, where the reserve get eliminated in 10th place. Another bad game for them in the overall standings. That's going to really affect them.
Yeah, at least they were able to get a few kills in that game at least, so not a complete F, but still not going to keep them... They're not going to be in first position after this. I'm pretty damn sure that's going to be the end of their number 1 position reign. But now some nades coming on through. Great nade on Aegon! Oh my god, that was greatly done by Roge. But now, will they turn that into a full-on engagement? You want to, you're on the edge of the circle. If you can take over this area, that'll be a huge W for FUTBOLIST, and they're also going to get closer.
They've got the push. They've got to use that flanking potential around the warehouse to ambush Goskilla while they have the chance. But they've allowed Agon to heal up, and now he's got the med kit pulled out. It's a 4-man Goskilla and gets the 4-man FUTBOLIST inside the warehouse. Lutz goes as he tries to find the bodies of Goskilla.
Well, of course, defending these like warehouses are not super easy because you're so predictable on how you're going to peek, and there you go. That's going to allow FUTBOLIST to get in as they get backstabbed by another squad. And this is going to be a little bit hard upon these squads. Of course, now going to get even a shutdown on Albi. He's so damn low, but not able to convert to even Lutz. Oh boy, that was close. Now Savage X still going to try and get some nice sprays. Unfortunately, not going to be connect anything extra. This is time for them to heal up another nade. Will we come now of the real deal? And that's going to put Goskilla in a little bit of a precarious situation as they have to leave the scene. And the real deal coming in was a huge backstab, and they get an extra knockdown. The real deal, they are claiming dividends up to 3 kills so far.
Daddy comes into play as they try the third party. Good engagement from the real deal. I don't think Goskilla are out. Are Goskilla actually out? I'm not too sure. No, Savage X is still in play. But the members of FUTBOLIST are now inside the warehouse. The blue zone is starting to close in. None of these teams are inside the circle. And boom, that is the end of Goskilla.
Boom goes the dynamite, and boom goes the team down to now top 5. Losing absolutely almost everyone in this engagement. FUTBOLIST trying their best to fight versus the real deal, but the real deal, they have the wall, they are controlling this area. But can they make it work out? Oh, that was such a close call for Orm. But he gets the knock, and that's going to leave Hackshot alone for his life and to fight it on. He has some smoke still, he can try and work around this a little bit, and now he's gone over to the other wall down south, and he can kind of control how FUTBOLIST are going to have to rotate out of this one. But they are pushing at the same area. Can he connect the spray? No, he can't just yet. With only 13 bullets, will that be enough to get the team squad wipeout upon FUTBOLIST? No, he has to reload, and the lack of bullets will be the reason why FUTBOLIST takes this fight.
Yeah, now they're running out of time. They got to try and loot up and get in as we are down to 4 teams. So many teams eliminated in a matter of minutes. 1, 2, 1, 8. Heroes X, Nomad Gaming, and FUTBOLIST are left standing in this game. And Nomad Gaming, they're on their own on the west side.
Yep, Nomad Gaming, they're going to control this. Just went for all the teams to just slowly make their way towards them so they can just pick up the kills one by one. But, oh my god, actually, oof, I thought so, but apparently that's a big fat no. Now there's going to be 2 teams remaining. Heroes X fighting versus 1, 2, 1, 8. Now Heroes X, unfortunately, Morteza will be a little bit hard to get the res on, but they don't really need it. They are taking a 3v3 potentially versus 1, 2, 1, 8.
Yeah, 1, 2, 1. They have that little dip that they can look to Pikachu. However, they are compromised by a couple of grenades being thrown in that direction. That's what Heroes X are looking to do now, of course. Phase 7. That could go completely down the southwest side and push both of these teams outside the circle. We will find out as it centers up. The team that is closer to the circle, that's 1, 2, 1, 8. But still, both these teams are by no means in a safe spot.
This dip does continue actually towards the circle, so still 1, 2, 1, 8 basically still have the better position. They just got to try and rotate there, have a nice front line so they can actually deny protection away from those trees. And really, Heroes X, the only way they can push this one through, I would say, is like by using their smokes and slowly making it closer to the position of 1, 2, 1, 8. But of course, that's going to be extremely hard to be pulling off because one pixel out of place, and you know that they're going to get absolutely shredded to pieces by 1, 2, 1, 8.
Plus, if I was Heroes X, okay, they've got into you as they're sending 1 or 2 forward towards the edge of the circle with not the units, with the vehicle. That's really good play response from Heroes X. Send one vehicle in it, plus gives him an angle onto the members of 1218. I like that proactive play from Heroes X. I think 1218 have been a little bit shy considering they have a couple of vehicles that they can play around with, but now they're starting to move.
Yeah, I do like the 1218 is going to be sending a vehicle in. It's going to be giving them extra coverage. Pop the wheels, I would say right now, pop the wheels just to make 100% sure they won't get shot underneath. But now it's all turning into a battle of snakes as both teams are slowly going to get closer and closer. And we might have to just calm down a little bit. Oh, M249. Man, just spray them out. Just go absolutely mental on these squads.
Yeah, now as we get down, Heroes X did manage to get that 4th revive.
Oh.
So it's 4 against 3 right now as Heroes X going for T's. 2 teams are in the center of the circle. 1218 do have a couple more rocks to play against, but Heroes X do have that nice juicy crate that they can use as cover along with the cars. The shots are going to start popping off. People are going to get spotted. A Molotov being thrown out by Bandita. Will it connect?
Definitely a bit of utility, but because you don't have the information on where they're currently located, you're not going to be able to return that to any knockdowns as of yet. But if you do get knocked down, like, the chances are that this fight is going to be ending up. But now Heroes X were able to get the res up on Morteza earlier. They do have the man advantage. So now 1218, what you want to try and do is just spread it a little bit thinly and get multiple angles to try and surprise them. But Bandita, that was such a close call. Oh my God.
My God, he survives by the skin of his teeth as the circle does shift up north. It is actually 1218 who are just inside the circle, but I tell you what, Heroes X are not far off. But like you said, Maxon, 1 pixel out of place when you're moving in, that makes it incredibly difficult because you are going to get spotted out as the bags are being removed just to standard clips because they know they've got to try and cover, hide, and get in.
There's only really Talika of 1218 controlling the area. So what I would say right now is just everyone's going to try and make their way slowly over. But because of how this game is currently working out, like, we have no idea who's going to take this one. It's really the first team to get the engage, get the first initial knockdown. Then they're going to try and go absolutely ham on the remaining players. But we'll have to wait and see.
And here's the thing. Heroes X should know that they have a 4v3 advantage. So if I were them, I would actually stand one person up and actually be the sacrificial lamb of trying to bait 1218 out. That's what I would do if I was Heroes X. Just have somebody out there to try and maybe drag a couple of the players of 1218 into playing Morteza, trying to clap back. He gets put down to low health, and he does indeed get a knockdown on the 2-lead gap.
But now you've got to go absolutely ham upon them. He gets the information with the M2. Oh, MT49 finish on a snake finish. Who did not expect to see that coming? And there you go. Stellar performance, 15 kills and a chicken dinner for Heroes X. That's going to be our top kill count to beat in these regional finals as of yet. But Heroes X got to take, they took control of the area. I want to say, again, as we said, right, 1 pixel out of place, get the knockdowns, turn the knockdowns into a full-on aggressive play. And that's why they got themselves this 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah, and plus never mind the fact that Heroes X, up until this point, Max, were only on 10 points in 2 games. And now they've gotten 35 points in 1 game. As well as 1218, they were only on 16 points. And they've gotten 25 points. So we are seeing the shift in the standings. We are seeing a shift in the results because the teams that haven't done necessarily the best in the first couple of games have now risen up in game 3.
One thing that I'm happy to see, Imperium, is that currently on all these games, we had Nomad Gaming making top 5s every single time, being extremely consistent.
What they do, Max.
Yeah, it's what they do, exactly.
No, it is, though. We've known that right from the start. It's the reason why they're a team that have qualified for global finals, for global championships. They are always in there, and they know how to stay in this game.
I mean, the rotation definitely helping them out. We're going to go straight on to like a very late game kind of breach. That was Konina Power trying to get onto 1218. Unfortunately, the breach did not work out, and 1218 did take that compound for themselves. Of course, they controlled it. And then just a few more little replays. But like this circle is really hard because, as I mentioned like very early in the game, right, it's just the lack of compounds in this area when it shifts down south messes you up heavily, and the teams that actually hold on to the compounds, they control most of the game. Yeah,
plus they kind of really did go towards the water a lot more than I thought. That was definitely a surprise shift for me in that sense, and Of course, it didn't badly hurt the teams on the north, to be perfectly honest. It kind of more damaged the teams that were kind of on the east and the west, believe it or not, in my opinion. And it was just one of those things where the teams really had to try and deal with it.
I like the fact like all these teams were playing actually on the edge of the circle, and no teams really died out. And at one point, like boom, everyone just died instantly. Like even the feed of like the showing the teams getting eliminated like was actually like delayed by like maybe 30 seconds, like showing all the teams that got eliminated. Yeah. It was actually really surprising. But of course, Nomad Gaming talks about them like being on the side, but unfortunately because they had the high grounds, that means they could easily get scouted out by most of the squads, and that's why 1218 and Heroes X were able to get the upper hand upon them. And at the end, you're going to be seeing, Bantita trying his very best. Did get Morteza down, but with the M249 player, did not work out for them. And that is going to be, once again, chicken dinner over to Heroes X, like, absolutely shredding with those kills. I got to say, I'm really surprised by them.
Yeah, really a much needed result for them. It's going to perk them up in the standings. I do think obviously, we're going to have Red Reserve dropping out as we look over in the hero stats for the winning team. 15 kills. 19 knockouts, 3,300 damage. Wow. That's the highest we've seen by like over 1,000.
Yeah, that's an extra 1,000 compared to like what happened in game one for most of these teams. So I am genuinely extremely surprised. That conversion rate is also pretty damn good. Yeah. But you know what, Heroes X, these are that's been a little bit of an issue that we saw with them like during the scrims also, so that they need to work on consistency. These are the games that like are going to allow them to be extremely high in the overall standings, but now they need to back it up by just having like even just 10 points every single game. If they can do that, this game is going to have a lot more weight over the entire regional finals.
Yeah, of course, because when you look at Red Reserve, yeah, they got that great first game chicken dinner, but if you don't follow it up with more consistent results, that can really hurt in your favor. But now as 3 members of Heroes X in the top 4 of top players of this game, it speaks for itself. 4 for Solus, 6 kills for Kular, and Morteza coming in with 4 kills. Unbelievable game for them.
I mean, Solus, like, over 1,000 damage. Some teams, some squads as a 4-man army struggle to hit 1,000 damage sometimes. He did that, like, as a 1-man army. I think this is definitely, like, the definition of a 1-man army. Gotta say, Solus definitely really surprised. But even the other members, like, 3 members in the top 4, I gotta say, genuinely surprised. And I hope they can just keep the ball rolling after this performance and just not relax too much, like that was a little bit the case with Red Reserve.
Yeah, and then Roge coming in with 4 kills and 2 assists, really pulling out all the stops for his team. That it's not like he was the only player that did good stuff for his team. It was more the fact that the 3 other players of Heroes X just did so impressively. As we look at the overall rankings, Heroes X going from all the way down in 12th place to 1st place with that fantastic result.
I mean, currently, the team that would get qualified, technically speaking, would be Heroes X. Like, none of the teams that are already qualified are up there. The highest team is like FUTBOLIST in 7th position. I'm genuinely surprised to see that currently happen. And just you can see the competitive nature of all these teams like really slowly coming together, because these have like a higher goal to aim for compared to the teams that are already qualified. And like Heroes X, Nomad Gaming, especially Nomad Gaming, like they have been such a surprising team, I gotta say, especially during the scrims and even today. And interesting to see, but like the fight is not over. We're only 3 games in and the dust has yet to settle, Imperium.
Yeah, and there's only 13 points dividing 1st and 7th, so that's really nothing. I would like to see a little bit more aggressiveness from NGG and Nomad Gaming. I feel like their kill count is just a little bit too weak. It might hurt them come the end of day 2, but you look at the damage dealt in day 3, in game 3, should I say. Wow. I'm like so shocked. What, 2 teams getting like 3,000, 2,000. Everybody else was just low blows, to be honest.
I mean, most of the teams that like got decent damage, like Heroes X, 1218, FUTBOLIST, the real deal. The only reason why they got so much damage, right, is they controlled the only few remaining compounds in the late game stage. They got so much information and saw so many rotations currently unfold under their very eyes. They're just like, boom, take shots, get easy knockdowns, and that's why they're mainly able to ramp up like so much damage throughout this game. But still, you got to say, like, compounds, always a good thing. Always aim for compounds if you can.
And WSK, who got like a good 870 damage here in that game, they were holding on to Fairy Pier for quite a while. They dropped in, Sim rotated towards Fairy Pier. They held down then on that south coastal line. They took out I think it was Konina Power, and they just couldn't then shift out of that and without, of course, being put under pressure and not getting the strongest result.
Well, there you have it. Game 3 is in the books. We'll be going for a very, very short break as we did have a little bit of a delay earlier because of the tech issues. So things just about to get pretty damn frosty. Vikendi's come in straight up after a few minutes. And we are back after this very short interlude. Thank you very much for waiting. 3 games now done, and we are ready to jump now into our very first Vikendi game of these regional finals. Vikendi, you know, a map that's going to be very interesting to see how teams will be acting. Imperium, our favorite map is getting played now.
yes, here we go. I absolutely love Vikendi. Can't wait to see how these teams pull it out on this map. Of course, as we're getting more and more into these games, we are seeing teams get closer together in the overall standings. Heroes X jumped from 12th before the last game up to first overall in standings after a stonking 35-point game, followed closely by likes of Nomad Gaming 1218, Red Reserve Team 5, and NGG. It's incredibly close in the overall standings. Like I said, 7 points dividing first and 7th.
That's like one good game, and things could get shifted. Like as I said earlier, like the dust has yet to settle, like really on this overall standing. So we'll have to see a little bit as we go further. Like mainly, you'll have a general idea of how these standings could be ending up after the end of this day. Currently, until we're at like 6th, 7th game, we won't have too much of a really good idea of how things might be wrapping up in the future. But that is why it's fun. Also, you don't have too much idea of which team will be in the #1 position at the end. So it keeps things a little bit spicy as we go on. Yeah,
of course. And I think the biggest thing to take into account, and you mentioned it just before we went on break, is the fact that the 4 teams that have qualified are not even in like the top 5 or
below,
top 6. Yeah. They're kind of not performing the best. And compare that to the likes of the MENA region, where we saw like 2 of the top 4 spots or 2 of the top 5 were taken by teams who had already qualified, at least in the early parts of day 1 anyway. So there is that huge difference. I wonder if it's the fact that maybe the teams who have already qualified, it's not that they're not trying as much, but there is that level of you know, lackadaisicalness, if that makes sense, where they're just not really kind of getting into it as much. It's interesting. I hope that's not the case. It's just genuine mistakes that they're making, but we'll see.
I mean, they already qualified for the World League, right? And like the other teams that are not qualified, they might be trying like even more to like, okay, this is the World League spot. We need to just cruise on through. Well, not cruise on through, just mow on through these games and hopefully get themselves that one spot. It's stressful, you know. We know it's going to be stressful for the players, for everyone around. So hopefully that little bit of stress, you know, sometimes stress is not a bad thing. Maybe you got to try and, you know, embrace it, and it might just push you out of your limits and get yourself some really good games. So that's what we're going to be hoping for on this 4th game of the day. We are going to be now, what is it? Wait, 1/3 through? A quarter? No, that's 1/4.
1/3.
1/3. Okay,
yeah,
I was a little bit unsure. I was trying to do math in my head, but I'm really bad at like quick math.
Well, it's okay. It's okay, Max. I'll give you an A for effort. I'll give you an A for effort.
I did the scientific A levels. You know what? And I actually got it. Surprisingly enough, I don't know how I got it.
Anyway, I'm just like, yep. Good boy, Max.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Can I get a pat on my head?
Thank you.
I'll take it.
Of course. You know, everybody clap for Max, and boys and girls, everyone say yay in chat. But yeah, coming into this 4th game, yeah, you're right that we are 1/3 of the way through, but. You know, to kind of touch upon again something that you mentioned, like, you know, we all love to see an underdog story, you know, and I've no doubt that when we get into game 2, a lot of these teams, they kind of perform their best when their backs are against the wall. We've seen plenty of teams where, you know, when you look back in the EU group stages, where they didn't really perform the best in the group stage, they didn't really perform the best in the semi-finals. They were kind of disregarded, so to speak, nothing against them, but then in the finals they kind of rose up like a phoenix and really took control and qualified to this point in the tournament. And you know, that's the thing, only 2 things in life are certain: death and taxes. That's the way I look at it. Everything else is unpredictable.
I think like that, and also like I think there's a third fact that like casters all knew about the game, and that's why they cast instead of like actually playing the game. I think that's like also just a genuine knowledge, Imperium. Right? I saw you laugh on the broadcast. You know it's true. You know it's true.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking
in complete
about.
denial. Like
I'm a full pro. Thank you very much. Me is so good at this game. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Imperium, sure. As you finally go on top of Vikendi, some frosty action for sure. Going to be coming straight up, and we're going to be having a pretty good southern playing path. Might be having a little bit of an issue if you like to go for the northern coastal line, which a few teams did actually like to do on those Vikendi games during the scrims. But otherwise, it's a 6x6 map, most of the areas still going to be easily able to take down.
Of course, one thing that I kind of noticed is that a lot of teams like the southwest side of Vikendi, between Hot Springs, Cantor, Winery, Villa, they seem to love those areas. So I'm curious as to see, and even up in the northwest. Whereas what I've noticed is that quite a few teams now, at least like UDRKILLERS, Team 5, Nomad Gaming, they're kind of heading more towards the northeast area of the map. And by golly, Miss Molly, we have a eastern circle.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about having like these short plane path is the fact that the circle spawns quick, and you can actually already see where the circle's going to be as you're already in midair. And you see like DreamEaters, they were going up north. They're like, wait a minute, what are we doing? And like they're kind of like just turning around like, okay, we got to try and get a plan up. I'm ready. So they're going to be taking over Villa, you know, trying to get himself all that loot up. It does offer a really easy rotation point. But now what I would say right off the bat, what you could do is just do like 1-2-1-8, right? And Nomad Gaming could do the similar thing. It's a hold down to these like river compounds. That could be really valuable early on, actually.
It really could be, as we see the FUTBOLIST roam is kind of roaming on his own, so to speak, away from these teams. A lot of these teams and players in Vikendi, they do like to kind of split drop in some way, shape, or form. And I think the reason why is because there's a lot of little compounds in Vikendi that you can kind of go to that. You wouldn't necessarily send a full team there because there's only 2 or 3 buildings, but one player, you're going to get a competent amount of loot from like 2 or 3 little buildings at a time. And I think that's why in the early game, they do kind of split drop.
Yeah, I do think it is okay. As long as you didn't get caught out on your rotations to get back as a squad, that is completely A-okay. No Goskilla, they're going to do that. Nomad Gaming did it a little bit towards Cosmodrome also. So it is a valid option as long as you're just reactive. And once you've done what you had to do, you get back to the squad almost instantaneously. Because like being split in an era such as Vikendi can be a really, really big issue. And just a thorn in your side if you just stay split for too long.
See, the members of Konina Power haven't had the best of starts to these games. Currently find themselves in last place, the bottom of the barrel, only on 6 points in 3 games. That really is not a good average. I want to see them keep in the fight, keep in the battle. Don't let us slip away the more we get into day 1.
Never going to give you up. Going to try your very best.
Wait, I thought you were going to follow it up. Like, never going to give you up. Never going to let you down, Max.
Never going to run around and desert you.
Never going to turn around and
I didn't do it on purpose to actually start with the lyrics. Actually, I just thought about it when I ended. I was like, oh, wait, I started the lyrics without doing action on purpose. That was completely not my intention.
It should have been your intention. That's the problem. God, I thought we were a team, Max. I thought we were a team.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I forgive you. I forgive
don't worry,
you.
Hey, Imperium, don't tell anyone. But like next game, what we do, we don't actually go in the spectator slot. We go actually as like a team. And we like shred everyone.
We can't say that. Anyway. One team that I'm definitely interested in seeing is Red Reserve. Right, they've had 2 bad games. They're up in Krishas, which is up on the northwest side. They're quite a bit far away. And when I was talking to Rain, they were like, look, you know, one of the things he mentioned was that they weren't sure about the Vikendi drop because they were being challenged by WSK kind of every 2 games in scrims, and they weren't really sure. But right now, they're on their own in Krishas. They might feel a little bit more comfortable about that and know that they can just rotate and play their own game in this matchup and obviously rotate into the circle in due time.
And normally, even for Red Reserve, I would even say at this stage, because they're so far on the west, I would even say like potentially as like a valid option would be boats. In this case, that is not going to be a valid option because you've got so many teams on the eastern coastline. You'll just get absolutely destroyed. You can use it to get a little bit closer, but even then it's just a waste of time. Just go by cars, go the usual route, and you can even go on like the northern coastline to do that rotation.
It is. Honestly, that would be the cleanest rotation for them, but they would want to actually leave it quite late in the phase 1, to be honest, Max, because right now if they were to do it in the next minute or so, they'd get much closer to the likes of Nomad and UDRKILLERS and hell, even Goskilla. Whereas if they leave it until kind of the end of phase 1, even the start of phase 2, a lot of teams will have already shifted down closer towards the center of that circle.
Normally, I don't really agree with like rotating a little bit too late there because you can really struggle. Like if they do it to the point where you already have information on phase 2, Nomad Gaming being a team that actually rotates so quickly, that would open all the northern side of the circle. After they do not know that, like we are, of course, like, you know, gods in the game, we actually know where teams are currently located. They do not have that intel. So it's going to be a little bit of a gamble. We'll have to see how they do play on through on that one. As you pan on over to Team 5, slowly getting a little bit of intel on Heroes X. Got chicken dinner last game, might have the chicken dinner buff as they feel a little bit more confident going in this Vikendi game.
Yeah, towards the center of the circle. One of the teams who are towards the center of the circle, they're on and look to shoot up and knock down Morteza of Heroes X. Will they be able to confirm that kill to G36? Doing the work that needs to be done. Not quite confirmed the kill just yet. They don't want to peek too much, but that's a good start from Team 5.
Unfortunately, not able to get the flush. Like they did use that surprise factor. They got the knockdown, but it was just a little bit of a hard kill to translate really into a frag. So, of course, they will not be able to do it. But Team 5 now, they gave their position away by doing so. Now they've got to try and get back on the hill side or get minimum in the compound. They've got to try and be a little bit careful. But UDRKILLERS is just going to be cruising through.
UDRKILLERS, you've got Nomad Gaming rotating closer. You got DreamEaters. 5 teams all going close towards the center of the circle. A little bit of early game action possibly heating up between these teams. And like I said, this is giving much more space for the likes of Red Reserve to rotate in from the north side. That's exactly what I expected to see.
But Unicorns of Love, they've done the rotation of Red Reserve right now. They're wrapping around on the Northern Bridge. They're doing the rotation Red Reserve should have done, but like they're doing it way, way quicker. And you know what? Because Nomad Gaming already left, they went central position. Cosmodrome is open with Trezno. So really, I think this is a great early game rotation from Unicorns of Love. We'll have to see if it will be paying dividends later on down the line. But of course, as you can expect from a game on this map of Vikendi, it's very passive early on because compounds are so far from each another.
Yeah, of course. And that's the thing. We'll see teams get close to each other, but because there's so many compounds, they'll just kind of shoot and peek as DreamEaters. Hey, get knocked down. You peek too much. Your head's going to get blown off. Good stuff by Nomad Gaming.
I don't know why I tried to peek out at that stage on the other side of the road. Was nobody potentially able to pull off a res? Like, that was very risky to actually take that. At that stage where you want to do serve like more as a scout, you just get information. And they went a little bit aggressive on that peek in, but they will be sending Thanos for the peek out. Now, this is a little bit of a hard position. The reason why, if they do shut down that car, that's going to be two members like stuck on that section of the road.
True, but because DreamEaters are in a 2-2 split in some way, shape, or form, Advocate is able to help push back Nomad Gaming to essentially keep the rest of DreamEaters alive as a team, and you can see that they've kind of Nomad Gaming kind of gone, okay, look, we need to just back off a bit. It's not really worth it. Let's kind of, you know, get into a bit of a safer position down by the river coastal line. Of course, what I'm interested to see is if we'll have many teams, if any, stick to the coastal line on the east side, as UDRKILLERS are getting close to DreamEaters.
I don't think DreamEaters know that there's UDRKILLERS behind them. And if they can get one knockdown, knowing they already got 3 members, UDRKILLERS, they got 4. If they can instantly convert it, that will be a 2v4, and they can just instantly breach it down. But I think that they're going to give a little bit of information. Thanos is somewhat looking in that direction right now. I'm not too sure at what extent they know that UDRKILLERS are currently there. They definitely know, okay? They're looking in the direction.
Well, it's more the fact that they're just peeking. I do think UDRKILLERS still have more of an element of surprise that they can look to snap on through towards DreamEaters. But then again, Sandro is just kind of going, look, it's not worth it. I have an idea, but I don't think now is the right time. Plus, communication has been given by the rest of their team, that Team 5, up ahead of them. So they're kind of going, okay, we need to focus on Team 5 before we can look towards and take down DreamEaters.
Sandro hits the headshot with the Car 98, but the conversion will not be coming through. Keys, likes to always goes for a little bit of a flank here, trying to potentially get a nice initial knockdown on UDRKILLERS, but this is mostly going to be a battle of knocks once more. Like, there's no reasons to really hardly commit. If you do get like 1 knockdown, minimum you want to try and get 2 knocks before actually driving down. But there's no reason to do anything. This fight should not really break out, as we're going to be seeing phase 1 slowly close up. And as we go towards phase 2, that's when things might get a little bit more spicy around the board.
Unicorns of Love rotating so nicely. And you mentioned earlier doing what Red Reserve should have done. God damn it, they've got a nice location on the north side, up and towards the hills, in between Trevno and Cosmodrome. Looking pretty good. Footballers to the north of them. Goskilla rotating a little bit late, but doing a pretty good job of it on the north side of Cosmodrome. But now Red Reserve, they have rotated too late, and they're getting closer towards Goskilla.
Hoping that won't actually end up in a fight. I'm really hoping that this will be staying passive early on, but they are going to be crashing Red Reserve and Goskilla up north. We'll have to see if we do pan over to the fight in the next few seconds, because things are getting pretty damn spicy right now. Well, let's see if the kill... Oh, there we go. Straight onto the fight, and now Red Reserve, of course, because they rotated so late, that means this team's already set up their shop in Cosmodrome, and they're going to have 1 member knocked away in the open. That should be normally the death of Victor. Let's see if he's able to actually snake his way through to Frost. I don't think the Goskilla are too willing to hardly push? Question mark? We'll have to see.
And here's the thing. It's not like Goskilla rotated super early, right? Goskilla rotated kind of late. It's just the fact that Red Reserve rotated super late and didn't even take a scout there. They kind of put all their team in some way around Cosmodrome. Yeah, okay, the revive will come through. The phase 2 has kind of centered up. Goskilla are responding and getting into the vehicles. They might look to just go, hey, look, we're going to disengage, get in towards the center of the circle, or we can look to get towards the edge of the circle. But now they might actually look to reposition and engage onto the members of OVN.
I love this repositioning of Goskilla. Now that they're going to be able to slowly hold this building, they can just peek a little bit more efficiently, make up for the fact that they got a dip. These nades, unfortunately, are going to be really hard to hit. Victor, what he could do is try and chuck it over the wall, but that's going to be a really hard one to commit to. The Red Reserve, they're slowly getting back as a full squad. And I got to like this, but this angle from Victor is huge. Can he get knocked down? He gets outbeat down, but he can't actually flush it. Nades here would be huge for Victor.
Yes, indeed, although that is going to give time for the rest of Red Reserve to get closer. Dusk needs to join up with Novas. Novas needs to get close to Frost. Victor just about manages to survive. Will he be able to get another med kit off in time? I think he will. He backs off away. He gets knocked down by Agon. The head pops up, and Agon got the knockdown.
And he's going to be normally able to convert it. No, he's actually too deep in that area. Trying to get Frost now. Can he convert it? Unfortunately, Frost able to dance magic style, avoiding all those shots and making it over to Cosmodrome. And now Victor, he's just going to have to remain in that dip. And I don't think he's going to get pulled off on a res.
Yeah, he danced Gangnam Style. That's what he did. Whoop, 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 whoop. No? Okay, anyway. Goskilla now looking to re-rotate, knowing that they were in a tough position, even though they were kind of getting the better Red Reserve. Both of these teams are kind of engaging without actually really committing to the engagement, and I kind of don't mind that. Both teams are now outside the circle. They got to think about the next couple of minutes, and this is a replay where Daphne did knock down Morteza.
Yeah, we're going to see a few shots. Advocate very good on that spray on the M4. And then that's a Car 98 shot. That's a nice Car 98 shot. I wanted to see the headshot of Sandra coming up there. But of course, you know, Victor had the angle to spot on, but unfortunately rotating away around the areas of Cosmodrome is very hard because it's such a flat terrain. You have very small amount of coverage. So it is going to be ending up pretty spicy and hard to pull off. But back on over to Heroes X. A lot of teams around them. Unicorns of Love, after that rotation up north, they were so safe, but now they aim for a central position, and they're going to get heavily contested by Team Unique.
Yeah, because going for a central location is good, but when you realize that you're going to be compromised, you gotta send a scout down there. Tough stuff coming out from Unicorns of Love. This game 4 of the day for them could end on a bad note as Hidan is getting popped off, and that is the end of Unicorns of Love.
You know, Unicorns of Love, I'm a little bit sad because their first phase rotation was spot on. Yeah. The second phase circle was so bad. Like, if you want to try and play passive early on, that's great, play edge of circle. But you know that because you have such a small amount of compounds, and compounds being so spread from each other on Vikendi, if you rotate too late to go center, you're going to get denied easily because you know that teams already took that position and they rotated so slowly up north that almost all the compounds in the center already overtaken.
It's the fact that they rotated too directly. Like, they could have gone to coastal line. They could have gone towards west. Hell, they were already inside the circle. But now, as you see, phase 3 is shifted up a little bit to the north, but it's still quite a nice shift. It's nothing too harsh. The majority of the teams are already inside the circle. And it's actually kind of favoring the two teams up the north, Red Reserve and Nomad, and Goskilla.
You know what? Surprisingly enough, none of the players of Goskilla or Red Reserve died during that engagement. I am genuinely surprised. I don't know how in hell that worked out, but actually nobody died, so that is great for those two squads, able to reposition. Goskilla, of course, they're again going to be the team to be a little bit more proactive, rotating first, going to leave potentially Red Reserve getting gatekeeped a little bit later on in the game, so hopefully they can try and make up for that.
It's so tough. Like, Red Reserve had little to no information, right? That's the thing. Like, we have hindsight, and we can kind of say, hey guys, shift up towards north, take a little bit of blue zone damage, go in through Trevno, and come out around the Peshkova area. But they don't know that because they've rotated too late, because they've got little to no information other than maybe where Goskilla are. They're clueless right now. They kind of got nothing to go on, and that's what I fear about these late rotations from teams.
Now, a few squads going to be trying to hold on the compounds that are remaining. Of course, they're mainly going to try and fight for the center, trying to facilitate your future rotations as you go towards phase 4 very, very soon. But right now, the team that I think is a little bit in a surprising position, actually NGG on the eastern coastal line. They're holding to a great position. Okay. If the circle does shift away from them, it might get tricky, but the more it goes over their way, the longer they're going to be able to survive in this game. So you know what? It's a high-risk, high-reward kind of situation NGG put themselves in. I just hope that they got enough cars to pull off the rotation if they do have to rotate pretty far.
And I would say similar for 1218, to be honest.
Yeah.
I would definitely say similar for them. The team that I actually think is in probably one of the toughest positions is Konina Power. The reason why is because they've kind of locked themselves right now into Peshkova. And if that circle shifts kind of, or stays in their direction and they don't disengage away from Peshkova in time, they could be kind of locked in there and be punished in the next couple of phases. That's something I worry about for them.
Things are definitely really slow. Like, that is what really you can expect from a Vikendi game. Like, just compounds are absolutely everywhere on the map. And when you start getting towards phase 3, like phase 2 and phase 3 is where like the least things do indeed happen. We already had like Unicorns of Love die, which is also pretty damn rare. You don't usually see that, but it's because the rotation was a little bit poor on the intention of going down center. When you, as I said earlier, right, so many teams got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams, even potentially 9 was DreamEaters. 9 teams in a dead center there.
Yeah,
because teams rotate there so quickly.
I like the fact that Forever is kind of away from the rest of his team, right? So it's kind of like they might not be staying there, but you go forward, get a bit of communication, go, okay, there's nobody there, and they can either join back as a team and then rotate should the circle shift still up north or to the east. It's just getting information. Information is power, and that can really help a team down the line.
They sent Frost as a scout for Red Reserve towards Nomad Gaming.
Good.
I like that, as long as you don't get scouted out. Don't want to peek, don't take the fight, just get information. Now you know the team is there, you can try and, find another position. And they're mainly waiting to see where the next circle is going to go. Okay, this is going to be pretty harsh on 1-2-1-8, and especially Red Reserve. What I would say, just wrap around up north. Like, that is the safest way to do it, because you can still expect to have teams over on the western side.
Yeah, but I kind of think that Red Reserve have put themselves in a position where they have to kind of push through on the northwest edge. I kind of agree, but again, it comes down to I feel like they just don't have that much information. I love the fact that NGG have responded so quickly to get up from the coastline up on the side of the road in that compound really nicely. Nomad Gaming Satsor inside that vehicle, that it's fast, it's easy to steer, but by God, is it one of the weakest vehicles in the game? That is so easily blown up. It will want to be careful of that.
Did he just go into him?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, that was cool. Nice artistic, influence. But of course now, 1-2-1-8, they had to go for the engage. You said it might be a little bit hard, but luckily enough for them, there was a compound. There were, an area up for grabs. They're going to go actually for the underground section of the map.
Cave?
Yeah, in a cave. That's fine, but hopefully they're not going to lose anyone. Bandit again sprayed pretty low. The time is ticking. You got to try and breach inside of it. And I think that really Advocate and also the entirety of DreamEaters have the information. They're going to go for that. So they probably won't have to focus on 1-2-1-8 in the next few minutes. Oh,
God, Max, you called it, although it was a different team. Nomad Gaming have done the rotation that you mentioned for Red Reserve, going up north, shifting down now on the east side of the coastline on the road. Such a clean rotation for them, out of sight, out of mind, also getting a little bit of information along the way with that rotation. Man, so clean from Nomad Gaming. The good thing, though, is that actually gives a bit more space for Red Reserve to rotate into the circle on the northwest side.
But there are almost no compounds up for grab, Red Reserve. That's what you get, unfortunately, when you're one of the last teams to rotate. Unfortunately, you don't have too much choice, and you're potentially going to have to breach. Like, the chances of Red Reserve having to breach in this game are so damn high that I would not be expecting them to, they're all going to die in 15th position, or they're going to be killing another team and they will take 15th position. So they're going to have to be, they're forced in a corner right now, even though a circle doesn't have any corners. But yeah.
No, I kind of get where you're coming from now. I do kind of agree. When else footballers are kind of punishing Nomad Gaming, and Satsor has gotten knocked down. Hopefully we can pan over that fight as DreamEaters are still looking to try and engage onto the members of 1-2-1-8. Where is the next circle gonna go? It's actually gonna go
finish
into Peshkova. I tell you what, Konina Power, will they be able to take advantage of that right now? They're on a 2-2 split. They need to join up as a full team in my eyes before the teams get pushed in as 1-2-1-8 and DreamEaters are engaging on each other.
I think in the 1-2-1-8, they were hoping for the circle to go towards them before actually committing for the cave engage. But now they know it's actually a city finish towards Peshkova. They know that they're going to have to force on through. Red Reserve, they're going to go for the rotation already, but DreamEaters lost so many members there.
Because Red Reserve third-partied.
Yep.
I think they either took a knockdown or took a kill away as 1-2-1-8 get up and towards the high ground. They can overlook DreamEaters, but they got to be careful of Red Reserve to the north of them, who could look to third-party them right now. However, Red Reserve have got to think of their own rotation. I don't think they have too many vehicles. They're actually going to stay on foot as 1-2-1-8 have spotted the members of Red Reserve even just a little bit.
Yeah, like rotation by foot on Vikendi doesn't really pair up too well. We'll have to see how this adventure could be going on for Red Reserve. Now 1-2-1-8, one of the teams that has to rotate the furthest. We're also Thanos, the last member of DreamEaters. And really, because you have a city finish, you have to just rush for one building specifically, mainly like the edge of Peshkova buildings. But this is going to be so hard on most of these squads. And now Mayhem is going to be unleashed on this map.
Oh, and the first team who might feel that Mayhem, that's going to be the real deal. Going up against NGG. NGG, you're looking pretty good in terms of the overall standings, but they've got to be careful as a real deal are ready to take on the fight. Bujo coming in onto Forever.
Bujo doing some good work for his team. Can they shut down NGG? I mean, they're leaving Nitashi put off a res, surprisingly enough. But I mean, you know what? Unfortunately, having 3 members there is going to be really hard. But Daddy in the background, he's getting close to WSK. So they're getting somewhat third-partied on this engage. NGG, they still got the higher ground. They've got to try and shut down the real deal right now if they want to make it a little bit easier on the next circle, as they are localized currently on the eastern side. But the fight is still not unfolding. And Bujo, oh my god, how is he surviving so many engagements?
He's still got hack shot left for the real deal. The Irish legend going down as DreamEaters too. Indy get eliminated. The hack shot gets knocked down, leaving Buju the last player left. And now WSK, you talked about that potential third party potentially looking for it onto NGG or anybody at this stage. Is Buju looking for the Molotov, trying to push back the members of NGG. Just connect a little bit. They attach you with the Uzi. Had to push back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this section is not going to be valuable because the 4 squads on the east, they're not in circle. They're going to have to cross. There's also a road that's going to be a little bit higher up there as they try and push towards Peshkova, because we'll be having an absolutely insane city finish over here. UDRKILLERS, #1, and also Konina Power are currently in circle as we see Red Reserve. Another, unfortunately, bad performance on this one.
Just late rotations, yeah, simple as that,
time.
And it speaks for itself. You got to react quicker than that. N1 are also a team on the south side of Peshkova, but inside the circle. NGG rotating away. Bujo, he has to try and wait. He just has to try and have that space. But he has one vehicle that he can use as NGG are going to push closer on towards the east side of Peshkova. In they go, but Konina Power are ready. So are Team Unique. They are on the outside of the circle.
And #1, they're going to be holding on the south section of this one. We'll have to see if we pen dividends for them. But of course, now it's going to get a little bit messy. The kill feed is going to be lighting up. So we'll try and see and take you guys through this action as NGG, having some smokes, buying some time. Luckily enough for them, not too many members or players are localized on the east, so they can actually use this as a valid option to defend himself with. But Konina Power, they're going to be a big contender for this chicken dinner, that's for sure.
And they need it, Max. They need it. They're down in last place on the overall standings. They've only got 6 points. They need the good result. They need the high points if they are going to climb up on the standings. Tixie, who did get knocked down, he got back up, and with the grenade. Oh my god!
No.
This is like something out of a movie.
Oh my god, Michael Bay was here. But unfortunately, it will not be resulting in any good moves happening from that. Now Konina Power slowly. A lot of teams are pushing upon their position. Tixie, the res will be coming out. Riz, Rob Dinny. But now things are getting closer and closer as Team Unique pushing upon the position of #1. How will #1 fight back upon this one? We'll have to wait and see. But things are getting really messy, and you can't really speculate on how City Finish are going to end up because it's so indeed messy. But Bujo trying his best to force closer, but that will be the end of the real deal, getting taken out in 13th position.
Oh my god, now see NGG looking for Nomad Gaming. Nomad Gaming did rotate pretty well on phase 3 going up north, but now they are going to find themselves in a pickle of a situation. NGG in front of them. NGG are inside the circle. They can just push Nomad Gaming back shot by shot, bullet by bullet. They look to try and take down the members of Nomad Gaming.
Yeah, Nomad Gaming, despite having a great rotation early on this third phase, now they're unfortunately going to get taken out in 12th position. It was going to be a little bit of a struggle when I talked about the road earlier, right? Roads, especially on Vikendi, are never going to be your friend. And that's the reason why they'll be taken out so early on. Now Team Unique able to actually control all of the southern section. They take down holes. Now they only got to really focus down on PRZ and Nacho. They don't even have to focus on just take over the compound, the building of holes, and they're going to get a nice position, able to scope on all the teams up north because of that road.
Well, here's the thing. Hall's getting knocked down can potentially bait Unique into a position where they can be taken out. What's tough for N1 is the fact that the compound they're in, the building they're in, is not inside the circle. So if Unique overtake that building that Halls is knocked down in, that will put the advantage over to Unique in that position. All the while, the teams that are on the west, the likes of Goskilla and Heroes X, have to try and find a way as NGG and FUTBOLIST engage on each other.
The fight of the cliff is about to come out. Cupid's got information on this high ground, trying to rain it down from above with that Uzi. There are actually two members there. Can they see it? Rom going to take a little bit of damage. That nade was almost perfect, but will be tanked up by the car. Now things are slowly going to get pushed on forward. The Uzi play, Cupid not able to make it turn into any kind of frag. FUTBOLIST still trying to take this one slow, but they're still in the blue zone, so they can take as much time as they want. But now FUTBOLIST, they're going out. They got a few knocks on their side, unfortunately. And NGG now, you've got to reverse the steam of this engage. But let's go for the backstab play, but unfortunately, will not be resulting into anything actually paying off. And NGG will secure himself 7 kills total in this game so far.
Good stuff by NGG. Took down FUTBOLIST, who were helping them initially on the engagement with Nomad Gaming, but they get taken out just like that. Now we're down to 9 teams, 25 players. It's all popping on the south side of this map as we've N1, Unique, and Heroes X looking to get really close as they try to fight for compound inside the circle.
Trying to fight for it indeed. I'm surprised that Team Nick actually went over to that location. They just upheld the building a little bit higher up north, and they would have been completely fine. But you know what? They take out number 1. Now they're going to be trying to control the entire area. There was still a member of Team 5 down there, but actually also got eliminated. So now we're down to 7 teams in this game. And Team Unique, they are controlling that southern side now entirely. And they got so much scope potential on all these teams up north because of the road and because it's so open.
Plus Konina Power are right in the center of the circle so they can hold on as they dance around. Heroes X hold on. Frozen couldn't get the knockdown. And now it's Heroes X. They try to hold on. DreamEaters get eliminated. That's going to be the end. Now the circle shifts down south. I apologize. They were already out earlier on. As we see the last 6 teams and 19 players trying to fight it out.
I do have to mention, these are extremely rare kind of circles, actually. Like, you see this so rarely. 1 game in 100, if not 1,000, you might actually have a game like this where you just have some, cliffs. You also have some compound and play with some road cross sections. It is extremely hard on these teams, and you've got to pop so much utility to just cross from one building to the other without getting scoped out. Oh my god, this is such an insane game. But now, this game seeming like it's just falling in the hands of like Team Unique. They're just like having an offering at this stage.
It kind of is, as UDRKILLERS looking for Konina Power. Konina Power are right now kind of focused on NGG on the northeast side of the circle. They hold on to that little kind of circle corner. They want to push back so they don't have to worry. But up on the north side, you still have WSK, Goskilla, and UDRKILLERS.
Oh no, like 1 nade literally would be just the end of NGG. Now, no, they actually pushing this. Konina Power, why are you pushing this? This is a little bit surprising. But now they do get the first initial knockdown. They get a second too. And now Tixie going to try and rain it down from above. I would say avoid maybe dropping down. Konina Power, that worked out for them, but oh my god, that was risky.
Take it into your control pin, Konina Power. Take control. Look for it now as the blue zone closes in. They took down NGG. Now they're going to turn their attention onto Team Unique. Unique heard the shots. They were trying to take advantage. Tixie's the last man standing along with, I think, 1 other player of Konina Power. I'm not exactly sure in amongst the smokes. The Revives are trying to come out as UDRKILLERS are trying to take down WSK, and indeed they do. And Unique, they haven't looked that good in today's game so far, but now they're heading for a chicken dinner.
4 members and all of the remaining teams have to cross the roads. Konina Power and UDRKILLERS. This is now a fight for 2nd position. Because there's no way you're going to potentially make it through here. The next circle is going to be closing up too. But we'll be seeing a little bit of an engage. Frozen going to get headshot. But now, Unique. Now they're losing 1 member. 2nd member. This is actually relieving pressure. And Konina Power actually able to push on their location. And this is such a nice engage. Now they turn the knockdown. That's a 3rd knock, actually. Even now, Lightning alone. How does that even happen? Konina Power taking control of this game. But UDRKILLERS coming in hot with the backstab.
There's a little bit of help with UDRKILLERS along the way. The sandwich came through onto Unique, and what looked so good for them has suddenly turned sour as Lightning is the last player standing. Will it strike twice, or will the bolt be just shut down for Unique as he's trying to hold on? 3 teams, 8 players. UDRKILLERS, the European champions. They've already secured a World League spot, so now they're here for pride. They're here for monetary glory as they do take down Konina Power.
There you go. This is the last circle. The last member of Team Unique is going to be Lightning, trying to out-heal it. But unfortunately, I don't think that will be enough time. And they will indeed die to the Blues. At least he denies the kill. But Team Unique, they take second position. And UDRKILLERS, the winners of the European Region PMCO Finals. And they'll be getting their very first chicken dinner in the regional finals here.
Plus, Team Unique, the CIS winning team, already secured a World League spot, getting second place. Finally picking things up with the second place result, 10 kills, 24 in total. Konina Power, a much needed result, 16 points in the bag. They were only on 6 points up until this game, and then followed by NGG. Goskilla once again getting a consistent result.
Yeah, I gotta say, Goskilla really happy with what they've been able to pull off so far. They get 3 kills plus a 5th position, definitely keeping them pretty lively in the overall standing so far. And no, they've been consistent. One chicken dinner could just propulse them so high in the overall standings as you go over the replays of this game. Definitely a really, weird late game. We'll be seeing that throughout these replays, but of course we could not expect who was going to take that game, and it just ended up being UDRKILLERS.
Yeah, like that Peshkova finish was just so unusual. We don't really see a city finish. And look, like Konina Power, I questioned them being inside there, right? But at the end of the day, the circle stayed in Peshkova. They didn't really have to move, and they kind of took advantage of that, and it was what it was. A very unusual circle-based game, but that's kind of the theme of today, right, Max? We haven't really seen any standard end circles. They've been nice, they've been interesting, they've been fantastic, but they've been very unusual.
I think the most normal circle we had so far was that Miramar game, but definitely all the other games so far have been definitely pretty out there in terms of how weird they actually are. You see, they're more. I'm so surprised they did not get shut down by Team Unique, but actually was get shot right after by UDRKILLERS with the Kar 98. And then at the end, those spray controls from Tixi on that Uzi, I was genuinely wow, that spray control is on point.
And plus the response by Konina Power after taking NGG out, the instant response of, look, we have no time to breathe. We have to focus back onto the teams around us. That was really incredible response from Konina Power, and it was really great to see that shining through on this game.
But there you go, our very first Vikendi game coming straight up, and it will be taken over by UDRKILLERS. Got to say congratulations to them. City finish. You know what? We didn't have one during the MENA, regional finals. We had one for the European regional finals. So you know what? Pretty happy right there. Let's check out the stats of UDRKILLERS, and almost 2k damage. Got to say pretty happy, but 9 knocks and 7 total kills. Got to say that's a really good conversion rate, and that'll propulse them a little bit higher in the standings because they were kind of struggling so far.
Yeah, and look, that's 1,700 damage. The reason why it's not 3,000 or over 2k is because they had the circle and it was inside the city for the majority of the game. And when you have a position inside a city for quite a while, yeah, okay, you have to be careful of teams maybe breaching around you, but there's also third partying going on, and it was the kind of circle where you had the kind of hill dip, that little kind of tiny cliffside on the edge of the city. You had kind of open areas around, so teams were kind of taking each other out. They didn't really have to push teams back so much from those compounds.
No, it was definitely a very unusual game for some of these squads. UDRKILLERS, they had a little bit of a hard time, mainly during the entirety of a PMCO. They were just barely able to climb up. They got themselves lucky enough, at the very end in the finals, they got qualified for the World League already. So now they're mainly fighting for the $15,000 US, of course, in this game. They're just going to try and be consistent now. That is their main focus. Hopefully they can try and keep that ball rolling after this chicken dinner. But their team has been one of the most inconsistent teams, if I may say so, on the grand scheme of things. But now they just got to try and really show up more consistently throughout every single game. Check out the top players of this game on Vikendi.
Yeah, Frozen from Team Unique getting 7 kills and 3 assists. Tixi and Gonzo coming in. Gonzo getting 3 kills. A nice result from them. But I tell you what, you got to say Frozen, a cut above the rest in that game alone. He got the same amount of kills for himself as Pixie, Sandro, and Gonzo put together. Like, that kind of speaks for itself.
You got like even more kills than like the team that got the chicken dinner, which was actually UDRKILLERS. Like, I gotta say, Frozen is definitely extremely surprising as a player and like as an individual. So
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, there
like,
you go.
You know, yeah, Frozen and Lightning, they're fantastic players.
But I was really happy also like the end breach that we had also coming out from Konina Power. It was very hard. You talked about the fact that after they took the fight with NGG, it's just like snap your finger on the dial. You already got like another game plan. Okay, now we've got to start breaching. Wrap around. They had a little bit of a cliff to work with. They were able to get the left side engaged on top of Team Unique, get all the knockdowns, open it up for themselves. The control of that map was so good. I gotta say, I'm really, really happy with how they pulled that one off. As we check now the overall rankings, Heroes still remaining in #1 overall position, but now Team Unique slowly climbing back up and trying to claim back their #1 spot.
So the good thing for Heroes X is they have a 8-point difference between them and Nomad Gaming. But what's still incredibly close is there still is only a 11-point gap between second place and 10th. Second and 10th.
That's one game.
11 points. That's nothing. That's half a win. That is absolutely incredibly close between these teams.
That's why, like, we are only going to be having 12 games. So even on game number 11, after game number 11, as we go on to the very last game, we still might be like, well, we still don't know which team might get qualified. It's all going to be into the air. Like at the very end, like during the MENA regional finals, we did not know that Yalla Esports were just going to like just climb their way back up, and they just did it. They just did the biggest comeback I had the chance of seeing in like competitive PUBG Mobile. This might happen also in this stage because 12 games is not a lot in like a tournament. That is nothing.
No, it's not. And like even when you take a team like, you know, Red Reserve, who got chicken dinner in the first game, and they haven't had the best of results, but they're still in the standings of getting that top spot. So it's incredibly close to see. But this is a damage from these teams in this Vikendi game. 2,300 damage for Konina Power, followed by 2,000 for Team Unique, 1,400 for FUTBOLIST, and 1,700. And oh my God!
Oh, we lost him for a little bit there. Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Yeah,
A little bit of a take issue. But like these stats alone, right, for UDRKILLERS, for Team Unique and Konina Power, they're the prime example of how valuable compounds are, right? They were the three first teams, one of the three first teams actually, to be located in Pishkova in that compound. And now they just held the area. All the teams trying to come on through, they got easy few bit of damage, even a few knockdowns and flushes out. And that is why if you can aim central and, you know, kind of pre-shot compounds early on Vikendi, is going to be worthwhile, which we saw so many teams unfortunately struggle to do. Like Nomad Gaming, Goskilla had a little bit of a hard time doing that, especially Red Reserve, just aiming way too late and 1-2-1-8. Like when you play on this map, edge of circle is very hard to pull off. It's a very hard play style. You got to also like kind of hope for hard shifts in your favor, or at least towards your double direction. And that's why you lost so many teams playing edge of circle, because it's such a hard play style to actually pull off to a really good amount of success.
Yeah, and you know, even having that kind of northeast circle, like I said, the unusualness, you can't. The teams do find that hard to deal with, right? At the end of the day, the teams that kind of rotated early and rotated well did get better results at the end of the day, but it's still hard. And look, I have so much respect for these players. Just want to see them perform the best they can.
Exactly the same, Imperium. But we're going for a very short break. It's going to be a 10-minute break, actually, before we do dive into game number 5 of the day. That's going to be on Erangel, back on Erangel for the last one of the day. So, guys, stick around if you want to see some sexy Erangel gameplay. 4 games are already done, and we're ready to jump to game number 5 for this first day of the regional finals for the European region. And boy, oh boy, we had some intense game, we had some weird games. Definitely had like the entire bundle ready, like served on a silver platter for us so far. What is going to be coming next?
Oh yeah, we've had it all so far. We've only been 4 games in. We've had tech issues. We have crazy circles. We've had some cars flying like a Michael Bay movie type play. It's incredible. And city finish, of course, in Vikendi. But at the end of the day, when you look at the overall standings right now, Heroes X are on top of the standings in first place in a good position. When you look in the bottom of the standings, the team that I touted, that I tipped to put in some good performances, it's DreamEaters down in last place on only 18 points.
We did not expect that, like, especially coming into like the scrims all this past week. They've been one of the most consistent teams. Like, really, with Nomad Gaming and DreamEaters, I was expecting to see them like always fighting for like minimum top 5. Yeah, and to see them just drop down like that is a little bit, you know, it hurts a little bit because DreamEaters, like, they got so much potential, and like their team is currently not qualified. So they need to fight this one through because they would be so good on the global stage, I have the impression, but they need to wake up. Hopefully enough, like lucky enough, they still got a few games to try and get back in, but like they're gonna have to get like 2 chicken dinners minimum to make up for this.
Yeah, definitely. It's more the fact that they just need that boost like Heroes X pulled in, right? You know, they just need that strong result to perk things up, to really show everybody around them that they're not down and out. And there's so many times that we see glimmer of hope from DreamEaters. They kind of remind me of like the Jordanian squad from MENA region, where you can see that they're kind of they're there, but they're not there. And of course, it shows on the standings. I just want to see them get the full potential in a game and show us what they can do.
Like, definitely, they do have to put a little bit more effort in these games to try and, you know, finally break on through. But like, most of the teams like already qualified. They're not even there. Like Team Unique, they're slowly climbing back up. Like, otherwise, as we talked about earlier, like the top team that is currently qualified, they're in 10th position. If I'm not mistaken. Wait, let me check. Yeah, that's the case. Yeah, like the highest team that is already qualified for the World League stage are in 10th position.
Oh, no, Team Unique are 3rd overall.
Oh, no, I did not see them.
Okay.
I did not see them. I'm blind. There you go. But they're 3rd position. Like, even after that, like, you know, FUTBOLIST, they're in 10th and all below. So, like, I think that, like, the teams that we potentially expecting to be higher up in the standings are not currently there. So, I think there's a big imbalance in all these teams currently.
Yeah, of course, 100%. You know, and of course, it hasn't helped that. And I was kind of even saying to you during the break, the kind of the unusual 45-minute delay that we had due to what can happen in competitive gaming. It kind of even threw me off my kind of feng shui of kind of what was the 3 games break and the 3 more games. It kind of threw me off, and hell, I'm not even playing. So I can imagine that has affected some of these teams and some of these players in these games where they're just maybe not performing in the way that they normally can or would.
I mean, like, during the break, like the long break where we had a tech issue earlier, like the players actually did a test map, but that means they're actually not playing 6 games, they're playing 7. Which is
but that's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. And if anything, that's kind of, not that it's worse because it's an extra game. It's just, it's not like it's kind of like if you have a job and you know you have a day off and you get called to come into work. It's you know, you kind of know your schedule for that day and you have yourself in that mindset. These players, these teams, they kind of had the schedule of 3 games, break, 3 games. That got thrown off, and it really does play with it.
It does take a little bit of a toll on your game. Hopefully it won't impact them too heavily, even though some teams might be dropping off a little bit. But we'll be seeing Imperium. We're going to be now slowly diving straight back into the final game of Erangel for this first day. And so far, no chicken dinners have been taken on this map. One was for Red Reserve on the first game. The second game on Erangel was taken over by Heroes X. Will we have another team be able to take it, or will it be, you know, potentially a team remaining the champions of Erangel? Like, Heroes X, they show such good potential that game, just such a good map control later on down the line. I want to see if they can try and repeat that amount of success, because so far they're once again in #1 position, and I think that they have been a team that we did not expect to be up there on the first day, but they are controlling it.
Honestly, like, if you ask me who I think, I'm not saying any team at all, because I feel like I'm kind of caster cursing so many of these teams. I feel bad at this point. It's kind of like, I'm going to say Team A are going to win and Team B are going to get second, Team C. You know, that's kind of like, I just don't want to kind of name drop any of these teams for getting a good result because, you know, I just want to see them go out, do what they can do, play around the circle shifts, react quickly. I want quicker reactions from some of these teams. I want more, you know, adept rotations. A lot of teams are definitely going towards the center circle, definitely, but there's a few teams that they're kind of just being a little bit weak on how they get into the circle, how they play the game, which I think they need to improve on.
I don't think it's like the rotations are weak. I think they're like all a little bit poorly executed, like missing some synergy, mainly like number one that you mentioned like a few times earlier, like they lack synergy on those rotations, or rotations being so delayed. Like Red Reserve is the prime example of that, right? Like they've been, after that first game where they rotated, even though it was pretty late, they got lucky circle shifts up north, but like they're rotating so late. And every single time they get gatekeeped and they just die so early on. That's like 3 games where they're dying like under 12th position.
And that's the thing, like they can turn around and say, well, the circle isn't going to work or we're getting bad circle look. Within reason, you create your own look.
Yeah.
You know, you put that look into your hands, and the way you do that is by rotating earlier and rotating smarter and rotating better. Like even Nomad Gaming, they didn't get a hugely good result, but I kind of, in that last game, I kind of respect them more than Red Reserve because they made that harsh rotation up the north and went down towards the northeast direction on the coastline. In my opinion, it was a much smarter rotation, and I respect them more for it. Whereas Red Reserve, they just tried to go for the easy rotation, but it was just poor.
I mean, it's you got to take a choice, right? Or you suffer the circle, or you try and take your future back in your own hands. Nomad Gaming tried to do it earlier.
Exactly.
Goskilla tried to do it too. You're better being proactive rather than being like a little bit too slow, and then unfortunately, like eventually, you know, just slowly walk into your doom and being sure 100% of getting taken out. We knew that was going to happen eventually. So teams got to try and take their games back in their very own hands. Got to try and take a better shot for these games because, rotation have been a little bit like they've been pretty weird so far. So I'm really hoping we can see them increase because like what I want to see is like if we take a little bit of like MENA region game plan, just like sprinkle it upon the European teams. Like man, we could have some of the best games ever in all of the entirety of this PUBG Mobile esports scene on the world global scale. But the rotations are where it's just lacking a little bit too much today.
True. A team I want to see more out of Max is Unicorns of Love. I really want to see more coming out from them because even when you look back at the German qualifying stages, at the end of day one of the finals, they were on top. As far as I remember, they were in first place. They then lost it to M1. So I just really know that they have more inside them. They really do. They've only got 9 kill points in 4 games. That's really not enough. I want more coming out from them. I want more aggressiveness. I want them to take a huge chunk of control in the game.
I think Unicorns of Love has some good rotations. Just once again, they're too slow on them, and they centered like they aim for central position on the circle too late, and on Vikendi, that is just never going to work out most of the time unless you win that compound breach. But anyways, enough chit chat. Let's dive straight into the action. Game 5 is going to be once again on Erangel, and we'll be seeing how this game will be following suit for some of these squads. Of course, playing path is going to be over the top of Severny, which is going to be great for teams such as Red Reserve, and going to be going straight over to the area of Novo. Great for also NGG.
Yeah, 1-2-1-8 dropping early on. They might be looking ahead maybe towards Rozhok location, or maybe towards the coastal line. Teams are dropping pretty early on. We're seeing teams maybe possibly go towards Yazan. DreamEaters will look to go there. I believe in the scrims they did drop towards there. And actually, Red Reserve, they could be sending Victor to shooting range and the 3 remaining members of Red Reserve staying in Severny.
Could be some valid options here. We're going to be slowly seeing these teams trying to aim for their central position, trying to see where they're going to hot drop. UDRKILLERS, of course, they're always going to go for Pachinki. So we'll be seeing if they're going to get contested, even though I'm pretty sure that will not be the case. Like, it would be so weird for contestants to come on this 3rd game of Erangel. I think teams do understand where they like to drop at this stage. And Team Unique, apparently, no, not going to go back over to George Pole. They did that already twice. They're like, okay, we're going to go back to our usual job, which is going to be for Novo, but is FUTBOLIST right behind them? I think I see them right behind them. They used to hot drop all the time when they win those scrims. They are. They're there. They're behind them. Hot drop on Novo between FUTBOLIST and Team Unique.
Yep. Okay.
I don't like that.
That is very, very interesting indeed. We could see an early engagement coming out from these two teams. Indeed. So, okay, looking for the members of Unique as they are in the building across the road. You also have Rome in the house sandwiching the members of Unique. Down goes EXS.
Yeah, and there you go, FUTBOLIST. They're going to go for the engage. They got the first knockdown. They want to try and convert this into something grander. They want all the loot of Novo and these frags, so why not just go all out? This is going to be worthwhile for them if they can get it. Memphis is right there. That's going to be another knock for them. Oh my god, Team Unique just falling apart in this game. And they're going to have Memphis and, you know, EXC normally out very early on. What I would say is just the two other members just get the hell out of Novo. Why are they hot dropping? I don't get it. Why?
Look, I suppose...
I know
I don't think they're hot dropping. I just don't think they expect the FUTBOLIST to follow them. Honestly, I really don't, and I wasn't expecting until you pointed out, and it was kind of like, what, they are? But now they're going to try to just disengage and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, like the thing is, right, because they were so close to each other, 100% had the information while dropping that there was going to be a team on Novo. What they can do, you can take the compound, the small over-localized to the west, there's actually a crossroad section leading to the eastern bridge. Will be able such a safer rotation and also position to just drop on and get all the loot. But none of the, I think both teams are just too stubborn to give Novo away, and they're just like, okay, I'm going to commit and we're going to go for it. The fight broke out. Team Unique, they just pulled off the short straw.
Now, I haven't had much of a chance to talk about this phase on Circle because of the early game action. It is up towards the northwest, so definitely more familiar territory on the west side of Erangel, but it's a little bit more north than usual. And what is important is that the river is going to come into play, Maxman, between the teams up north and down south.
A fight in Ruins. Those aren't very usual. Holes is so low, but unfortunately Morteza will not be able to connect those shots. Nacho will be a casualty during that engagement, and the flush should be happening pretty damn shortly. And because they dropped in like such an unusual position, do they even have the meds, to allow them to rest back up?
I honestly just hate Ruins. Right? I honestly hate it. I try. Yeah, look, you know. We know N1 like to land around Ruins. They do like to land between Ruins and let's say kind of Watertown, but man, yeah, they're gonna kind of pay the price in Heroes X. Hey, look, Heroes X on tippity top of the mountain in the standings. They're gonna get one kill. That's gonna be not the worst start in the world for them. Actually, a half decent start, but yeah, Ruins really.
Yeah, but even like Flood, like Ruins and Flood, like the two areas that like we both despise so much in PRM, they're overtaken. And like even a hot drop, like why are we, well, hot drop, we have like a contestment on that area, which is very, very unusual and unexpected. So I think that none of these two teams are really ready for that. It's just that Heroes X ended up happening to be the team to take that frag early on. So hopefully it won't hurt number one too heavily in this game, but we'll have to see later on down the line. But one team that's going to have a good potential here is Red Reserve. They rotate too late. The circle's on them. Like, you have no reason to not like get a good position here.
True. But when you look at the compounds that are going to be prevalent for this phase one, it is going to be the compounds that are kind of just outside North George, along the river line, by the bridge, where teams could potentially cross their path and you take them out. You also have the high ground where Nomad Gaming are near UDRKILLERS, as you see this engagement going on. That's a really nice place to hold on to, but to make sure that you engage as a team, you hold on, you don't get too close for discomfort.
The only thing you want to be careful about is when you're in that current like location, if you got teams that are behind you and in front of you, you can almost just never protect yourself properly. So get information. They don't want to really overstay there too long. There's a compound nearby. Why not just go overtake it? It's a lot safer to hold on to in this early stage. And phase one is slowly going to be closing up. So you're going to see some rotations slowly come out. While UDRKILLERS, they're going for Ruins. Like, why?
Another Ruins. I don't know why. I think they feel like forced that they had to go there because Nomad Gaming were engaging on them. But Ruins, not Ruins, but Everest. Why isn't nobody going up to Everest? Everest is a great spot to get intel on the many teams around you. It would be a really nice location to hold on to in the early parts of this game. But all the while, we're seeing 3 teams around Ruins. It makes me sad, Max. It makes me sad.
Press F for Imperium, guys. Press F. Sad times. But like, after, I do understand why they went for it, because it's almost dead center of the circle. but it's just to hold on to it's just a hassle.
Disengaging away from it.
And holding on to it is just an absolute hassle, right? Yeah, it's just not fun to play with. So we'll have to see if they can play with it. I mean, maybe it's just a placeholder. They don't intend to go aggressive or anything, and they're keeping their cards under control to rotate instantly if it does shift away from Rins. We never know. Could have a Rins finish, and if it does end up like shifting central on top of Rins, the teams that end up being there first will have so much control, especially Nomad, because they got the high ground from Rins. But the chances of that happening are so slim. It's almost not worth it.
Well, in scrims, we did see a circle end in runes. We did see an Erangel map end in runes where M1 actually got a half-decent result. Now, in this game, they're not looking too good. In that scrim game, they were full squad by the late game. So, yeah, of course, it's definitely possible as WSK are also rotating through. Oh,
okay. Oh, he's gone. But as you say, it was like a sacrificial lamb, as we'd like to call it, Imperium. Like, they're going to be using their first member. They're just going to go for this building a little bit further down south of Rins, not going to commit too heavily. Heroes X also could have some more of an angle on them, a little bit of a high ground. They can get involved if they want to, maybe steal a few frags away. But this should be hopefully not resulting in too many kills being taken on in this first phase, because there's no reason for that to really happen.
Yeah, as the Lunatic does get knocked down. The team that have gotten a really nice position, I mentioned it, 1-2-1-8. They're in that compound by the corner of the bridge on the north side of the river, outside George Paul. Solid location indeed. And they've even gone for a 2-2 split, two to the north of the river, to the south of the river. It's such intelligent play. Unlike these teams that are in ruins, it's yeah.
The thing is, right, if it shifts away from Rim, like maybe not phase 2 because it is center, so the chance of that actually still being in circle is pretty grand. But like when it does get out, and when Rim's actually out of circle, that is when, unfortunately, things are not going to go too good for teams that aim for that position. And the teams like win around it, especially Everest, as you mentioned earlier, they're going to get a lot of information, and it can just shut down teams rotating, because Everest has a direct line of sight on Rins. And you can take some really good shots, especially with like DMRs and snipers.
Yeah, exactly. Now, as we do see phase 2 going to pop up, Red Reserve had gone close towards DreamEaters, but they went back up north. Now they have to go down south. They have to occupy one of the compounds by George Paul, because they will have to look to punish the teams rotating in. And just like that, the teams in ruins are looking to try and disengage. It's going to be so hard. It is going to be easier for UDRKILLERS because they're closer to Everest and they can look to just rotate up from there. But for the other teams, they're kind of pinched for now.
A lot of room on the west. Team Unique could end up trying to overtake a position. And I think that maybe a few squads would be definitely interested in taking over Everest. But the fights are still coming on through. Unicorns of Love, a self-nade in a kill feed. Never nice to see those happen.
I don't know what's happening with them, but look, it is what it is. As UDRKILLERS, they're actually not completely disengaging for now. They're looking to possibly scout out Ulysses, who has the Car 98 in his hand. If you have a Car 98 in your hand, you might not have the biggest scope in the world, but get on top of Everest, baby, and you could get some nice Car 98 shots off on the teams around ruins.
You already got like a nice headshot on a member of Nomad Gaming earlier, and I gotta say he's been really consistent sniper throughout like the entirety of even PMCO. Like I gotta say he's been a great player to look out for. But what are we seeing? Whether it's going to be going out, of course. Now the second phase is slowly going to be closing up on these teams. And yeah, like Team Unique, number 1 already lost 2 members early on. Like on the first phase, losing 2 members is always going to come and bite you back, like what I've been thinking.
But because of all the teams that have gone close towards the river, they have a lovely amount of space. They're looking to go into Gatka. It's not too heavily into the circle because they don't know what we know, right? So they're thinking there still could be teams on the, let's say, the compound down the south of Everest. So they're sticking safe, waiting for phase 3 to pop up. You then have FUTBOLIST who had gotten the better of the majority of Team Unique. They've rotated in now from the West Bridge into the mainland, getting into a nice position. So far, it's not too bad. Still 16 teams, still 57 players.
Yeah, of course, we're going to see Red Reserve. They went for rotation.
Yep, they did exactly what they said they should have done.
On Thanos, but he's going to be able to just slip away from that one. But at least you know that 100% for sure, DreamEaters, they got information. So now they're just going to get, okay, we're not going to fight that. Not worth it, not worth it. Let's get back as a full squad.
much more intelligent rotation coming out from Red Reserve. I'm actually finally glad that's something I called out for a team to go to. It's not like I cast or curse them. It's actually going to pay off for now, but we still will see where phase 3 might shift to. As Unicorns of Love, they did lose Hidden. They're down to 3 players. They look to try and keep the real deal off at a bay.
I love the rotation on Team 5, though. Team 5, they're wrapping around down the south, trying to find a nice entry point towards potentially Pachinki Hills. We'll get very close to FUTBOLIST. Hopefully, they don't go too far. So, like, even though Team 5, they usually rotate a little bit, like, slow, which is, like, what Reserve did. But, like, they execute it, like, they have a game plan behind it, right?
Definitely.
Like, they actually find different entry points, and they actually breach it every single time because they read the map so well. I got to say, the way they read their macro is absolutely spot on. Maybe one of the best teams in terms of, like, reading entry points. Oh, the circle, what?
Wait, Max, just wait.
Yeah. Okay,
just wait.
You're going to see, because you have a little bit of an advantage, like the in-game spectator client, but like, you'll see where the circle's going. This is such a hard circle. And you talked about the river compound, right? The fact that 1218 already took that under control. Boy, 1218, if they just send the 2 of the members over on the northern side, ooh.
We'll keep 2 members in that building and send 2 members up north towards the circle, or keep all 4 members there and try to punish teams like Heroes X who are going to look to go across the bridge. Kudor knows there's a couple of players there. They've got to go in towards the river tower or disengage as NGG and Konina Power are engaging on each other outside the circle.
Yeah, NGG, they're going to have a little bit of a, well, a little bit. They're going to have a really hard time. They're going to have 3 members knocked out. Ferrero, just get the hell out of there. Can you be allowed to do it? He will be able to make it out with the buggy, but unfortunately, he is surrounded by foes. He's going to have every single team almost around him, and he tries to rotate open in the fields, but, ooh.
Mad Max, baby!
Pushing upon Heroes X. Oh,
Mad
Max. Mad Max style action coming on through.
UDRKILLERS and Heroes X looking for a similar engagement as NGG Team are eliminated in 16th place. They're the first team out. 15 teams left, 52 players as Nano goes right above. They're ready to be aggressive on the Solus of Heroes X, trying to drive in around the bullets, but it's smoking, baby. It's smoking.
It's smoking. I don't like where this is going to be going. It's actually fuming. You got to get into somewhere. Okay, he jumps out. That was a close call for Solus, but he makes it out alive. He's going to be slowly pursued by UDRKILLERS, but are they going to just go into the compound? They are going to go for the building instead, which is a lot better. They're not going to go over-aggressive in an open area, so Solus will be able to just survive that, but boy, that was way too close for comfort.
Oh my lord, that was, I felt that. I could feel Solus just go,
at the same time.
No, please, yeah. Clenching butt cheeks, like honestly, wow, unbelievable. Now as Team 5, you talked about their rotation. They've gone on the southwest side or southeast side of the circle. Look at them punish the real deal. They have DMR, they have snipers in their favor, ready to punish the real deal. Who've had to gone closer towards Watertown, but there is WSK right in front of the real deal that they'll have to be careful of. Hackshot, a guy from Ireland, the Irish god. Okay. The co-Irish god, should I say, is not afraid.
Reeves is not here.
Yeah, I know. The
make him
co-Irish
jealous and
god.
How dare you?
Okay, the Irish god of the regional finals. Okay, there you go. He deserves that much.
Okay, that's fair, of course. A few teams now going to slowly try and find the high ground. FUTBOLIST actually doing so far down south. They found a great entry point, wrapping around on the western side, but they're going to get intel on UDRKILLERS. Can they get it done? We'll have to wait and see. UDRKILLERS having 1 member knocked out. That was Mark, but no, because they're in the compound, they can easily pull off a res, but they're not in circle, like barely out of it.
Wow, oh my god, this circle shift phase 4 has actually gone back to the west as UDRKILLERS. FUTBOLIST going in. Grenades are being primed, ready to fire. Is it going to work out? It's going to push UDRKILLERS out from this compound in amongst the smoke by the barrels, by the crates. They're going to have to be careful. Lutz knocks down Mark. Soke prones down. Going to look for a Sandro gets knocked down. It's going to be a confirmed. UDRKILLERS are getting shut down 1 by 1.
FUTBOLIST, this is such a weird engage. I wouldn't even say why are they even doing it, because it's out of circle. It's not valuable. They could just wrap around up north potentially, or even down south. But you know what? They're taking a fight, and it is working out. Now then you got to focus down on Nano. He's the last one down. They probably counted how many knockdowns they got. That nade might be great on Nano, but unfortunately will explode a little bit prematurely. And they're just going to be rushing up. He sees Nano. Can he shut down that push off Soul K? Can buy himself some time, but how long will that might be happening? Ulysses does die out, and UDRKILLERS will be going out despite getting the last chicken dinner on Vikendi.
Honestly, I love that engagement by FUTBOLIST. Yes, it's unorthodox. Yes, it technically didn't need to be done, but at the end of the day, yes, you go past the team, they can actually third-party you from behind, or they can be a thorn in your side down the line. The fact of the matter is FUTBOLIST engaged, took a team out. They don't have to worry about UDRKILLERS. It was like something we saw in the MENA region, and I praise the teams in the MENA region for doing that. Lovely stuff from FUTBOLIST.
So the little bit of an issue, well, a little bit, the big issue we have this game currently, the amount of compounds available. There are almost none. No. This is going to get so tricky for squads to find valuable position. You can't aim center, because if you're going to center, every single team is going to scout you. But now we're going to be seeing, of course, Nomad Gaming slowly pushing out of the water, and they're going to try and take the fight versus the real deal. Do they have the information? I'm pretty sure they do. And they're just scoping out, but Bujo just going to try and rotate because they don't want to really play on the lower side. They want to go for
come on, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Go for Hackshot, though. You can take Hackshot.
Yeah, there. Oh, come on. Come on.
You can do it. But if he gives his position away, they're going to actually shoot themselves in the foot, kind of, because they would get like held down by the real deal. And I don't think the real deal have the information. But the real deal, again, shot by in that shack. So,
but from behind, WSK are looking to get close to Nomad Gaming. So Nomad Gaming, they've got to be careful. They've got to try and turn their attentions on to the members of WSK. Sprone looking for him. Argo gets a knockdown. DP28, but from the return, Satsora gets the job done on two members of WSK.
They did not see Nicola, and he's doing a good amount of work, but unfortunately Sprone will be the one to put an end to his killing spree, and he will be indeed flushed out and actually secured, stolen by the real deal. Yeah, that will be indeed the case. Again, every single kill. Now they've got the information on Nomad Gaming. Now things are going to get really tricky. What I would say, stay in the water, Lunatic and Satsura, and just go over a little bit more to the east, because you can actually maybe avoid this fight.
Through Team 5. They're in 7th place overall in standings. They've just been eliminated in 14th, as we're down to 13 teams. But what is crazy is we're down to 35 players, Max. So even though this circle is kind of crazy, there's a lot of bodies down. So that means that technically there's a lot more space as Phase 5 shifts to the northwest.
And now the compound count has been lifted down to a big fat 0. Now it's only going to be terrain plays. We'll have to wait and see. Red Reserve, oh, you're lucky that Smoke is able to save you out, but Konina Power, they're slowly going to push upon them. They are so low, pulling off even another res on top of Dusk, and they're going to go full absolute ham on this one. Some nades getting chucked over by Gonzo, and this will normally be the end of Red Reserve if they do commit aggressively, but they're not able to do it just yet. And here it is, get another knockdown on Dusk, not letting them enough time to res back up. They're still not quite able to pull off the res. You have to commit Konina Power. This is your fight to win.
And now it's Konina Power going on the US. Looking to run over Red Reserve. That's a way of taking control, my friend. And now it's just one member left standing. Frosty IGL throws out a grenade, but the smoke disperses. He finds Azzy, but from the side, in comes Robinini. And Red Reserve are eliminated in 12th.
Another unfortunate game for them. They'll be taken out in 12th, as you just mentioned. So now that means the northern side has a lot more room to play with. Team Unique and Konina Power, they can control that vicinity for themselves. But Nomad, they went a little bit further away from that. Now actually they're pushing on top of the real deal. They were not able to take this fight properly. And that's a great nade, I do have to say, from Aldic. Can he get the finishing blow? He doesn't have information on who is there. Of course, it's going to result that into a flush. And that's going to be their 6th kill.
Going to be good stuff for them, but they're fighting against the blue zone. They gotta try and run, rabbit, run. Show me the way, the gun.
You know what? I respect that one on a dime, able to come out with a rhyme. That is pretty nice. I did a rhyme without making it on. Oh, damn it.
Also, it was also dead because it is Easter weekend. So I made a bunny joke on Easter weekend.
Hey.
See? Big boy brain.
Maxman and Imperium, the caster duo that Eminem will never diss. As #1, unfortunately, they get taken out. Now we're finally down to top 10 teams fighting for this game. But I gotta say, I'm really happy with FUTBOLIST. They had a hard rotation. They found a nice entry point on the western side, and now they're controlling this game, but they are central. That means that most teams have an angle on them.
And you got to think, if they hadn't have taken down UDRKILLERS, what could have happened, right? You know, as we do see 1-2-1-8 knocking down Nomad Gaming. Now they have to try and take down Nomad Gaming. Do get eliminated. We're down to 9 teams, 20 players left. FUTBOLIST are still a full squad as Goskilla go down. DreamEaters in last place, but they need the result. They're on 5 kills so far. Can they close out a chicken dinner to push them up in the overall standings?
I mean, this is definitely a game they could try and take for themselves. They got the low bubble heal, they got a lot of peaking potential, but the circle is going back up north. Of course, the 2 teams are going to be having a good effect about this. It's going to be Team Unique and Konina Power. They are going to try their very best to control it. But I got to say, FUTBOLIST right now, pushing so quickly, I would say, would not be a great thing. So I've just got to say, now you got to play edge of circle. Playing central, because teams are so close to each other, is not a valid option anymore.
Oh, down goes Heroes X Meku from DreamEaters. That's going to be kill number 6, as they do have to rotate into the circle. Yes, they are full squad, but they are uphill going downhill, and that does make it incredibly harder. The only good thing they have on their side is that there's only 16 players left, Max, so there's less bodies that can potentially take them out, and they're looking to take out more bodies as Unique are being engaged on from a distance.
Yeah, taking a few shots in the smoke will not result in too much being done, but 1-2-1-8, they're going to go for a little bit of an engage, going 3 cars, just sending them just bowling through towards DreamEaters and FUTBOLIST as they try and control the area. They'll be having a big fight coming on through. BJ, the last member, is going to have a little bit of a hard time, and as I say that, that's going to be the real deal. Get taken out in 6th position, finally down to top 5 teams. 1-2-1-8, they lose 2, unfortunately, in that rotation, but they get a little bit closer. You know, objective half fulfilled.
Yeah, of course. Of course, as Unique are up on the north side, trying to hold on. FUTBOLIST did lose Solke, but they do still have Lazar Room and Lutz left standing down on the southwest side of the circle. Such a strong game from FUTBOLIST in this game 5 of the day. It is the reason this kind of performance, why they have qualified directly for the World League, Max.
That is indeed the case. They're showcasing some great rotations this game. 1-2-1-8 now, unfortunately, down to 1 member. But Dita, the rest could potentially come on through, but I don't think that Meku is going to let that happen. I'm pretty sure he wants to try and deny it. Meku, nice. He gets scattered out by none other than Frozen, but unfortunately, Advocate has an angle on the left. Shoot in the foot, and that will be the end. And indeed, Frozen will get knocked out. The flush will not be happening just yet, but at least you know that race is going to be really hard for Team Unique to actually pull off. And now Circle still closing up. 1-2-1-8 might Dynamite off seconds because they're out of Circle in the south.
The good thing for Team Unique is that they do kind of have more space on the north. Their other remaining 4 teams are clustered down south, Max.
This is getting pretty damn tricky for most of these teams. Meku going to get res back up by White. Man advantage is going to be really important for these squads, of course. And I think they got one of the better positions. They got somewhat of a plateau and a high ground because of this 2-2 split. And Eden are moving rotations and the teams down south. You're going to be stealing 1. That's going to be Advocate getting an extra kill. Up to now, 8 so far. Can they hit the double-digit kill bomb this game?
I definitely have no doubt that they can. They're looking confident. They're looking damaging. They're looking dangerous as Unique are eliminated. We're down to 4 teams. Konina Power, Tixie goes down. And now we're down to 3. DreamEaters, 1-2-1-8 and FUTBOLIST. DreamEaters, I said that they needed a good result. They're down in last place. Like I said, 3 players up in this game. They want to take control. Meku, be careful, my friend. You're going right into the 1-2-1-8.
Yeah, he's trying to take control of the area. The nade does connect, puts him a little bit lower. But now 1-2-1-8, how will you play around this one? Of course, they have a little bit of a dip. They can peek out, but that nade, that's a double frag with the nade of White. And now it's turned into a 2-on-2 team squad wipeout. Of course, FUTBOLIST is going to be down to only Lovazin. Can he control the area? He sees stand up for a split second. A little bit slow on taking those few shots. And it will be FUTBOLIST that gets taken out 2nd position. And finally, DreamEaters showing up to the party and get himself their very first chicken dinner of this regional finals.
What a way for them to control the end of that game. Like I said, be careful, DreamEaters, on the engagement on 1-2-1-8, but they didn't care. They were so full of confidence. They had such a good game up until that point. And you asked the question, would they get double-digit kills? God damn it, they did. 13 with the chicken dinner. What a good result.
That is definitely one good engagement from them. You know, just every single time pushing teams, taking fight after fight after fight to just hold the entire eastern section of the circle. And it just made their rotation so easy. It was a very aggressive rotation, but because they were so coordinated and still had 4 members, they just took fights so easily because at the end of the day, right, almost every single team did not have man advantage, and they just focused on one team at a time, so they could just like completely outdo them because of their raw and pure man advantage in those engagements. And I'm really happy with them finally getting in games. We talked about them before, right? The fact that they had so much potential, and they finally showed why we call them out as like one of the favorite potential teams in these games, because they're just so good.
But yeah, it was just a really good result for them. So we will, of course, see a shift in the overall standings. I have absolutely no doubt about that. Nomad Gaming didn't get a bad result once again, getting a couple of kills along the way, at least 6, showing that aggressiveness that I wanted to see from them, to be perfectly honest, Maxon, because you're only on 20, not even 20 kills, you're only on about 13 kills up until that point. So really getting a good amount of kills in that last game.
Now it's going to be going for the replay of this late game stage. Of course, FUTBOLIST having a little bit of a hard time as they get engaged by 1-2-1-8. And then, like, once again, you're seeing all the fights that DreamEaters got on the eastern side. They just took team after team after team, and then they just went over to 1-2-1-8. Then they only had to focus over on the last member of FUTBOLIST, and it was great. But I want to give a lot of respect over to FUTBOLIST, right? They were down south towards, like, was it Pachinki Fields down south? And they just rotated so smartly around on the west and found so many entry points. And the fact that they took down UDRKILLERS, even though I doubted the usefulness of that, it paid out so good because they just kept pushing on the west without having teams behind them. I'm really happy with that.
I'm really happy about that as well. And you look at the team stats for DreamEaters, though, 13 kills, 1,600 damage. Not the highest amount of damage, right? You know, like, it complements the 13 kills, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong about that. Only 7 knockouts. The fact that they were able to just kind of steal a couple of kills here or there, get a couple of kills along the way. They forged their game. They forged a chicken dinner right around the teams, and they just got what they needed to do done.
The fact that like, they had so many teams fighting, like especially north and south, and they just had also that nice position. I talked about it, right? It was a little bit of a plateau / lip of a hill. And once they saw 5 breakout, they just like capitalized on it. They got themselves knockdowns. They also got like kill steals. And I'm really happy. Like, once again, information is key, and they just got so much intel. And like instantly, they saw a knock. Boom, that's ours. Take it home. And that's why they got so many frags in that game. And DreamEaters, they, like that game alone, checking out the overall standings, they just climbed extremely high. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. We'll see as we do go over to the graphic of the overall standings. But here are your top players for the 5th game of this regional finals.
Frozen once again. Frozen is such a good player. And for Team Unique, you know, 4 kills, 1 assist, looking pretty good. But lots of FUTBOLIST. 5 kills, 1 assist. Pixie of Konina Power consistently up there, getting 4 kills. And, of course, Meku of DreamEaters. What I love about that is that the top players were all from different teams. That was nice to see.
Now, that means, like, really, I got the impression also, as we see that, like, those players, like, I got the impression that every single team that was, like, holding an edge of the circle, like, north, east, west, and south, actually are, like, currently was 1 player in the top 4. I found that a little bit weird, like, also a little bit interesting. But there you have it. That is going to be game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because you said that the center of the circle was kind of a dangerous place to be. It wasn't really playable. But as we look at the overall standings, Heroes X still holding on to the top spot. But that lead has been squashed to just 2 points, with 1-2-1-8 in 2nd, FUTBOLIST in 3rd, and Team Unique in 4th.
I'm genuinely surprised about this fact, is the fact that DreamEaters, NGG, Red Reserve, and also UDRKILLERS, they're all like lower than 5th position with 1 chicken dinner, whereas this is complete opposite of what we saw in the MENA region, right? In the regional finals. Every single team that had a chicken dinner was high up in the standings because they were so consistent, but like consistency for, unfortunately, a lot of these teams is not just working out. And Heroes X has been so far one of the most consistent teams over the board.
But it's still close, right? Because, you know, when you look at Red Reserve and 8th, like they really haven't had good results, but between them and 2nd place is still only 16 points. Like, so it shows how powerful a good result is, but also how powerful it is to be consistent with these results. And we're yet to really see that from teams, to be perfectly honest. Up until this game 5, probably the most consistent team was Goskilla. They were on 39 points in 4 games, really good. But they got a bad result this game, which means they've dropped down as we do look at the damage from that last game.
Going to be seeing all these teams in their current ranks. And man, Nomad Gaming, they got so much damage. It was mainly their fight was the real deal, and they also like getting backstabbed by WSK, if I'm not mistaken, on like that river section. So the fact that they had that fight was like so many teams getting involved and actually able to clear them, most of those players out, actually allowed them to get so much more damage. So that is the reason why you're seeing such a high amount of damage for Nomad Gaming. But of course, like all the teams that had like one of the polar positions, like, you know, north, south, east, west, like DreamEaters, FUTBOLIST, Team 1218, and also Konina Power, is because they were controlling the area and they were just shutting down all the teams around them, and then it was just remaining with 4 teams just trying to push from polar positions. That is why they got so much damage.
And I do think that when 1218 were in the position where they had 2 teams north of the river and two players down the south of the river, and we saw that circle shift heavily kind of more up towards the north, if they had sent 2 players up north, I think that might have resulted in a better result. Yeah, they did what they needed to do, but I kind of think that forward thinking with 2 players up north in a better position, they might have been able to respond as a full team. But it was what it was.
And with that said, Erangel, we had our 3 games. It was a lot of fun, but we're done with Erangel for today. Only one more game remaining before we do end this broadcast, and of course that's going to be on Sanhok. Going to be nice to close it up with some really aggressive, just absolute insanely pure and raw action-packed game. And if you want to see some Sanhok action, stick around. It's going to be coming up in a few short minutes. Welcome back. One more game before we close up this first day of the regional finals for the European region. It's been an action-packed day. It's been a weird day in some sense, you could even say. But finally, we're going to be closing up today's broadcast with the final game. Of course, it's going to be on Sanhok, which, you know, always fun to cast some Sanhok action.
Like, I don't like playing the map, to be honest.
I like watching it.
I love watching it. I love casting it because when you take this map that some consider as unpredictable, crazy, not really, you know, competitively ready, it tests the teams, and I love to see how the teams react. I think it favors an aggressive team like what we saw from FUTBOLIST in the last game. It also can favor a team that can take control of the circle in the right way. So, you know, I still think it's a great map to cast. I just know it's going to get crazy.
And it also shows your like communication skills for a team. Like you might be in like the safest position, and like literally 10 seconds after you're like already engaged with the team, was like two teams backstabbing you at the same time. That happens all the time. So it really puts you in like a very stressful situation, and it sees how well you can respond to that. Circle shifts aren't all that impactful compared to, for example, you know, Miramar and everything, because mostly you're not going to be in compounds. You're just going to be like forcing through above terrain. So of course, it's always nice to see which team will be able to take it through. But yeah, I'm really intrigued. Sanhok is coming up. One of the only 2 games we have on Sanhok actually in this tournament. Yeah.
And you know, being able to react quickly in Sanhok, I think, is also an important part, because not only, like you mentioned, you can be backstabbed within a matter of seconds from what looks like a safe position, but because the circles close in quicker, because the map is smaller, you've just got to be able to react quickly. In a team that normally can do well on Sanhok, but I kind of fear for, not only because from talking to them, but the way they've kind of been a bit slow to react today is Red Reserve. Yeah, the last game in Erangel, they rotated better, partly because they had the circle in their favor, and they had a little bit of bad luck, but I still feel that they've been slow, a little bit lackadaisical, and if they do the same thing in Sanhok, poof, they could easily find themselves at the bottom of the standings of the map.
Yeah, like they've been really like falling from grace so far. So hopefully they also did shift a little bit their dropping location. We'll see that as we do dive into the game. Some interesting, like not only them, like so many teams like shifted their dropping locations like over the course of the past week because of the scrims. Because this is a lot smaller map, it's a 4x4, so hot drops are unfortunately sometimes prone to happen. So if you can avoid them as much as possible, that would be great. What I'm expecting for a few of these squads, actually what we did see happening on the last few days of the scrims, is the fact that all the teams started shifting and dropping early on the eastern coastline, like in very high tournaments, like very high competitive tournaments, even like the Indian scrims that we had a chance of seeing recently, no teams almost dropped there. It's almost unplayed. So if you want to go for very passive early, you could go for it.
Yeah, I definitely love to see that. Making use of the whole map, especially because it's only 4x4, make use of it. But yeah, okay, the majority of the circles we do see, of course, generally end up either the northeast island or southeast island, but when you have like 60 other players around you on a 4x4 map, use the coastal line on the north side, use the coastal line on the east side. Of course, if you're an aggressive team, drop more center circle, but if you are generally a passive team, drop somewhat passively.
That's definitely like, you know, as Toby said, like, you know, the god analyst of PUBG. Of course, we want to play aggressive, drop aggressive. Like, I want to see if we're going to be having some teams potentially going boot camp. We did see every once in a while some teams would go to boot camp, but not very consistent. Sometimes boot camp would be completely deserted. So I would like to see who's going to have the, if I may say, is going to have the balls of going there, because I think that so far, especially with like what's at stake here, I don't think that many teams are going to like take that gamble.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes you gotta have the gonads to drop the corners to drop hot, and then like I just like the honesty, and I still can't get out of my head that engagement by FUTBOLIST in the last game onto UDRKILLERS. Like, man, it was so refreshing to see that in EU. It really was. I was like, yes. I clamor for that kind of control, and yeah, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got second place. And man, please teams, if there's ever a clip for you to base some of your gameplay on, it's that. Engage the way FUTBOLIST did onto UDRKILLERS. Even if Futbolists had lost it, yeah, of course it would have sucked, but at least it would have been like, hey, we did what we had to do to try and take control. But in the end, they did win that engagement, and they went on to finish second.
Like, that engagement did make me put my thinking emoji face on, like a little bit like, this is interesting. I didn't quite get it, but the fact that they were looking so far ahead of time was actually really good to see, because if you know, like, looking for the next step is always something very important, but like if you can, like, you know, kind of guess like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps ahead of time, it's like a game of chess in some way. You can already like just set yourself up so good for success. Maybe not taking chicken dinner worthy, but like at least getting consistently like top 5s, and that's what they did on that game. Let's see if they can do it once more. But like, no, a game of chess on Sanhok doesn't really, you know, pair up too good. It's more like an absolute like outgoing war do you see on Sanhok most of the time. So I think they're kind of anticipating so much might be a little bit harder, but yeah,
guerrilla warfare and Sanhok kind of thing. Oh man, yeah, it's but I do think that like Sanhok can compliment from a team being super fast with the engagement and super fast with the reaction, also taking bodies out of that game, because that's what was weird about the last Erangel game. We were down to like 20-30 players by phase 5, phase 6, and that's kind of unusual.
Because there were no compounds, really. That was the main issue. There was no compounds. Well, Sanhok's got a little bit more to offer, at least, you know. No, doesn't matter where you're going to be shifting the circle early on. You're going to be having some buildings still to play with. And of course, this playing path, not going to have an issue here whatsoever. It's a 4x4 map. But we're going to actually see Heroes X. We did see them at the very end of the scrim starting to go for like Camp Bravo / Mongne. And I'm going to say, I love that drop in location from Heroes X, because it's been like, it's so passive early on and it offers a lot of rotation, even potentially with boats if you really want to.
It's going to be interesting with the phase 1 circle down towards the southwest island. It's not too heavily down the southwest. It's still within the majority of the mainland, a little bit of northwest island, as a 1-2-1-8 do drop in Paradise Resort on their own, baby.
On their own, indeed. A few teams, they're going to be actually dropping pretty split. Like, that will be the case of Team 5, but they did also go a little bit more over to the eastern coastline, so they can afford to do that. I'm not going to be too annoying against that. But we did already see this first phase circle, right? Crossover section, I mentioned like multiple times, is like my favorite location to go for, because it opens you so many doors for the mid to late game stage, right? So I want to see number 1, they're split, but they couldn't really take that area under control early on, and that would be the best way for them to play early, I got to say.
It's a little bit unusual to see more than one team land in Painan. Or sorry, only one team land in Painan, considering it is such a great spot to hold on to. And it's a great spot to kind of rotate away from. So Konina Power have all the loot of Painan and all the freedom to rotate away.
Yeah, like Painan is usually really contested because it offers quite a nice few rotations, but early on, nobody's going to really aim for that. Team Unique did drop towards Samir, very close to Red Reserve. They have been contesting it themselves pretty heavily, especially, you know, during the scrims, so hopefully they won't be having too much of an issue for some of these squads. Really, this phase 1 circle has just so much landmass inside of it. Like, we shouldn't hopefully see any fights break out early, but because it is Sanhok, you can't really, you know, speculate too heavily. Things are very, very unusual on this map.
Oh boy, oh boy. Now, as we see Red Reserve. Yeah, okay, they're kind of close to Team Unique, but nothing crazy. I want to see a good end to the day from them. I want to see a good result. They've got the bear costume. I want to see them fight like bears and get a good result in this last game.
Yeah, I definitely do hope so. I mean, their position, you know, down south, they've got a lot of room to work with. Hopefully, they'll just be a little bit more proactive in, like, seeking for extra positions and valuable positions later on down the line. Well, NGG, where are they on the map, actually? They're towards docks, you know? Like, that's a location you don't really see too much, like, the spectator client, right? You don't see containers too heavily on this map, but it is there. It does exist. So, I might drop there on my next Sanhok game.
Exists?
It's Narnia of Sanhok. It's like, wow.
Just like Santa and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny.
Wow.
Yeah, it's true. But now
I just didn't know what to say there.
Yeah, no, as you see M1 and Unicorns of Love. Nice response from Perks, but he does get knocked down. Vindex was knocked down. Nacho's going to try and look for the revive. PRZ will be looking to come in from behind as Locke and the rest of Unicorns of Love have to try to react very quickly as Hidan looks to try to re-rotate. PRZ He's a man. He's going to flank from the side. As up the hill, the grenades are going to be thrown out.
Grenade's going to be flying. Can he get Perks knocked once more? Will not be connected, unfortunately, but they got one member actually of their team that's actually pushed very, very, very deep, which is going to be PRZ. Trying to wrap around. Hiran could be a really big issue. Hopefully he's not going to get backstabbed because of that one, but he does get Talon down, giving his position away now. He's actually just going to be so passive. He's just like peeking. He's not going to overly aggressive. He's just getting peek after peek, trying to get knockdowns and allowing the team to push closer. Like Vindex is already in the buildings.
Yeah, exactly. So it's nice kind of swift response from M1, not engaging too heavily. Hidan tries to find a Windex, knocks down Lux as Hidan tries to peek from side to side. Vindex was knocked down. To trade, Hidan just trying to hold on by the skin of his teeth as PRZ and Nacho look to come in strong. That's going to be Hidan knocked down.
And there you go, Hidan, unfortunately a little bit too split out of his team. PRZ is going to be swiftly taking that one for himself. Now Unicorns of Love, unfortunately, only having Perks as a lively player. Going to trample off the reses, but you know what? I don't think number one want to let that one happen. Be a little bit slow on the re-engage. And the res mine coming through on top of Logs. Come on, he's almost there. Can he get it? Oh, no, he's not going to be... He actually cancelled it, I believe. And now there it is. They're going to be chucking some mollies. They're going to go for full-out aggressive war. And Perks is going to try his best to jump out. Gets a knock. Maybe he's got to try and flush it out. He's going to shift his focus over to PRZ. And he gets it. And oh my God, Perks allows his team to remain alive and make it further into this game. But oh boy, did I not expect that.
Oh my God, but now is a shift on the Vector power of Team 5 on the Heroes X. God, I love to hear the sound of a Vector. Tries to get the revive up, but it's not easy peasy lemon squeezy for Team 5 just yet. As a Kobe's from Heroes X tries to take down. Their healing coming out, wraps around the rock.
You gotta cook them nades a little bit better, man. Like those nades, if they were cooked, they would explode right on impact. That would be such a good play. But at least they connect their bullets, looking really good. I said that's going to be left alone for the last member of Team 5. They're not used to taking fights so early on, and of course, they're just going to get absolutely battered by Heroes X, and they're up to now an extra 3 kills in his early stage. 1-2-1-8, not too far off, and they're going to take a few shots in their global vicinity. Getting one knockdown, an extra knockdown on Morteza that happened a little bit earlier.
Max, this is what I love about Sanhok. We're down to 14 teams already. We're down to 14 teams, though. We've lost 2 teams in the space of 7 minutes. God damn it. And now it's 1-2-1-8 looking to clap, brap, bap, bap onto Heroes X.
Skiddicky, pat, pat, at a poop, poop, poom. Nades are going to be exploding left, right, and center. And Heroes X, they are definitely just going to try and crawl their way back. Selim is left alone, and he has just no HP to show up for it. And there it is, WSK joining the party, and they're going to try and get the nice knockdown. Selim is right there. Come on, Rip, you got that weapon. You can get him down.
Plus, there is WSK, so in between the remaining player of Heroes X. Salem trying to just hold on in amongst the smokes. WSK and 1-2-1-8 are more focused on each other at this time of the engagement. We are less than 8 minutes in when we're down to 51 players already, Max. This is what I love about Sanhok. This is what I love about the last game of the day. As HSMC knocks down Rouge.
Are we going to be going down to 13 players just in the first phase within 3 teams instantaneously in the first few minutes of this game? Might be the case. Heroes X are definitely the next one in line for getting taken out. And you know that Selim was no more smokes there. He's going to get peeked out and he's going to be absolutely destroyed by HMSC. There you go.
This is going to affect the overall standings. To get a little bit more serious, Heroes X were lying in first place, Max. So they're automatic. Yeah, they are going to not be in first place. And the team who've taken them out, Team 1-2-1-8, Max, they're second, only 2 points behind. That means automatically 1-2-1-8 are going to be kind of ahead of Heroes X. So that's really important.
Yeah, kills are going to be important for 1-2-1-8 if they just want to confirm that. But like, it does mean that they're going to be looking pretty strong. Now, teams are really going to try and find extra positions to aim for. And you know what? I talked about the crossover section, right? FUTBOLIST took that position. They are, like, at the start, no, they were doing really good rotation and everything. But, like, here, they're, like, pre-firing extra positions and, like, aiming more for the late game stage. I'm loving the playstyle that they're pulling off today.
Well, yeah, it's because, you know, if they kind of set themselves up and kind of like a game of chess, think 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of your opponent, even though rather than it being one opponent, you kind of got 12 other opponents within reason. But if you try and set yourself up 2 or 3, 4 steps ahead, you can really make it a lot easier for your side in the late game.
Of course, now Goskilla going to see DreamEaters. The DreamEaters, they got the high ground. You've got to keep that in mind. So this fight will not be really worthwhile for them to go as you check out a little bit of a replay. Now, Unicorns of Love, Perks able to just pull off the huge comeback of his team. That was just a little bit of a mistake on number one. They went 1 by 1. Even though they only have a one-man advantage there, like on the other side, you should never underestimate. This is a game of PUBG. Like 4 headshots in a row could like team squad wipe out your team in like half a second.
Yeah, like there's no reason for them to go either side of Perks, to be honest. They should have just engaged both beside each other, and there was a much higher chance that they would have won that squad fight. But then again, to be honest, that's kind of the definition of the weakness we've seen from number one. Their discoordination, their discommunication was always showing in the scrims, but now as you see phase 2, it shifts to the west. And by gosh, good golly, Miss Molly, where is this circle going to go? Or where is this end circle going to be, Max? Because it's in every echelon of this map right now.
I mean, we have no idea, right? This is why FUTBOLIST's position is just so good, because it opens up so many doors. 3 doors to be completely exact. So now they just got to wait and see where the circle is going to be taking them, and they just got to easily rotate across those bridges. But one team just rotating late once more. Red Reserve, they're still in the south. They're still towards Samir. Lucky enough, there's not too many teams on the southern coast, like area of the circle, but
yeah.
Come on, like, I'm so sorry, but like, they haven't even been learning from their mistakes throughout these games. Like, and now they're just going to be overstaying their welcome down there. Luckily enough for them, Team Unique is going a little bit high up north. It does liberate some area for them, but still there's not a reason to like rotate so late.
Like, I think it's kind of just, I think the wind has been knocked out of them after what was a fantastic game 1 result. In game 2, they got a bad result, and I just think they've lost their momentum, they've lost their confidence, and I hope coming into day 2, we know what they can do. They bounce back stronger. At the end of the day, you know, they deserve to be here. They qualify from EU. They're going up against the best other teams in the EU region. They know they've got to have belief and confidence in themselves. I just hope they show it for the rest of today's game and tomorrow.
That's what we're going to be hoping, not only for Red Reserve, but every single one of these teams. They do deserve to be here, and they are going to tramp it off a show for you guys. Savage Exor running in the open there. That is not going to pay off, and he's going to be swiftly taken out by Chalika of 1218, and there you go. That's going to be their kill. Taken over. Goskilla now. At least they got information, right? So they're just going to be a little bit more careful about how they rotate later on down the line.
Oh, nice spray by Whitey, the IGL, the self-professed best IGL in Europe. Let's see if he can really show it. He is the man, the myth, the legend, the big muscle, big boy of Goskilla, ready to go into Quarry. And I actually like that. You generally tend not to want to go into Quarry, right? But because teams don't expect anybody to be in there, when you go in there, you're kind of not really looked at. So yeah, it could work out for Goskilla.
And you don't really expect teams to overstay their welcome when the blue zone is slowly closing up. You don't want to get gatekeep because there's such a small amount of landmass on Sanhok that you want to try and get in circle as soon as possible. So that should be working out pretty good for them. 1218, they're going to go for their shifts, trying to get himself in circle a little bit more centrally, because they're going to go try and wrap around down south, which I think is a pretty safe way to do it. Hopefully enough, there won't be too many teams down south, but NGG, Goskilla, and Red Reserve might be an issue for them later on down the line, but it shouldn't really result in too much beauty happening for them.
So Nomad Gaming have stuck in Painan. I have at times not liked a team being in Painan or staying in Painan for too long, but if you look at their position, they're kind of on the edge of Painan to the point where they can kind of disengage. I'm still not happy about it, but they could be deeper into Painan as we do see this blue zone closing in. I just fear that they're not thinking 2 steps ahead. They could send 2 players forward closer to, let's say, Runes up the top of the hill outside Painan, but they're deciding not to.
1218, a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. They see Roach. They do go for the knockdown. Ooh, clapping straight back into Whitey. I mean, self-proclaimed best IGL of Europe, but you know what? Also the self-proclaimedly not best IGL of Europe, so he's going to have to try and make his way through.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Toxic.
Yeah, they're very toxic, yeah. Agatha would tell you I'm toxic. She'll
yeah,
tell you.
no. You know what? Wouldn't expect anything better from a French person. It's okay.
All right, don't make me fight you, Imperium. I'll surrender very quickly, okay? And I don't want that. Self-roast.
Okay.
Those are rare.
Self-roast. I know. Self-deprecation, it's a wonderful thing. But now as you see the phase 3 rearing its ugly head, I sometimes like to say it about these circles, it's gone up north. There's no team on the Northwest Island, Max. No team at all. Nobody. Zilch. Nada.
Now FUTBOLIST. Look at them.
FUTBOLIST.
Look at them.
Unique.
Instantly.
Clean space. Even WSK up on the northwest side of the mainland. They have a nice, easy entry point.
The last Sanhok game of the EU scrims, right, Imperium, it was an exact circle exactly like this. And who ended up taking it? It was actually FUTBOLIST taking the chicken dinner, and second position was Team Unique. And they're the two teams like that have the easiest rotation in that point, but WSK is going to rotate up there. So they already played it. They know exactly how to pull this one off, and they're going to be very confident going into this rotation.
But in that game, weren't they already on the Northwest Island at that point?
Yeah.
I do believe
because there's
so.
nobody up there. They're rotating so early. They're taking the exact same spot.
Yeah, true. Now the 2 remaining members of the Unicorns of Love, the real deal. Oh my God, Perks. Man, you pull off a stonker against M1, but can you do the same thing as the Kobe's being thrown out by Daddy? It's just not going to work, followed by a Molotov. That's going to help reposition Unicorns of Love by the edge of the circle. These 2 teams are. Unicorns of Love are closer to the inside the circle, so that is something that will play a part. Plus, they have the real deal, have Konina Power as Hackshot gets knocked by Perks, but in return fires back by Konina Power.
I would usually say here, Unicorns of Love, go downhill and get yourself in circle, but at the same time, they don't want to get backstabbed potentially by the real deal. So they're just going to try and take that fight and try and deny other teams from catching them out from behind, but also this is a pretty hard spot. And Konina Power, they're slowly going to push on that position. They're taking 2 fights at the same time. Very dismantle Konina Power, I do have to say there. They do lose Gonzo. It will be a knock though. They can still pull off a res, but Tigsy's going to be making it work out for themselves as they take the fight and get an extra bunch of knockdowns.
Hey, look, they're confirming the kills. They're being aggressive, right? They're pulling out a FUTBOLIST as UDRKILLERS are eliminated. I don't know exactly what happened. I think it was Nomad Gaming that came in. But either way, 1-2-1-8 Nomad Gaming. Actually, it's between these 2 teams who are fighting up against each other. Nomad Gaming, Sora gets knocked down. Aldic is there. Tulika trying to look for the revive.
1-2-1-8, literally 2 bullets, and it will be the end, 1 on each remaining member. That nade looks pretty damn sweet, and it does get the knockdown. Greatly done by Aldic. And now you just got to focus down on 1 member. I mean, pull off a res, there's still 2 members technically remaining, but he's not going to go for the flushes. He's looking for the big stonker team squad wipeout on 1-2-1-8. Bandita's going to be right there. It does get so much damage out with that Uzi, and they're just cornering up. This is great synergy from Nomad, and they just clear out the stake. That is going to be, of course, the one of 1-2-1-8. They get taken out in 12, but I got to say, that synergy engage of Nomad was spot on.
No, there's no Nomad. Good stuff coming out from them. That was a request from Aura. Well, that was a request, but she did say, I want you to sing. That's my attempt at singing. Thank you very much. Now I can retire.
There you go. Thank you, Imperium. I got it. Yeah. Okay. So a lot of teams rotating pretty late. Oh no! I just stopped in what I was saying. Now I was like, oh my God, this is a bad circle. But you know what? Red Reserve, if they do it quickly, they can go whoop, 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 just become a fishy in the water, get himself on the other side. It would be a risky one if they get backstabbed by Unique, but it is a valid option.
It is. I kind of would like to see them drive through Unique rather than trying to go around Unique. But then again, they could leave it a little bit longer and allow Team Unique to maybe be third-partied or get distracted by another team. It's kind of where the focus from Team Unique are right now. As Nomad Gaming look to try and get through runes. They've got NGG right by their side. Beast prone down. Now looks up. The Uzi in his hand, ready to fire up.
Of course. Oh, that looked like a really good nade. Unfortunately, chucked a little bit too far, so it won't get Beast knocked away. Nomad Gaming, they're still being really proactive on how they're playing this. They lost Satura earlier, unfortunately, but it is not really too much of an issue. But this fight, all the teams trying to push towards the area ahead of Rins. Rin is not a good place to take fights in, right? They are very, very scary. Beast will not get the information.
I don't know how Nicola got away with that, to be perfectly honest. I really thought that was going to be the end of him, but Beast holding off. Phase 4 blue zone damage. It doesn't do the highest, but it definitely does start to hurt you, especially when Phase 5 closes up. Whitey gets knocked down. Konina Power and Goskilla look to be engaging on each other, as Runes is the place to be between Nomad Gaming and NGG.
You know what? I'm surprised in the north that FUTBOLIST hasn't yet gone for the compound. They're still in circle. I think they should try and aim for it very, very quickly, but I think they also do not have the information. Their team is not there, so they're not going to take the gamble just yet, which I do also appreciate the fact that they're being so passive in their approach of this. But now Nomad Gaming, they are struggling, as you said, they're right. They're going to get gatekeeped by Team Unique because they got to force out of Ruins, and because it's like such a flat terrain, Team Unique, they got a little bit of a high ground because of that road. Nomad Gaming, they might actually die out because of this position.
And also, what I like about Team Unique is they're actually spread out, you know, apart quite heavily, yet they are showing the confidence to really get the vision as Beast knocks down a member of Nomad Gaming from behind.
Yeah, of course, you know, Friends, not a great place to take fights. If you can avoid it, like, just surround it, really. Red Reserve did do that, and luckily enough, it did work out pretty good for them. They got themselves a nice position, able to play on the edge, but unfortunately, they're not rotating now. So many teams rotating a little bit late, and they might take a little bit of blue zone. In a matter of a few seconds, Imperium, we're going to be seeing so many squads get taken out, because they're going to be so close to each other. On DreamEaters, they're going to get involved in the fight with WSK. And Team Unique too, man. This is an absolute three-man party fight happening between all those squads.
All the while, I do wonder whereabouts exactly Red Reserve are kind of heading towards in terms of if they are getting into the fun of the action, as Aldic is the last player standing and he gets taken out. Nomad Gaming are out. Konina Power trying to hold on Dixie. So low on health. He doesn't get taken down just yet. He also takes down Unicorns of Love. But in the end, Konina go down.
Konina go down. I'm pretty sure the Unicorns of Love follows suit, I think, or they still got a member. I'm not even too sure about that one. We'll have to see. But now, of course, the real deal, Goskilla going to get a little bit more engaged. Goskilla holding the position, especially Aegon doing such a good amount of work. But he can't pull off reses in phase 5. Unfortunately, it's really hard to heal up right after. So when you're in the blue like that, you want to try and get out of the ASAP. But Aegon, playing very passive, playing the Snake of this game. And as a one-man army, the Snake on Sanhok could work out pretty good for him.
It could, but he's got to be careful because he's got a road and river right past. The only thing he can do is try and take down somebody left, right, and center. As NGG are eliminated 9th. Now we're down to 18th. Red Reserve being put under pressure. You have looking in, trying to find by the bridge. Throws a, believe a grenade towards the direction of Red Reserve, but Victor in between the smoke goes into FDP mode, tries to find Elijah. He sees the pixel, he sees the head, tries to find it, pushes him back out in the open. He's going for it. Red Reserve, they want to take control.
You got to try and do some suppressing fire. Some nades will be chucked. Red Reserve, can they make the push? Yes, they can. They get at least a few members under the bridge. That is where you want to be. And now you can just leave Team Unique on the top. They only have 2 members too, so that means it's going to be a lot harder for them to pull off. Dust is going to try and do a run for it. You know what? Losing only 1 member after that push, I got to say, that's not too bad of engagement.
All the while, that has actually helped Goskilla on the other side. Hell, it's even helped WSK Unique held onto the south side outside the river for quite a while. As WSK trying to go in at FUTBOLIST. You mentioned them in the scrims. Got a chicken dinner. Let's see if they can do the same thing in this last game of the regional finals day 1.
And we run out of what's thing for sure. WSK is getting cornered. Team Unique have an angle. FUTBOLIST have an angle. And he's going to have to run out because the circle is going over to the west. And Red Reserve, they can just literally just let the fight happen between FUTBOLIST and Team Unique and just remain in the water. There's no reason for them to take the fight, and this is only 1 team remaining, really.
But they will want to get into the circle, and that's kind of on the edge of the circle as a real deal do get eliminated in 6th. We are down to 5 teams, 10 players, considering we lost 3 teams in the first 8 minutes max. Pretty incredible that we still have 4 teams left standing as we just lost Unicorns of Love.
It was only time remaining. It was going to be really hard, of course, for him. So, you know what? Still taking 5th position. That is a better performance than what we've seen them do actually so far. So let's see if they can make a better performance on day 2. That will be the end of them on this first day. Now even Memphis, they send him into the water. And I got to say, doing a 1-1 split at this stage, knowing that the circle is not going your way, is a way better performance. But it's right next to Frost.
Who's going to get into land first? Memphis? Or I think it's Frost inside the water. Sprone trying to heal up and survive. But Futbolists, they're looking to do a little bit of fishing, my friend. The reel comes out. Let's see if they can catch him. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, we're going to see Futbolists just controlling that area so damn well. Oh, look at the work getting done by Sprone. He's about to die because of the bruise zone, but at least he converts it into an extra kill. Looking damn good. But Victor trying to do some work. Actually, Sprone on top of Frost there, but actually trying to get some information through that. And now Futbolists is still 3 members. They only lost Raum so far. They see Victor in the water right there. Red Reserve, can they pull off a nice comeback and just surprise them as they are in the water? They got 2 so far, but there you go. That's going to be 3rd position taken over by Team Unique. And Red Reserve minimum will be taking 2nd position. And that is definitely way better than what we've seen so far. Victor, maybe you want to try and deny that. Just go into the blue and die to the blue zone.
Maybe just have a little bit of fish food along the way, you know, kind of have a look at the bottom of the sea, see if you can find a bit of treasure. But I tell you what, Futbolists trying to find their treasure. That's a last member of Red Reserve.
They got a little bit of damage on top of Victor there. That means they got the hit marker, they know exactly where he's located. He can't peek out, unfortunately. There's no way because he can't breathe. And he might actually be done it to that. He knows he can't do it, so really he's going to try and dive to the water. And it will be the case. There you go. Red Reserve will take 2nd position. And Futbolists, I called it. They got the last chicken done in a similar kind of finish on Sanhok. And they did it once more.
Yeah, but they only got 4 kills. So that means the teams that didn't necessarily finish first, like Team Unique, who finished 3rd, they got 11 kills. WSK got 11 kills. Unicorns of Love got 7 kills with great help of that squad wipe at the hands of N1 in the early parts of the game. They got a high amount of result. That means that, like, we have 5 teams with double-digit points. That's not that, you know, that's not too common.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I think it's because they took control so quickly there. Like WSK, Team Unique, they were holding like mainly good entry points, and they just stopped every single team from going through. So that's why they got most of the frags. But Red Reserve, again, 2nd position was like 0 kills. That means they were playing extremely passively, which we did see. They were rotating pretty late from the south and avoiding confrontation as much as possible.
Hey,
but it's okay. No, like we've talked about this already, right? A few times during events is the fact that like if you get around 10-point average per game, it is good. So they hit the average at least on this Sanhok game specifically.
Yeah, like I would say, to be honest, you kind of need an average of 15 points per game, to be honest. But you're right. You can get an average of 10 points per game with some good results to perk that up, right? That's where that's kind of the golden key to success. So then after what was essentially 4 bad games in the last game, finished in 2nd place, that will really help with their confidence. 110%.
So right now we're going to go over real quick the highlights of this first game this first Sanhok game. Of course, no Perks pulling off the biggest Uno reverse card I've ever seen in that fight, and a little bit of just disengagement and a little bit of a lack of communication, I think, between number 1. So that's why they got eliminated so early on. But this has been a very somewhat by the book kind of game of Sanhok. A lot of fights happening early, a lot of backstabbing, which you can also expect. But Konina Power, their team that actually really surprised me. Despite going for a 2-2 split engagement on 2 teams separately, they came out actually surprisingly enough on top.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really true. It was a great game for them. It was even a half-decent game for Nomad Gaming, to be perfectly honest. Of course, NGG kind of stabbed them slightly in the back. But, man, honestly, the biggest winners in my eyes on that game was Unicorns of Love. That they were the biggest winners in that game, in my eyes, considering they were down in 10th place in the overall standing. Still, sorry, they were actually lower than that. It means that with that good result, it will really perk them up in the standings, and also a much needed aggressive result from them.
Especially knowing they were about to get flushed in what was it, 15th position, extremely early on. So you know what, again, from that to over fifth position overall is a really, really big comeback. Of course, we're going to be seeing when Futbolists was trying to just control all of that northern section, and the fact that they went for the river, cross the river compound, just paid off so well because they could rotate wherever they want and control the area, and that's why they were able to take this game. And it looked so easy as they did it because the rotation was just so clean.
Those, honestly, as much as we had, I kind of loved today's games. They were toxically crazy in terms of circles. They were the fact that we had 3 teams go out in the first 8 minutes of Sanhok. I know Sanhok can be aggressive. I know that can happen, but I know, man. That was just kind of, it summed up the day in full, to be perfectly honest.
We're going to be seeing like the overall like stats of FUTBOLIST being extremely low. The reason why, they play passive. Early on, it was just passive, 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 through and through. And then when they had to start getting involved in fights, especially against WSK, Team Unique, and also Red Reserve, that's when they started really gatekeeping that area in the north. So even though you don't always have to go really aggressive, right? You just got to hold on the position. And if the circle keeps shifting in your favor, why go for fights? It's unnecessary. And they did it so well.
Like, and also a team that I want to compliment heavily, even though I mentioned, you know, they got a good result, and we've already mentioned WSK, because they were actually a team that were on the very north of the circle, on I think on phase 3, and they rotated down and they got 11 kills along the way, which means that they had, in theory, a harder game than FUTBOLIST, yet they still made it work for them. And to get that result, considering they were kind of really far away from the edge of the circle, really shows what they did.
We're going to be seeing 3 members of Team Unique actually in this game. We knew that like it was not going to be really the case of FUTBOLIST because they played so passive throughout that game, but man, Team Unique securing himself 11 kills in that game and just, you know, controlling the area. That bridge area that they held on to, they had so much information. They didn't get like team squad wipeouts like every single time, but they got like just one knockdown, one flush every once in a while. And on the long term, that also does result in having a lot of kills. So I gotta say, Team Unique, like they understood the value of that position. It's just unfortunate the circle shifted up north. If it went down south, I'm pretty sure Team Unique could have won that game.
They probably would have won because, and I mentioned during the game, like they had all 4 of their players spread out kind of across the bottom parts of the map, between kind of the bridge and the southwest island, and that showed how confident they were in their own individual abilities, and it worked out for them in the end, getting 11 kills. But this is the overall standings after day 1. FUTBOLIST in first place, Team Unique in second. Now those 2 teams, they've already secured a World League spot, but Heroes X still hold on to the Golden World League spot in 3rd place.
They're holding on tight, but for how long? Like 1-2, 1-8, they're straight up behind, like just a few points behind them actually. So it's not there just yet, not out of the woods. This is only the first day. No, we saw the desk kind of settle. Red Reserve also was that kind of better result. Well, that better result for sure. Second position, able to climb back up and like from 8th position to now 6th position. So slowly getting out of those bad few games in a row they did have earlier. We're going to see the damage. Oh, yeah, like Team Unique, like as you said, like the fact that they held that bridge, just so much damage coming on through from them.
2,454 damage. Incredible amount of work done by Team Unique in that game. UDRKILLERS only getting 47 points. But look, 3 of these teams went out so early that they couldn't really even put in too much damage, in fairness. Like, the surprising factor is that, look at them, 650 damage. You would think, oh yeah, this team didn't do too bad, right? You know, 650 damage. Nah, they got wiped out. One of the first 2 teams to go out, you know, because of their uncoordination on that engagement onto the final member of Unicorns of Love. It spoke for itself.
I mean, like communication is very, very important on the first few phases, like especially on the first phase, right? On Sanhok, you need to be always ready because action is just around the corner and you might not even know it. So of course, they're really struggling today for these games. I think we can say that. But there you go. Those are our 6 games of the day that did just happen. I got to say, it's been really interesting. We had a city finish, so it was really nice. But also, just to say, we will be having a little bit of a shift in tomorrow's schedule. Instead of starting at 6 p.m. CEST, we're going to be starting at 7 p.m. CEST, or like 19 if you're like live in France or something like that. So we're going to be starting 1 hour later. We'll have also a few different changes overall of the schedule. So we'll keep you guys informed on like different ways through social media or on the stream itself. So do be on the lookout for that. But there you have it. Day 1 is in the books of these regional finals for the European region. It's been a great amount of fun. We'll see you back tomorrow, at 7 p.m. CEST.